In the year 2014, in the city of Jinling, China, the scorching sun of June blazed down upon the earth, seemingly intent on evaporating the last vestige of moisture from the asphalt. Road, standing in front of the Unicom Service Center, Zhou fixed his gaze upon the bustling street, observing the hurried pedestrians and listening to the cacophony of honking vehicles around him. Although a cool breeze occasionally wafted from behind, the thick fabric of the mascot costume he wore rendered him impervious to the benefits of air conditioning. Why, one might ask, did he find himself in this predicament? Well, to put it plainly, it was all about survival. During the summer vacation, the Unicom Service Center had partnered with the Vivo mobile phone manufacturer to hold a promotional event. The arrangement was simple. By standing at the entrance in a mascot costume, one could earn 60 yuan for every hour work, nearly double what a flyer distributor would make, without the hassle of disdainful glances. Given that the outdoor temperature exceeded 30 degrees, an additional 10 yuan was offered as a heat allowance, bringing his hourly earnings to a total of 70 yuan. Upon hearing this wage, Zhou did not hesitate to accept the offer. A rational calculation revealed that with an average workday of 5 hours, his daily earnings would total 350 yuan. If he were to work 30 days in a month, that would amount to 10,500 yuan. Who would have imagined that a position with an annual salary of 100,000 yuan could be found right outside the Unicom Service Center? Of course, Zhou was aware that, regardless of how affluent Vivo or Huawei might be, they could not sustain promotional events every day. However, even if he worked for just a week, he would still earn approximately 2,600 yuan. As Zhou grew increasingly bored, counting the leaves on the sycamore tree at the entrance, a slightly darker-skinned, portly man approached him, wiping the sweat from his brow. This man was Wu Dehai, a student in the mathematics department at Jinling University, 2 years senior to Zhou and soon to be a 4th-year student. As the leader of the part-time students, he had introduced Zhou to this mascot Job.Lu Zhou. Are you all right? Should we find someone to cover your shift so you can rest inside the service center? Wu Dehai, who was clearly uncomfortable due to the heat, resembled someone who had just emerged from the water, drenched in sweat. Though tempted to take a break, Zhou shook his head. I'm fine. I can hold on for a bit longer. Are you sure you're really okay, or just pretending? You've nearly been standing out here all afternoon, Wu Dehai remarked, concern etching his face that he genuinely feared that Zhou might suffer from heat exhaustion. I assure you I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Zhou replied resolutely, shaking his head again. There's only an hour left until my shift ends. Since I've already endured this long, what's one more hour, right? Wu Dehai hesitated, casting a wary glance at Zhou. Well, I won't interfere with your decision then. All right, you can attend to your own matters. Seeing Zhou's determination, Wu Dehai decided not to press further. In truth, he harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, in such sweltering weather, finding someone to cover a shift was no easy task. While he managed a considerable number of part-time workers, few were as dedicated as Zhou. He might very well end up donning the cumbersome costume himself. As he watched the retreating figure of the overweight man, Zhou diverted his gaze and continued to stare blankly at the phoenix tree at the entrance of the lobby. At that moment, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss with his surroundings. Why were the pedestrians on the street ascending towards the sky? His legs weakened, and he began to fall backward. With the remnants of his consciousness, he faintly heard urgent footsteps and shouts emanating from the lobby behind him. The mascot at the entrance has suffered from heat stroke. Hurry, remove the headpiece and bring a glass of water. Damn it, Zhou, you cannot be in trouble. It's no use, he's unresponsive. We need to rush him to the hospital. Get in my car. The last glimmer of light faded from his vision, replaced by an endless abyss of darkness. Zhou, an undergraduate student in the mathematics department of Jinling University, was currently in his 1st year, soon to transition to his 2nd. When he initially filled out his application, he intended to pursue software engineering, but due to a narrow margin in scores, he was relegated to the less popular mathematics department.at times. Zhou found himself questioning the utility of his rather frustrating major. IT seemed an answer without resolution. The conventional paths for a mathematics major were rather limited. Either pursue further studies abroad, or continue in a graduate school, or switch to another discipline. There was also the option of remaining at the university, but that was not a consideration for undergraduates unless one had a particularly close relationship with a professor. Even then, staying on would likely mean taking on menial tasks, making it more practical to simply pursue graduate studies at the same institution. However, for Zhou, the prospect of graduate studies felt somewhat unrealistic. His hometown was Jiangling, and although it shared a character with Jinling, The geographical distance was vast. His father worked as an ordinary laborer at a steel factory in Jiangling, while his mother had long been unemployed and struggled with health issues, incurring significant medical expenses. The family's income relied solely on his father, and with a younger sister currently in high school, the prospect of her attending university loomed as another financial burden. Though his father insisted that he need not worry about finances and encouraged him to pursue his studies, aspiring to attain a doctorate, Zhou was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a dream. Having one foot already in the realm of reality, he was compelled to confront more pressing concerns to be specific, the matter of finances. He did not wish to become a burden to his family, nor did he want to hinder his sister's future, so since entering university, he had diligently sought financial independence. While others participated in club activities, reveling in youth, or immersed themselves in rigorous study at the library, he spent his time distributing flyers, installing routers, and delivering takeout at tea times. He couldn't help but ponder the significance of such a university life. The work he was engaged in lacked any technical merit, tasks that even a middle school graduate could perform, often with greater efficiency. At least they wouldn't succumb to heat exhaustion after standing outside an air-conditioned room for hours. Yet, this question, much like the previous one regarding the prospects of a mathematics degree, yielded no answers. Now he had collapsed. As his consciousness returned, he found himself standing in a vast expanse of white, gazing around in bewilderment. What the hell? Where am I? No one responded. Fleeting memories suggested that he had collapsed from heat exhaustion outside a telecommunication service center. IT seemed he had been kindly lifted into a vehicle and taken to a nearby hospital, but this place bore no semblance of a medical facility. It didn't even resemble the real world. Just as Zhou began to feel anxious about his predicament, a semi-transparent screen abruptly materialized before him, startling him into a backward leap. Cutting-edge technology. A system? What on earth? As he gazed at the bold text gradually manifesting on the translucent screen, Zhou was first taken aback, and then plunged into a frenzy of exhilaration. Could it be that he had been chosen by the legendary system? He had indulged in online novels before. Swallowing hard, Zhou hastily inquired, System.um, what functionalities do you possess? However, no enigmatic voice responded to his query. The semi-transparent holographic screen continued to display text autonomously. Cutting-edge technology system. This system is dedicated to enhancing the civilization level of the indigenous populace. Regarding the secrets of this system, the holder is encouraged to explore independently. Below is a detailed explanation of the system's functionalities. The main interface of the system is as follows. Core sciences, the backbone of the technology tree, emphasizing theoretical aspects. The maximum level is 10, and experience can only be obtained through tasks, not through points exchange. Maxing out the technology tree will unlock options for future eras and monumental engineering tasks. Mathematics, the foundation of all disciplines, determining the maximum level cap of other core sciences. B. Physics, it aids in comprehending the universe. C. Biochemistry, it assists in understanding oneself. D. Engineering, transform tools, reshape environments, and alter the world. E. Materials science, indispensable in conjunction with engineering. F. Energy science, from fossil fuels to helium-3, from solid-state lithium-air batteries to antimatter batteries, from wireless power transmission to ultra-long-distance laser. Conduction, life feeds on negative entropy, and the pinnacle of energy development lies in the distant stars and seas. G. Information science, genetics is the code of God, and the ultimate aim of code is to create God. Branch technologies, these pertain to the branches of the technology tree. Upon unlocking specific branch technologies, the experience required for upgrades can be exchanged for equivalent points. For instance, genetics LV1 requires biochemistry LV1 and can be illuminated by consuming 100.01000. Genetics LV2 requires the simultaneous fulfillment of biochemistry LV2, engineering LV1, and an experience level of 1000. This will allow the upgrade of genetics LV1 to genetics LV20. Technical blueprints. As the name suggests, these are comprehensible technical blueprints. From a nanotechnology chip to monumental Dyson spheres, production can be achieved in accordance with the blueprint steps, provided the necessary objective conditions are met. Points. These can be used to activate reward tasks, or to expend 200 points to randomly generate a new task. Points may also be consumed to resolve technical challenges. The cost in points is determined by the discipline level, the inclination of the technical challenge, and the difficulty of the solution. Task. Each time, 3 random tasks will appear, from which one may be selected as the target for execution. Upon completion of a task, corresponding rewards shall be granted. After a task is completed, the task panel will reset immediately. At this moment, Zhou was at a loss as to how to express himself. Mathematics, which he considered trivial, seemed to have transformed within this system into the very foundation of all other disciplines. The sensation of a once floundering existence being turned around was indeed difficult for him to articulate. What rendered him further speechless lay ahead. As the explanatory text faded away, his attribute panel materialized immediately. Black Technology System. Host Zhou. Core Sciences. A. Mathematics. LV001000. B. Physics. LV001000. C. Biochemistry. LV001000. D. Engineering. LV001000. E. Material Science. LV001000. F. Energy Science. LV001000. G. Information Science. LV001000. Branch Technologies, none. Technical Blueprints, none. Points, 0. Tasks, unclaimed. Despite being a graduate from a prestigious university, even if not a top student, this string of zeros felt rather insulting. Gazing at the glaring array of zeros, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. This system must have made a grave error. Just as Zhou pondered this, a sudden and vigorous shaking on his shoulder yanked his consciousness from the pristine white space. Chapter 2. A Scholar's Life Requires No Explanation. Zhou, wake up! Another vigorous shake jolted him awake, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the chubby visage of Wu Dahai. Damn, you finally woke up. With a sigh of relief, Wu Dahai withdrew his hand from Zhou's shoulder, offering an apologetic smile. Please don't take it the wrong way. I didn't mean to disturb your rest. I saw you snoring and figured you were fine. That Zhou glanced around at the white walls and the curtained hospital bed. Where am I? Don't you remember? You fainted from heat exhaustion outside the telecommunications office. Wu Dahai returned to his chair, exhaling heavily as he patted his stout thigh. I told you not to overexert yourself, but you wouldn't listen. We're just doing part-time work, not a professional gig. What's the point of pushing yourself so hard? Look at you now, you've sacrificed your health. Do you think it's worth it? Zhou managed a weak smile and inquired, what did the doctor say? About my condition? Nothing serious, just a bit dehydrated. Wu Dahai indicated the bedside table with his chin. I'll place some water there for you. Make sure to drink plenty. With a slight movement of his throat, Zhou sincerely replied, Thank you, do not mention it after all. You are my junior, and as your senior, it is only right that I look out for you. Wu Dahai waved his hand dismissively. Make sure you rest well. Once you're feeling better, return to school promptly. I've already transferred your part-time wages to your Alipay account, so please check your balance. As for the medical expenses, you need not worry, it was a trivial amount, and I have already taken care of it. I feel quite embarrassed. I got enough with the pleasantries. Your job was arranged by me, so naturally, I bear some responsibility for any issues that arise, Wu Dahai stated as he rose from his seat. Let's leave it at that. Take a few days to recuperate. There's no need to rush back to work. Zhou wished to say more, but ultimately held his tongue, merely nodding in gratitude. Wu Dahai waved his hand again, indicating no need for thanks, and departed. Leaning against the hospital bed, Zhou gazed at the ceiling and sighed. It seems I need to search for another part-time job. Given the magnitude of the incident, Wu Dahai would likely not allow him to return. Moreover, he felt embarrassed to seek assistance from others after causing such trouble. Turning over, he recalled the bizarre dream from earlier and closed his eyes, softly murmuring, System, in a response. Advanced Technology System, still no reply. A faint flush crept to Zhou's cheeks. Damn it! It seemed it had merely been a dream. However, as he opened his eyes, he was taken aback by the stunning scenery before him. The immaculate whiteness enveloped an infinite expanse, accompanied by a semi-transparent holographic screen and a properties panel adorned with zeros. Everything felt astonishingly real. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou clenched his fists, joy surging within him. This is real. This is not a dream. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared on the semi-transparent holographic panel. Please select a task, host. Striving to calm his excitement, Zhou approached and tapped the screen icon labeled task. Immediately, a semi-transparent dialog box materialized before him. Task 1. Strengthen your body. Description. To excel in research, one must possess a robust physique capable of outrunning journalists, battling zombies, and enduring 72 hours of relentless work. Physical training is of utmost importance. Please commence immediately. Requirement: complete a 5-kilometer jog within 1 hour, silently affirming the start of the task to initiate the timer. This challenge can be attempted repeatedly upon failure. Reward: 20 points of random subject experience. 1 chance for a lottery draw 100 junk. Task 2. Expand your network. Description: engaging in academic research is not merely about banquets, however. To infiltrate the academic circle, one must learn to cultivate connections. Requirement: increase your favorability with Professor Liu Fangping, head of the mathematics department at Jinling University, to a friendly level favorability 30 specific. Numerical values will be displayed after the task begins. Reward: 100 points of mathematics subject experience, 400 points of credits, 1 chance for a lottery draw 97 junk, 3 advanced technology sample. Task 3. A top student's life requires no explanation. Requirement: accumulate 24 hours of idle time in the library. The task commences upon silently acknowledging its initiation. Reward: the specific value of academic experience is determined by the types of books read, and their value coefficients. 100 points will be awarded, along with 1 chance for a lottery draw 90 garbage, 9 samples, 1 blueprints. This system indeed presents itself with a certain practicality, clearly stating the drop rates. Yet, what is this long haul? A lottery with a 100 chance of receiving rubbish? This is quite absurd. Moreover, what is this notion of fostering rapport with professors? Inviting them to dinner? Bestowing gifts? Regardless of the approach, it seems to entail considerable expenditure. Only the last option appears somewhat reasonable. Although it does not explicitly state the amount of experience one could gain, the probability of obtaining something useless remains the lowest. Following the logic of online gaming, this task should be the so-called optimal strategy, wouldn't you think? Furthermore, spending 24 hours idling in the library sounds deceptively simple. Having contemplated these points, Zhou promptly chose task 3 without hesitation. There is no need for an explanation for the life of a scholar. Once a task is selected, it cannot be altered. There is no time limit for completion. Abandon the task. A fee of 200 points is required. The host currently has 0 points. Do you wish to confirm your selection? First reminder: without a moment's hesitation, Zhou declared, "Confirm. Selection successful. Good luck." A flash of white light illuminated the screen, and in his attributes bar, the line designated for task transformed from none to task 3. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and silently recited the exit command for the system. When Zhou opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the hospital room. After lying on the bed for a while, he spent approximately 5 minutes processing the information in his mind. Though uncertain of the reasons, it appeared that he had become the host of a cutting-edge system. Recalling how Wu Dahai had shaken him awake earlier, it seemed that the system's space resided deep within his consciousness, independent of the real world. Furthermore, the passage of time inside and outside the system should flow in parallel. To be honest, even now, Zhou felt no tangible sense of reality regarding that system. However, such matters were inconsequential. Whether it be an alien conspiracy, an April Fool's prank, or a mere malfunction of his mind, the task had already been accepted, and he would soon discover the outcome through completion. With this thought in mind, Zhou picked up the cup from the bedside table, drained its contents in 1 gulp, and then rose from the bed. After having his temperature checked by the attending nurse and confirming that he was in good health, he left the hospital and walked to the nearby bus station to return to school. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he found only Lu Rui present. The other 2 must have gone out to surf the internet. Noticing Zhou's return, Lu Rui set aside his reference book, adjusted his glasses, and inquired, "Zhou, I heard you suffered from heatstroke?" But it's nothing serious," Zhou replied with a faint smile as he made his way to his bed. In this 4-person dormitory. The beds were positioned above while desks and cabinets were located below. He typically kept his various magnetic cards in the drawer there. After a considerable search, Zhou finally located his library card, and he exhaled with relief as he grasped his shoulder bag and made his way out of the dormitory. The evening breeze gently caressed the treetops of the phoenix trees, producing a soft, rustling sound that on the well-lit path, students and professors strolled by, books in hand. Not far away, on the playground track, couples walked hand in hand while others jogged together. This campus seemed perpetually vibrant and full of life. It was already 8 o'clock, gazing at the brightly illuminated library. Lu Zhou felt an odd mix of unfamiliarity and profound nostalgia. How long had it been since he last visited this place? Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself with a sense of trepidation and stepped towards the library entrance. Mission commence. With his eyes closed, he silently recited the phrase, repeating it twice more for good measure. Upon opening his eyes, a line of semi-transparent text materialized before him. Mission 3 initiated, current time. 0 hours, timing ceases upon leaving the library. Startled by the sudden appearance of the text, Lu Zhou glanced around suspiciously until a fellow student approached and nonchalantly walked through the semi-transparent words. Allowing him to relax, it appeared that the system's text was invisible to others in any case. He figured that casually browsing a few professional books in the library to pass the 24 hours would suffice to complete the task. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lu Zhou headed towards the mathematics section of the bookshelf. Just as he was about to randomly select a book to read, his eyes were momentarily dazzled by a series of numerical values marked on the spines of books. Not only that, but these values exhibited a distinct pattern, transitioning from red to gray according to their magnitude. Foundations of Modern Analysis by Zhou, 10. Linear Algebra by Grubb, 0. New Lectures on Mathematical Analysis by Zhou, 100. What in the world? As he pondered this, Lu Zhou suddenly recalled the reward for Mission 3. The ultimate reward, in terms of academic experience, seemed to be determined by the value coefficients of the books read. This meant that merely lingering in the library, engaging in the literal act of idling, would yield only a single lottery chance upon completing the task. A true academic prodigy would never squander time in the library idly. With this thought, Lu Zhou swallowed hard. However, he remained puzzled about why the works of certain eminent mathematicians were assigned lower value coefficients by the system, while beginner textbooks boasted disproportionately high ones. In particular, that book, Foundations of Modern Analysis by Zhou, was extolled by their advanced algebra instructor as a masterpiece of great renown. Yet, for them, truly comprehending it would be a challenge, requiring at least a foundation in real analysis and functional analysis. At that moment, he suddenly recalled his attribute panel. His mathematics level appeared to be LV0, and a look of realization washed over his face. So that was it. Could it be that the so-called value coefficients were assessed based on his current knowledge level? The concept of value possesses a dual nature, exemplified by the Riemann hypothesis. For the academic community, the Riemann hypothesis holds profound significance, as it underpins countless mathematical formulas, rendering its value immeasurable. However, for Lu Zhou himself, grasping the intricacies of the Riemann hypothesis presents considerable challenges, offering him no aid in his studies, thus rendering its value null. Having come to this realization, Lu Zhou resolved to cease his hesitations and retrieve the book New Lectures on Mathematical Analysis by Zhou from the bookshelf. Coincidentally, he had an impending examination in mathematical analysis in 2 weeks, and certain difficult concepts still eluded his understanding, so he could consider this a form of revision. Finding a seat nearby, Lu Zhou settled down with the book in hand and began to delve into its contents. To be honest, mathematics had never been his ardent pursuit, yet this text proved unexpectedly engaging. Perhaps influenced by the system, Lu Zhou gradually found himself enveloped in a state of heightened concentration, as if he had completely forgotten the outside world, with the sole focus being the book in his hands. Devoid of any distractions, as time slipped away. The number of patrons in the library dwindled, yet Lu Zhou remained oblivious, absorbed in the ocean of knowledge before him. It was not until someone gently tapped his shoulder that he emerged from his reverie. "Excuse me, student, it's 10 o'clock. We are about to close the library," the librarian informed him. Snapping back to reality, Lu Zhou hastily rose, inserting a bookmark into his text. "I apologize, I lost track of time. I'll gather my things right away." "No worries," the librarian remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "After all these years, you're the first student I've seen so engrossed in a mathematics book. Can I still borrow this book?" "I wish to take it home," he inquired, still enchanted by his immersive reading experience. He had never been so captivated by a mathematical problem before. It felt as though he were not perusing a reference book, but rather a novel chronicling the life of a particular number. Perhaps recognizing his politeness, the librarian, unperturbed by the extra effort, cheerfully replied, "Of course, if you wish to read it, take it home. The computer is still on. Let me assist you with the registration." "Do you have your library card?" Lu Zhou earnestly affirmed. "I do, thank you so much." "Why thank me?" She chuckled. After stowing the borrowed reference book into his backpack, Lu Zhou exited the library with haste. Yes, he crossed the threshold of the holographic panel. The task timer paused. However, Lu Zhou's attention was far from that. He yearned to swiftly return to that wondrous reading experience. Upon his return to the dormitory, he found his two roommates already present, engrossed in a game of League of Legends. Upon hearing the door open, Huang Guangming, in the midst of a tense battle, shouted without turning his head, "Zhou, ready to play?" The elongated and exaggerated pronunciation of play served as their dormitory's secret code for summoning champions in the rift. "I have some matters to attend to. I want to join today." "Enjoy your game," Lu Zhou replied. After a round of team battles, Shishang found a moment of respite as he pushed up towards the enemy's high ground. Turning back, he caught sight of Lu Zhou retrieving a reference book from his backpack. Seated at his desk engrossed in reading, that he exclaimed, "Goodness, when did you become such a bookworm, Zhou?" Upon hearing that Lu Zhou was studying, Lu Rue abandoned his own exercises, his gaze drifting intently towards Lu Zhou's desk. With a faint smile, Lu Zhou deemed it too tedious to explain himself and casually offered, "Well, there's an exam coming up, and there are many concepts I struggle with. If I don't review now, it will be too late. Once the exam is over, he'll join you for some fun." "Who cares about exams? Just aim for a pass." Huang Guangming fervently clicked his mouse, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the enemy's crystal defense tower. He had said the same during the last finals. Yet if Lu Zhou recalled correctly, his score in advanced mathematics, I was 89, just 1 point shy of their dormitory's top student, Lu Rue. Everyone strives diligently in places unseen by others. Lu Zhou chuckled softly, refraining from further comment as he turned to the bookmark page, attempting to focus on his studies. 10 seconds passed, 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed. The sound of victory echoed from behind him. He had only managed to turn 2 pages, quickly reverting to his previous position, as not a single word had penetrated his mind. "Haha, Silver 4, I've leveled up." Huang Guangming reclined in his chair, laughing boisterously. "It's thanks to me, you little trash." Shishang also leaned back, stretching lazily. "Let's get it straight, I secured the kill, and your LeBlanc just asked you if you were impressive." "Impressive? My foot. You're full of nonsense, even while slacking off. Get out of that pit. I've been playing on a smurf account to get you to silver, and you forgot to claim your first victory yesterday." It was futile. He simply couldn't concentrate. It wasn't the noise from his roommates that distracted him, but rather his inability to focus on the book. His current reading state mirrored his usual revision habits, where even the slightest sound or movement from the outside world could disrupt his already chaotic thoughts. However, earlier in the library, despite the chatter and footfalls, he could immerse himself wholly in the realm of his studies. Lu Zhou sighed and set down his copy of new lectures on mathematical analysis. Indeed, could it be the power of the system? At 6 in the morning, Lu Rue felt a slight tremor beneath him. He squinted, still half asleep, searching for the source of the disturbance. Just then, he caught sight of Lu Zhou, who was descending with a ladder, and he mumbled, "Josie, up so early?" to avoid waking their 2 roommates still in slumber. Lu Zhou replied quietly, "Mm." Lu Rue, not satisfied, pressed on, "Going to your part-time job?" Lu Zhou hesitated before shaking his head. "Not today, taking a break." "Then where are you off to so early?" "The library." Instantly, Lu Rue was wide awake. He rushed to the wash basin to brush his teeth, while Lu Zhou took a quick detour to the restroom. Emerging from the bathroom, he noticed Lu Rue also making his way down from his bed and curiously asked, "Aren't you going back to sleep?" "Reviewing," Lu Rue replied, grabbing his toothbrush cup and dashing to the balcony wash basin. Observing his roommate's fierce determination, Lu Zhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, shaking his head without saying a word. He put on his shoes, slung his bag over his shoulder, and stepped outside. June in Jinling resembled a furnace, yet the early hours of 5 or 6 in the morning were a delightful exception. The air was infused with the fragrance of morning dew, and the gentle breeze that occasionally caressed his cheeks brought not heat, but refreshing coolness. The campus at 6 o'clock resembled a serene maiden, gracefully emerging from the dawn, contrasting sharply with the bustling atmosphere of the evening. After purchasing 2 buns and a cup of soy milk from the cafeteria, Lu Zhou leisurely sauntered towards the library. Renowned as a prestigious institution, Jiling University's library staff had yet to arrive, while a number of students were already gathered outside, immersed in their morning readings. Following suit, Lu Zhou took out his vocabulary book for the CET for exam and studied for a while. Although it couldn't compare to the library's atmosphere, the surrounding scholarly environment still proved beneficial. Lu Zhou waited at the library entrance until 7:30, when he finally saw the staff arrive, opening the doors at last. As the entrance swung open, a tide of graduate students surged in, quickly clearing the area outside the library. Amidst the influx, Lu Zhou did not hastily dive into the sea of books. Instead, he selected a copy of Advanced Algebra by Tu Buiyun from the shelves, before finding a secluded corner to settle down. He had estimated that, in a state of immersive reading, grasping the concepts of a single unit would require between 1 to 2 hours, encompassing memorization, mental calculations, and analysis of problem types. Judging by the remaining pages of new lectures on mathematical analysis, he figured it could last him through the morning. By afternoon, he intended to seize the opportunity to revisit the knowledge of advanced algebra. Taking a deep breath, Zhou flipped to the bookmarked page of new lectures on mathematical analysis and refocused his attention on the text. Soon, he found himself once again enveloped in that familiar state of concentration, forgetting everything around him, as if the only reality was the book in his hands. Time slipped by, and at 11:30, Zhou exhaled deeply and set the book down, having thoroughly completed the reading of a new interpretation of mathematical analysis. Its value coefficient has regrettably diminished to a mere 5. This indeed corroborates Zhou's conjecture that the system evaluates the value coefficient of a book not based on the academic world at large, but rather on its own level of knowledge. As for why it is 5 and not 0, it may be that the book contains aspects yet to be fully comprehended, warranting a second reading for complete mastery. However, it is evident that Zhou would not indulge in such an endeavor, as investing precious time in deep reading to unearth that 5-point value coefficient seems a rather unwise trade-off. Coincidentally, it was time for a meal, prompting Zhou to set the book aside and proceed toward the library's exit. Passing by the library's main entrance, he cast a glance at the holographic display, noting that the remaining time for his quest had dwindled to 18 hours. Suddenly, he found the prospect of the task taking longer to complete quite agreeable. Within just 6 hours, he felt he had absorbed more knowledge than he had throughout the entire previous year. Contemplating the unopened advanced algebra resting on his desk, Zhou stroked his chin as he walked toward the cafeteria. With finals approaching, he still had a C language examination to prepare for. Perhaps he should seek out a C language book? And then there was English. He wondered whether English books possessed any value coefficient. Certainly, the English newspapers stationed at the library's entrance did not. This peculiar technological system seemed to harbor an odd bias against liberal arts disciplines, which was rather unfortunate. After swiping his meal card for a set meal, Zhou hastily returned to the library. He first returned the books he had read at the counter, then made his way to the shelves, retrieving the 5th edition of the Comprehensive Explanation of C Language, which he tucked under his arm before returning to his seat. As the lunch break ended, the library began to fill with patrons once more. Immersed in the pages of advanced algebra, Zhou was about to delve into the next knowledge point when he suddenly felt a gentle prod on his arm. Turning his head, he beheld a girl with round glasses and a single ponytail, her delicate features accentuated as she shyly clutched a pen, gazing at him with a hint of embarrassment. "Excuse me, I hope I'm not disturbing you. May I ask you a question?" Zhou graciously nodded in response, saying, "Of course, feel free to ask." Although his reading had been interrupted, he bore no resentment. "Why, you may wonder. It must be said that humans are creatures of aesthetic appreciation in interpersonal interactions. Physical attractiveness holds significant weight. Why did this girl approach him instead of someone else? Surely, it was because he possessed a charm that set him apart." Zhou relished the opportunity to discuss problems with individuals of discernment and sincerity. There was no ulterior motive, merely a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you," she murmured softly, as she carefully moved a chair to sit beside Zhou, thoughtfully offering him her pen and some scratch paper. He accepted them without hesitation, glancing at the problem presented. "Let me see. You seek to find the limit, correct? Specifically, determine the positive values of a and b such that the following equation holds. x0, lim1, x sinks, t2, at 2, dt1. It seems I have not encountered this problem before. Yet while perusing my book earlier, I stumbled upon a similar type of question. Coincidentally, I was studying advanced algebra, so it seemed appropriate to test the capabilities of the system." Habitually twirling my pen, Zhou pondered for a moment, and before a minute had passed, he declared, "I've solved it." "Really? You've solved it already?" Chan Yushan gazed at Zhou in disbelief, thinking to herself how he hadn't even put pen to paper yet claimed to have found the solution. Zhou cast a glance at the girl, inwardly remarking on the inverse relationship between her physical attributes and her intelligence. However, to be honest, he too was startled by the swiftness of his own problem-solving. In the past, he had never encountered such questions without difficulty, but now, the solution flowed effortlessly through his mind, without even needing a scrap of paper. Without hesitation, Zhou seized his pen and elegantly inscribed the solution process on the draft paper, simultaneously explaining, "This is a typical indeterminate form of type 00. We can directly apply L'Hopital's rule. The first step is to separate the integral, which is not difficult, right? From x, lim, 1 cos, we find b1. Substituting back into the original equation yields a 4. Check the answer and see if my solution is correct. Qin Yushan stared blankly at the draft paper, feeling as though his speed in solving the problem surpassed her ability to comprehend the lecture, especially when he wrote down the final 2 answers. Her mind was still grappling with the integral step. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she flipped to the answer key, her eyes widening in astonishment. That is indeed the correct answer. Noticing the expression on the girl's face, Zhou, feeling a bit smug, smiled and remarked, "It's merely a straightforward application of LH Peidel's rule. The calculations themselves pose no significant challenge. By the way, are you a freshman? What is your major?" Qin Yushan's face reddened, and she murmured, "I'm preparing for graduate school." Instantly, her face flushed even deeper, not from shyness but from indignation. How infuriating. So what if he solved a math problem? What was with the need to show off? It had been years since she last engaged with advanced calculus. And yet here he was, flaunting his prowess. Truly, he had no sense of decorum. No wonder he was single. No wonder he spent all his time in the library. With this thought, Qin Yushan felt a bit of relief. As for her own solitary hours in the library, she conveniently chose to overlook that aspect. Zhou, feeling somewhat awkward, initially thought they were of the same grade, only to realize he had inadvertently boasted in front of a senior in her final year. Just as he was about to apologize, a loud cough resonated from the row in front of them. Realizing that their conversation had disturbed others, Qin Yushan's face flushed with embarrassment. She stuck out her tongue and retreated to her seat, clutching her exercise book and draft paper. At this point, Zhou found he had lost the opportunity to apologize, let alone inquire about her name and WeChat ID. After a moment of internal conflict, he shook his head and returned to his unfinished tome on advanced algebra. After all, what was more important than studying? Interpersonal relationships? Forgive him. But true scholars do not require such trifles. Elevating mathematics to the level of mastery equates to possessing the entirety of the world. Before long, Zhou swiftly immersed himself in his work, completely casting aside the matter, treating it merely as a fleeting interlude amidst his scholarly pursuits in the library. Chapter 5. The importance of washing one's face before a lottery. By the time the library closed at 10 in the evening, I had thoroughly completed my reading of both Advanced Algebra by Tu Buiyun and C Language Detailed Explanation, 5th edition. As I left the library, I glanced at the taskbar and noted with a soft sigh that only 9 hours remained. Unbeknownst to me, 15 hours had slipped away. And for the first time while perusing reference materials, I felt time had flown by so swiftly. After a day filled with study, I unearthed a peculiar phenomenon. Upon finishing a book, not only did its value coefficient plummet to single digits, but other reference books with similar knowledge points also exhibited varying degrees of decline. In stark contrast, those previously undervalued materials, some even equating to 0, had experienced notable enhancements. For instance, Foundations of Modern Analysis by Dido Nia initially bore a value coefficient of merely 10, yet it had now surged to 30, an impressive doubling. As I walked back to my dormitory, I couldn't help but ponder the implications of the system's mathematical level advancing from LV0 to LV1. What transformations might I undergo? Would I become omniscient, capable of solving problems in an instant? Or would I cram an overwhelming amount of unfamiliar knowledge into my mind, elevating myself to the stature of a mathematical genius like Qin Jingrun? Yet, rather than feeling exhilarated, a sense of trepidation enveloped me. The human brain possesses limits. It is akin to possessing a 1 terabyte hard drive. One cannot simply cram in 2 terabytes of data. I worried that if the system attempted such an operation, my brain might very well implode. Of course, I was aware that my concerns were ultimately futile. The outcome remained a mystery known only to the system itself. Nevertheless, the answer would soon be unveiled tomorrow. For now, I yearned for nothing more than a restful sleep to soothe my overtaxed mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. As a reward for your first completed task, you receive an additional lottery opportunity. Task completion details. During the idle time, I read the following books. New Lectures on Mathematical Analysis by Zhang Zhusheng, value coefficient 100. Advanced Mathematics by Tu Buiyun, value coefficient 100. C Language Detailed Explanation, 5th edition. Value coefficient 100. Translated version of Nikolsky's Mathematical Analysis, value coefficient 57. Detailed explanation of CET, 4 true questions, value coefficient 0. Cumulatively, the value coefficient amassed is 357, rated B. Task rewards: 500 points in mathematical experience, 100 points in informatics experience, 100 points in credits, and 1 lottery opportunity, 90 junk, 9 samples, 1 blueprints. After a day of diligent study, I had finally completed the idle task. A cause for celebration, indeed. Upon exiting the library, I suppressed my excitement and found a secluded corner near the dimly lit outdoor basketball court. out of sight of surveillance cameras, with the surroundings deserted. I took a deep breath and opened my attribute panel. Black Technology System. Host. Zhou Core Sciences. A. Mathematics. LV0, 500-1000. B. Physics. LV0, 1000 C. Biochemistry. LV0, 1000 D. Engineering. LV0, 1000 E. Materials Science. LV0, 1000 F. Energy Science. LV0, 1000 G. Information Science. LV0, 100-1000. Branch Technologies. None technical blueprints. None points. 100, 2 lottery chances, tasks. Unclaimed. Though Zhou felt a twinge of regret for not leveling up. The presence of 2 lottery opportunities instantly dispelled any notion of complaint. What marvelous items could the Black Technology System yield? His anticipation was palpable. The probabilities of the 2 lottery chances varied, particularly the one associated with the initial task reward, which noted a 75 chance of receiving trash, a 19 chance of acquiring a sample, and a mere 5 chance of obtaining a blueprint. As for what the sample might entail, Zhou remained uncertain. However, judging by the system's tendencies, it was reasonable to assume it would not be something trivial like a toy car or a squirt gun. It ought to bear some semblance to advanced technology, distinguishing it from mere refuse. Naturally, he hoped for something slightly extravagant. But not excessively so. He certainly did not wish to draw a starship. Not only would he lack a docking space, but he would also be at a loss as to how to utilize such a vessel. Surely, it could not be employed to swat mosquitoes, could it? Returning to the matter at hand, he initiated the lottery. He began with the task reward lottery, which boasted the lowest probability. I draw. A wheel materialized before him. The inscriptions upon it obscured from view, leaving only indistinct colors to discern. Holding his breath, he fixated on the wheel, attempting to track the pointer's rotation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Propelled by an inexplicable instinct, he shouted, "Stop!" The pointer, driven by inertia, whirled several times before finally coming to a gentle halt. Congratulations. You have drawn trash. You have received a bottle of cola. We hope this does not dishearten you, and may you strive for greater success. Damn it. Cursing this wretched system proved futile. There were more pressing matters at hand. Observing the notation next to his points, cola, trash, Zhou, exasperated, swiftly exited the system space. Once again confirming that he was alone, he stared at his hand, his thoughts echoing like a mantra. Cola, 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 cola. Duong. Without any forewarning, Zhou felt a sudden flash before his eyes, and a can of cola materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, his expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. What? He sensed his worldview had been shaken. The law of conservation of mass was facing an unprecedented challenge. How could one explain the existence of this can of cola using current scientific principles? Zhou had no answers. Perhaps only a technology surpassing level 10 could provide clarity. In summary, upon seeing the can of cola, he finally became convinced that this system was not a mere figment of his imagination, but a tangible reality capable of influencing the material world from the depths of his consciousness. For the moment, he chose to disregard any extraneous thoughts. Pulling the aluminum tab, Zhou tilted his head back and took a generous gulp, exhaling with satisfaction. Although the system had deemed it worthless, the taste was undeniably delightful. Even Zhou, who was not particularly fond of carbonated beverages, found himself savoring the remnants on his lips. Future? Does this brand of cola exist? Never mind, he thought, shaking his head as he discarded the can into a nearby trash bin. He had examined it numerous times, and it was merely an ordinary aluminum can, devoid of any advanced technology apart from its mood-enhancing properties. Even its design and packaging exuded a nostalgic, retro charm. The recycling station would be its only fate. After washing his face at the fountain beside the basketball court, Zhou returned to the shaded area to sit, re-entering the system space. Faced with this final opportunity to draw a prize, he took a deep breath, akin to a gambler with red eyes, and pressed the button without hesitation. I draw. Stop. The pointer began to slow, and Zhou's heart leaped to his throat. When the pointer finally halted, it felt as though his heartbeat had ceased alongside it. Congratulations. You have drawn the blueprint. Zhou was ecstatic. Indeed, washing his face had made all the difference. He had struck a 5 probability win. A guaranteed leap from obscurity to prominence. You have obtained the precise formula and proof method for the distribution of Mersenne prime numbers. Zhou was left in stunned silence. What the? Chapter 6. The solution to a proof problem as a student of mathematics. Zhou is undoubtedly familiar with Mersenne primes. After all, the mention of Mersenne primes inevitably invokes the name of a distinguished Chinese mathematician and his seminal work. The distribution of Mersenne primes, published in 1992, which transformed Mersenne primes into a formula expressible through mathematical symbols, commonly referred to as the Zhou conjecture in international circles. Prior to this, British mathematician Chudnovsky, French mathematician Torricelli, German mathematician Berlichat, Indian mathematician Ramanujan, and American mathematician Gillies had all proposed conjectures. Yet they shared a common flaw: their approximations fell short of accurately representing the actual situation. In contrast, the Zhou conjecture presents a remarkably elegant formula. When P, 2n, is true, and P has 2 in 1 primes. It appears deceptively simple, does it not? One might even think, I could do that. However, despite its apparent simplicity, this conjecture remains unproven and unrefuted, standing as a renowned mathematical conundrum that has perplexed the mathematical community for over 2 decades. Much like the Riemann hypothesis, although it cannot be verified, it does not deter future generations from assuming its validity and employing it in their work. Naturally, even with a precise computational formula and the assistance of computers in the quest for Mersenne primes, the discovery of these primes remains a formidable challenge. As of now, 2014, the mathematical community has identified a total of 44 Mersenne primes. What, one might ask, is the utility of these Mersenne primes? Their practical applications seem sparse. However, if one must insist, they play a role in the RSA algorithm, which underpins secure online transactions through the large primes concealed within cryptographic codes. Furthermore, large primes serve as benchmarks for assessing computer performance. For instance, Intel utilizes the GMPS program for chip testing, and the Skylake chip has encountered bugs as a result of this very process. Moreover, pondering the utility of mathematics often leads to a fruitless debate. Frequently, the motivations driving mathematicians are not merely tied to the economic benefits derived from solving equations, but rather stem from the intrinsic existence of the problems themselves. On a grander scale, humanity cannot subsist solely on the mundane. We must also aspire for poetry and distant horizons. However, Zhou is unenthusiastic about such lofty ideals. He yearns for the tangible realities of life. Furthermore, why must the focus be solely on proving the Zhou conjecture? He would prefer the Riemann hypothesis or, at the very least, the somewhat less prestigious Poincare conjecture. Setting aside academic merit, the bounty for proving the Poincare conjecture has soared to $1 million, generously offered by the renowned Texas banker, Bill himself. In contrast, while many have attempted to prove the Zhou conjecture, it appears that no rewards have been placed upon it. As he watches the prospect of a new home slip away, Zhou's mood darkens considerably. Nonetheless, considering the brighter side, if he could indeed succeed in proving the Zhou conjecture, it would undoubtedly secure his name a place in the annals of mathematical history. Regarding material rewards, although there is no bounty for this speculation, one can assume that the school would not neglect its own interests. At the very least, the scholarship for the next 3 years is assured. The student Liu, who proved the Sita-Pan conjecture in his sophomore year, serves as the best evidence of this. It is said that Nanjing University directly awarded him 1 million renminbi, with 500,000 allocated for research funding and the other half to enhance his living conditions. Despite the relatively weaker mathematics department, Jinling University is still ranked among the top 10 in the nation. For the sake of reputation, it cannot afford to be outdone by Nanjing University, which is just outside the top 10. With this thought, Zhou felt a slight lift in his spirits. After regaining his composure, he glanced over the proof process. Unlike the bottle of cola labeled garbage, the method for proving the Zhou conjecture, categorized as blueprints, is not presented on paper or in digital form. Whenever he wishes to review it, he can simply recite it in his mind, and the entire set of proof steps will materialize in his consciousness. However, it is utterly incomprehensible. It appears that fully grasping this proof process will require a considerable amount of time. Zhou contemplated how to systematically present the proof process at hand. First and foremost, mere memorization is insufficient. He must comprehend it as well. Secondly, he needs to cultivate an image of an academic prodigy. After all, if one can solve a mathematical dilemma like the Zhou conjecture, one cannot possibly score less than full marks in higher mathematics and calculus. Even if a point is lost due to carelessness, the score must still be 99. However, Zhou is not overly concerned about this. He has completely mastered the courses in mathematical analysis and advanced algebra over the past few days. Typically, university professors do not intentionally make things difficult for their students. The knowledge assessed is invariably drawn from the textbooks. A cooked duck will not fly away. And as for the proof of the Zhou conjecture, Zhou intends to reveal it only after the summer break. During these 2 months, he will do everything in his power to present himself as a true academic prodigy and maximize the potential benefits. Engaging with professors on academic inquiries is essential. Achieving mathematics LV1 is imperative. Staying on campus during the summer is also a necessity. He will need to call his parents as well, as the next time he returns home may coincide with the new year. Having settled the matter of rewards, another question arose in Lu Zhou's mind. Is the blueprint obtained through the lottery linked to the subject level? This question is crucial. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence to draw not something else, but the answer to a proof question, rather than the grand prize, a cosmic battleship? This thought, once it emerged, proved persistent, and Lu Zhou increasingly felt it could be a possibility. The immediate priority is to elevate his subject level, swiftly advancing mathematics to LV1 to unlock the LV1 cap for other subjects. In the meantime, should he accumulate lottery opportunities? However, without utilizing the lottery, he cannot refresh the task list, making it impractical to hoard lottery chances. He distinctly remembers that after claiming the task rewards, the task list turned gray. Only after he used up his 2 lottery chances did the options on the task list revert to being selectable. On this matter, one can only ascertain the truth after several more attempts at the prize draw. Should consecutive rewards yield proofs as solutions, then undoubtedly one's conjecture would be validated. By the way, it seems a new mission is now available for claiming. What could it possibly entail? With such musings, Lu Zhou silently intoned, "Open mission list." A semi-transparent holographic screen materialized before him. Mission 1. The art of skiving description. Skiving is an art form in itself. Why toil away in the laboratory when one can earn money while reclining? Objective. Employ linguistic artistry to attach one's name to a $1 million scientific research project. Adhere to the principle of minimal exertion for maximal credit. So skive away, young one. Reward. Discipline-specific experience. Type determined by project nature. Value positively correlated with funding amount. Negatively correlated with personal contribution. 1 prize draw opportunity, 100 trash. Mission 2. Mastering fundamentals, physics. Description. Rome wasn't built in a day, nor was the edifice of science erected overnight. Objective. Solve 200 university-level physics problems. Customized workbook provided by the system, tailored to host's knowledge base. Reward. Problem difficulty coefficient 2. 50 points. Special item. Deep learning time category. Special. Effect. 24-hour duration where reading enters profound comprehension state, enabling permanent mastery of knowledge. Mission 3. Academia begins with publications description. Theses form the foundation of scholarship. A scholar who only writes papers may not achieve greatness, but one who cannot will never attain academic eminence. Do not argue with the system on this. The system embodies truth. Now, publish an SCI paper to commence your scholarly journey. Objective. Publish 1 SCI paper. Reward. Discipline experience, determined by academic value. Minimum 100 EXP. 200 points. 1 prize draw, 95 trash, 5 samples. Upon reading the final mission, Lu Zhou's expression grew peculiar. Experience reward determined by the paper's academic value? He pondered. If he were to submit his proof of Zhou's conjecture to an SCI journal, how much experience might that yield? The thought proved rather tantalizing. Chapter 7. In the presence of true scholars, all mortals are mere dregs ultimately. Reason triumphed over greed, and Lu Zhou dismissed this impractical notion. The publication of an SCI paper by a freshman is not particularly remarkable, especially given the rampant phenomenon of superficiality in numerous domestic mathematics SCI journals. As long as one's English proficiency is adequate, one can easily navigate the waters of mediocrity and perhaps succeed in publication. This dilution of academic integrity has led to a well-meaning individual compiling a ranking of several notorious domestic journals known for their lack of rigor. At the top of this list is Applied Mathematics Computation, AMC, which has gained notoriety in this domain. Within just 4 short years, several universities in Shanghai have collectively published hundreds of mathematical papers in AMC, with certain prolific authors churning out over 20 papers a year, which is hardly a feat. To uphold the academic quality of their publications, reputable journals typically impose a strict limit of fewer than 100 papers annually. In contrast, this colossal journal displays a remarkable audacity, publishing over 1,000 papers each year, and with the added phenomenon of mutual citations, its impact factor source. There are even instances of a certain editorial board member publishing more than 100 papers therein due to widespread fraudulent peer review practices. While Lu Zhou may not possess the confidence to publish in other SCI journals, he harbors a certain assurance regarding AMC. Whether one views his confidence as justified or as mere arrogance, he ultimately believes the challenge is surmountable. However, the prospect of publishing a proof of the Zhou conjecture in an SCI journal presents a significant obstacle. It is not a question of whether he can succeed of that. He is certain, but rather whether he can maintain his composure should he achieve acceptance. In the end, Lu Zhou opted for the third task. deciding against employing the Zhou conjecture-proof method and instead resolving to write a paper of lesser caliber to fulfill the requirement. With his current understanding of advanced calculus and mathematical analysis rivaling that of a graduate student, and coupled with his proficiency in English at the CET4 level, he finds himself merely a step away from crafting an English paper, with only a handful of specialized terms standing in his way, all of which can be easily resolved with a dictionary. In contrast, the other two tasks presented their own challenges. The first task was beyond his social reach, and he humbly acknowledged his lack of emotional intelligence. As for the second task, he had yet to undertake the course on advanced physics in his freshman year. Thus, he feared the system would only generate high school-level physics problems, leaving him uncertain about the difficulty level. Additionally, the allure of physics was not particularly compelling to him. Its name suggested a later application, and he deemed it prudent to practice when the time was right. Having settled on his task, Zhou brushed off the dust from his trousers, stood up, and hummed a tune as he made his way back to the dormitory. Having lingered outside for so long, he feared that Lu Rui might lose his sanity. This peculiar fellow, though generally generous, exhibited an astonishingly petty demeanor when it came to academics. A mere glance at his notes could send him into a frenzy, and a single question could provoke a cascade of disdainful glares, such as the nature of this individual. In his eyes, it seemed as though the entire world was his competition, and what he pursued was not necessarily academic excellence, but rather the title of top student in the eyes of teachers and peers alike. Is such a person truly a scholar? Zhou does not think so. In the eyes of a true academic prodigy, all mere mortals are but insignificant beings. What significance do my notes hold for you? Can you comprehend the conjectures of Zhou? Even if they were laid before you, you would find them unfathomable. In Zhou's perception, it seems that only one individual meets the criteria of a scholar. Yes, indeed. There is no doubt. He is referring to himself. As he pushed open the door to the dormitory, the clock struck 10 precisely. Lu Rui was engrossed in solving problems from his exercise book, while the other two occupants of the room were likely engaged in a game of cards next door. Sure, by nature, seldom revisited his studies, neither during lectures nor in preparation for exams. As for Huang Guangming, he was the archetypal academic genius, rarely attentive during class yet somehow managing to achieve astonishing scores through last-minute cramming. After tossing his backpack onto the table, Zhou reached into the drawer for his shower card. At that moment, Lu Rui set down his exercise book, glanced in Zhou's direction, and inquired, "Hey, working hard. Are we?" "I must," Zhou replied. "It's nearly half a semester since I've touched a book. If I don't exert myself now, it will be too late." He draped a towel over his shoulder and rose from his chair. Noticing Zhou's intent to shower, Lu Rui suddenly spoke up. "I have a problem I can't solve. Could you take a look at it?" "Well, that's unusual. There's a problem you can't solve?" Zhou replied, extending his hand. Lu Rui adjusted his glasses and handed over the exercise book, pointing to the circled question. "It's this one. An integral problem? This shouldn't be too difficult." Zhou scanned the question and was unexpectedly intrigued by its unfamiliar nature. He decided to postpone his shower, returned to his chair with the exercise book, and began jotting down notes on a piece of scratch paper. In the past, a question that posed a challenge to Lu Rui would have undoubtedly stumped Zhou as well. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt no sense of impossibility at that moment. Watching Zhou calculate for a while, Lu Rui sighed in relief, silently deriding the academic underachiever, convinced that no matter how he pretended, he remained just a novice. Indeed, it was true that Lu Rui could not solve the problem, yet there existed a reference answer with a detailed solution. His intention in asking Zhou was not born out of genuine inquiry, but rather a desire to gauge his competitor's prowess. Even if he were to seek help with a math problem, he certainly would not turn to Zhou, the self-proclaimed underachiever. With that thought in mind, Lu Rui suggested, "Why don't you copy the question down and work on it? I'll ponder the next one." The implication was clear. After all, you wouldn't be able to solve it, so I won't waste your time. However, Zhou's response took Lu Rui by surprise. "No need. I've solved it." "Solved it?" Lu Rui's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bulging from their sockets. "Yes, you heard correctly." Twirling the pen in his hand, Zhou explained the equation on the scratch paper. "This is a classic double integral problem. The first step is to convert the Cartesian coordinates into polar coordinates for computation. Due to the symmetry of the intervals, the expression can be simplified to cotangent squared, ultimately transforming into the integral of cosecant squared. Then substitute back into the original function." Lu Rui's pupils constricted slightly as he keenly penetrated the core concept behind this method of solution. The subsequent steps unfolded seamlessly, akin to a boat gliding downstream, leaving no room for difficulty. "Damn, how did I not conceive of this step? Eureka! I was correct." Zhou nodded with a smile. thinking to himself, "This child is indeed teachable. Thank you. May I borrow your draft paper? I wish to study it further." "Of course, take it." No need for formality. Zhou generously waved his hand, rising to his feet and making his way towards the bathroom. Upon returning to his seat with Zhou's draft paper in hand, Lu Rui adjusted his glasses and fixated on the problem, a slight frown knitting his brow as he descended into contemplation. Although the approach was innovative, the problem-solving process was articulated with clarity, encompassing only the requisite knowledge without venturing beyond the syllabus. Even in the absence of Zhou's elucidation, he could grasp it with ease. Yet, what perplexed him was how Zhou had arrived at this solution, particularly in such a brief span of time. Could it be that he had previously encountered similar problems? Lu Rui pondered, and this seemed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, he could scarcely fathom how the student, perpetually occupied with part-time jobs, could outpace him, a widely acknowledged top scholar, in terms of problem-solving speed. Flipping to the back of the exercise book, Lu Rui glanced at the answer and method, momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, "Impossible. The answer is entirely correct." But that is not the crux of the matter. The crux lies in the fact that Zhou's method is astonishingly simpler than the standard solution. The answer entirely disregarded the unconventional approach of converting Cartesian coordinates to polar coordinates, opting instead for a direct application of formulas to perform a secondary decomposition of the integral, which rendered the computational load seemingly enormous. This was also one of the methods he had considered. How could this be? Lu Rui bit his lip, suddenly feeling a sense of existential doubt creeping in. Chapter 8. The optimal inversion theory of linear operators and linear functionals since the inception of the system. Zhou felt that his life had become remarkably orderly. Early each morning, he would shoulder his second-hand laptop and make his way to the library. For him, this experience was utterly unprecedented. At the familiar spot, Zhou opened his laptop, found a power outlet against the wall, and after a moment of contemplation, he typed a prominent title in a Word document, Optimal Inversion Theory of Linear Operators and Linear Functionals Abstract. This study explores various classes of inversion problems pertaining to linear functionals and linear operators when complete and partial information is provided. It introduces the fundamental results of optimal inversion theory, particularly the construction of optimal inversion methods. This title had struck him while he was perusing his notes in bed the previous night. Their mathematics analysis instructor, Professor Tang, had casually mentioned it while discussing the Fourier inversion formula, alluding to several fields in contemporary mathematics that, while not trending, remained at the forefront. Drawing from online resources, Zhou formulated this topic. As for how to solve this problem, well, given his current level of knowledge, it was undoubtedly beyond his grasp, necessitating the use of conventional methods. If memory served him correctly, the integral of that advanced technology system could be employed to address real-world technical issues. He attempted the proof method for the Riemann hypothesis, yet yielded no response. It appeared that either the answer surpassed his mathematical capabilities, or the cost of using the integral was astronomically high, far beyond his means. Given the nature of the problem, the system should surely provide some feedback, he mused. With this thought, Zhou focused intently on the computer screen, silently repeating the words, system, system, system. It seemed unresponsive. Suddenly, a warm current surged from behind, enveloping his head. Zhou felt a rush of heat in his mind, followed by a resounding explosion of information in his consciousness. As lines of text floated past his eyes, integral cost, 65 points, based on mathematical level 0, providing optimal solution. The sensation was not painful, rather, it was oddly pleasurable. Just as Zhou began to question whether he had turned into a masochist, a moment of clarity struck him. Gazing at the pristine computer screen, he looked at his hands and then at the keyboard, murmuring to himself with barely contained excitement. Had he truly unraveled it? Yes, he had. Were it not for the library's confines, he might have burst into jubilant cheers, much like when he mastered the proof of the Zhou conjecture. The core methodology of this entire topic was indelibly imprinted in his mind. From the process to the solution, every digit, symbol, and even punctuation mark was rendered with such elegance, saturated with the beauty of mathematics. The sole imperfection lay in the fact that this beauty was too skeletal, requiring language to enrich its essence, transforming it from mere theory into a paper comprehensible to others. In a moment of profound clarity, Zhou seemed to grasp something significant regarding the essence of the advanced technology system. What perplexed him was the reason behind it all. At that moment, a ballpoint pen extended towards him, gently poking his arm. Classmate, Xin Yushan said, her face flushed with embarrassment. May I ask you another math problem? Initially, she had not intended to seek his assistance, but having questioned everyone around her, no one could provide a solution. With no other option, She decided to swallow her pride and forget the humiliation he had inflicted on her the day before. Regaining her composure, Zhou spoke. Sure, let me see the problem. Chen Yushan breathed a sigh of relief, carefully moving her chair to sit beside Zhou. Glancing at the problem, Zhou realized its difficulty surpassed that of the question from the previous day, likely on par with the one Lu Rue had asked him. However, no matter how challenging it would ultimately fall within the framework of higher algebra. For him, as long as it was from the exercise book. The notion of being unable to solve it was non-existent. Picking up his pen, Zhou began to jot down notes on the draft paper. While he worked, Chen Yushan stole a glance at his profile. Although his personality was not particularly endearing, his serious demeanor was surprisingly appealing. As Chen Yushan waited impatiently for Zhou to solve the problem, she suddenly noticed the Word document on his computer screen and quietly inquired, "Classmate, are you working on your graduation project?" It was quite impressive to still be working on a graduation project, so close to June. Zhou, engrossed in solving the problem, casually replied, "No, that's a paper I'm submitting to an SCI journal." Upon hearing this, Chen Yushan's face lit up with admiration. My goodness, she had encountered a genius. It was hard to believe that someone so young was already a graduate student, and to be submitting to SCI during graduate studies was remarkable. With a face full of admiration, she asked, "Senior, what is your major?" Zhou, who had been expressionless while working on the problem, smiled shyly upon hearing the term senior. Mathematics. Mathematics? Good heavens, those who excel in mathematics are truly extraordinary, Chen Yushan exclaimed, her admiration growing even stronger. She was from the business school, and while she was quite proficient in her major, mathematics remained her only source of concern. As she approached her senior year, the looming pressure of the graduate entrance exam weighed heavily on her, causing distress for someone eager to continue her studies. I've solved it. I've written down the process and thought on paper. You should be able to figure it out, Zhou softly said, pushing the draft paper toward Chen Yushan. Mathematics relies on both talent and practice. Unlike other sciences, merely listening to explanations is futile. Considering they were in a library, it was not suitable for extended discussions. A few quiet exchanges were acceptable, but prolonged conversation would likely invite disapproving glances. Thus, Zhou decided to conclude his explanation, leaving her to ponder the concepts on her own. Chen Yushan quickly expressed her gratitude and handed over her draft. Following that, she shyly took out her phone and softly requested, Senior, may I add you on WeChat? I would like to ask you about questions I don't understand." Of course, Zhou replied without much thought, pulling out his modest Xiaomi phone to scan the QR code for the girl. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Chen Yushan said. Her cheeks flushed as she thanked him again, moving her chair back to continue her focused writing. At that moment, Zhou suddenly realized that he had neglected to clarify a misunderstanding. He was not a graduate student, but merely a freshman, albeit one who would soon be a sophomore. However, he pondered that it might be somewhat absurd to specifically approach her to clarify this matter, as it would only create awkwardness. Perhaps it was best to wait for another opportunity to address it. With that thought, he shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind, and returned his attention to the screen, his fingers gently tapping the keyboard as he began to diligently compose his paper. Although the system provided solutions based on a mathematical level 0, Zhou could ascertain that the knowledge employed in these solutions was certainly not derived from his own limited understanding but rather extracted from the system's database. While writing his paper, he also made notes in a nearby notebook, cataloging the concepts he found perplexing and marking questionable steps with a question mark. For others, writing a paper felt akin to squeezing water from a sponge. For him, it resembled the process of using a dropper to introduce water into the sponge, more an input than an output. Zhou spent the entire day immersed in the library, even having lunch with the buns he had purchased that morning. Leaning back in his chair, he stretched after observing the thousands of words on his screen and the 2 pages of notes he had compiled. The next task was to thoroughly digest the knowledge points in his notes, seeking out information wherever possible. Anything that could not be found in books would require consulting a teacher. Furthermore, he could slightly condense the overly verbose sections of his paper. When the time came to search on CNKI, he could simply eliminate the proof process for concepts already established by other papers and mark them as cited. Lastly, there was the issue of plagiarism detection. It should not pose a significant problem for him, considering that every word was originally penned by him, or rather, by the system. Either way, it was inconsequential. As the hour grew late and his stomach began to growl, Zhou stood up from his seat with a sigh and made his way outside the library. Should he indulge in grilled meat rice again for dinner, or opt for curry rice? After dinner, he planned to stop by Old Tang's office. If memory served him correctly, the senior should be on duty in the graduate exam QA classroom at this time. Thus, he made a delightful decision. Chapter 9. I fear I have attended a phony university in the QA room. Every seat was occupied. Aspiring third-year students, eager to pursue postgraduate studies, were deeply engrossed in their revisions. Beside the lectern sat Professor Tang Jiwei of the mathematics department at Jin University, who had just set aside his newspaper and was now intently scrutinizing the problems on a piece of draft paper, his right hand absent-mindedly flipping the cap of his fountain pen. Standing nearby, Zhou was acutely aware that this small gesture indicated the professor was deep in thought. Where did you obtain this problem from? After contemplating the equations on the draft paper for quite some time, Tang Jiwei suddenly inquired. It was mentioned in the reference book regarding Fourier coefficients, so I went to the library to consult related materials. I discovered several variants of the Fourier inversion theorem along with their applications, and I attempted to derive one of them. But I found myself at a loss at this step, Zhou replied, offering a sheepish smile that conveyed a sense of having troubled the professor. Tang Jiwei glanced at Zhou before returning his attention to the draft paper. This time, he set down the pen cap and picked up a piece of chalk, pausing briefly at the blackboard before beginning to sketch out his thoughts. Zhou fixated on the blackboard, perhaps due to having prepared in advance. He found himself surprisingly able to keep pace with the professor's rhythm. The scratching sound of chalk captured the attention of the third-year students seated below, who were studying calculus. They occasionally lifted their heads, gazing in bewilderment at the equations being inscribed on the blackboard, only to quickly return to their notes. What on earth is being written? As time passed, the blackboard gradually filled up. From the top left corner to the bottom right, Tang Jiwei finally paused, turning to Zhou and asking, "Do you understand this part?" Zhou, who had been intently focused on the blackboard, nodded affirmatively. "I understand." Raising an eyebrow, Tang Jiwei probed further. "Do you truly comprehend it, or merely feign understanding?" "I genuinely understand," Zhou asserted. Without responding, Tang Jiwei took the eraser and wiped the blackboard clean, picking up the chalk to continue with the next step, though his assessment of Zhou had diminished slightly. He had always harbored a disdain for two types of students, those who bribe him for grade changes and those who feigned earnestness by presenting overly advanced problems for his advice. The latter, in particular, was a sheer waste of his time. It was nauseating to witness individuals who displayed a facade of scholarly interest in mathematics while being utterly uninterested, merely seeking to ingratiate themselves with the professor, completely oblivious to the true purpose of their studies. As he neared the conclusion, with a few steps remaining unwritten, Professor Tang Jiwei suddenly halted and turned to Zhou, smiling as he said, "Having reached this point, you should understand, right?" Zhou nodded. "I understand." "Thank you, Professor." In the front row corner, Qin Yushan, who was also studying calculus, had been secretly observing the two at the lectern. Listening to their back-and-forth exchange of "Do you understand?" and "I understand," she was left in a haze. What exactly were they discussing? Realizing her utter inability to comprehend their conversation, Qin Yushan felt a deep sense of despair regarding her mathematical abilities. Could it be that I am truly a poor student? Upon hearing Zhou's response, Tang Jiwei chuckled softly, gently placing the chalk on the lectern before returning to his seat. He took a sip from his thermos, languidly remarking, "Do you truly understand? Then why don't you finish writing the remaining steps for me? You comprehend nothing." When I was writing, I stood there like a fool, not even taking a note. If you can grasp this, I might as well swallow this cup. Upon seeing the expression on Professor Tang's face, Zhou instantly understood. The professor suspected that he had not absorbed the material and was testing him. At this thought, Zhou felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "In all honesty, I truly do understand." He could not explain why. But as Professor Tang worked through the equations on the blackboard, the formulas appeared strangely familiar, as if he had encountered them before, yet he could not pinpoint where. Was it due to the knowledge acquired through the systems integration that covered this particular subject? Or perhaps his growing mathematical experience had enhanced his intuition? In any case, he had indeed grasped the concepts. Zhou was unaware of the precise reason, but clearly, this was not the moment for contemplation. Professor Tang was leisurely awaiting his demonstration. He could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture if he wished to smoothly publish his paper next semester. With a confident smile, Zhou picked up the chalk and approached the blackboard. Professor Tang's eyebrows raised in surprise. Could this lad truly complete the remaining steps? It was inconceivable. Absolutely impossible. Even though he had completed the majority of the proof, the remaining calculations were far beyond the capabilities of an undergraduate. Even the graduate students he supervised would need to meticulously revisit his proof multiple times to grasp its intricacies. Yet this fellow had not even taken notes during the lecture. As time ticked by, Professor Tang's astonishment transformed into profound shock, ultimately yielding to admiration. All his doubts melted away like the snow on a sunlit spring day. When Zhou inscribed the final symbol on the blackboard, Professor Tang, his gaze fixed intently on the board, nodded in approval. "Well done. Very well done." The final steps of the solution deviated slightly from his own thought process. Being somewhat more convoluted, yet it represented a novel idea. This indicated that he not only absorbed the material presented but also infused it with his own insights. Such a quality is indeed rare and commendable. It seems I have misjudged him. I owe much to the guidance of my teacher. Had it been left to me alone, I would not have arrived at this conclusion. Zhou smiled sheepishly. He did not lie in this regard. The computational steps provided by the system did not explicitly clarify why certain expressions, like a, could be equated. What he sought from Professor Tang was precisely the concrete proof for this aspect. Without modesty, your abilities are evident. After securing the lid of the thermos, Professor Tang continued. Which class are you in? I'm in class 1 of the freshman year, replied Zhou candidly. Zhou. Professor Tang nodded, silently repeating the name a few times, seemingly intent on committing it to memory. So, this senior is named Zhou. In a corner, Chen Yushan, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly nodded in realization but quickly sensed something amiss. Wait, a freshman? As she recalled having addressed him as senior for quite some time. Her face flushed crimson, and she buried her head on the table, resembling an ostrich. The shock was not limited to Chen Yushan. The few third-year seniors in the front row of the QA room exchanged bewildered glances with the junior, their minds racing with a flurry of thoughts. Are today's freshmen really this remarkable? Is there no respite for us? Are exams in advanced mathematics already looming? How's your revision coming along? It's going all right. I just wanted to read some extracurricular books, Zhou replied with a shy smile. Ah, perhaps I underestimated you when I suggested that exam, Professor Tang chuckled, jesting.
Shall I create a special exam paper just for you? Please don't, Professor. That would be dreadful. Zhou replied, both amused and exasperated. Humph.
Can an exam truly be that lethal? I find that hard to believe. Professor Tang scrutinized Zhou with a discerning gaze, nodding in approval. Quite impressive, indeed. I seldom commend students in such a manner. Were you not a freshman, I would have considered speaking to the academic office to have you transferred to my research team. Professor, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. If I were to engage in research with you, I would surely be a hindrance, Zhou humbly responded, aware of the professor's jest. Humph, spare me the formalities. Scholars should focus on their work rather than indulge in superficial niceties, Professor Tang retorted, albeit not with genuine anger. Zhou understood that the professor regarded him as a student worthy of guidance. When the professor is truly irate, he maintains a smile. For instance, during the lecture a moment ago, when he believed he was merely putting on an act of false scholarship, he must have been quite vexed. You are right, Professor. I understand, Zhou said with a sincere expression. Professor Tang nodded, his tone softening slightly as he continued, it's commendable to have an interest in mathematics. I hope you sustain that passion. Furthermore, your chosen direction is sound. While it may not be a particularly popular field, it is one where achievements can be easily attained. Pursue your ideas boldly, and do not hesitate to seek clarity on areas of uncertainty. Knowledge is cultivated through such endeavors, and you may uncover insights that others have overlooked. After a brief pause, Professor Tang added, while our mathematics department may not be exceptionally strong, the physics department is undoubtedly reputable. In the realm of Fourier transform applications, its utilization in spectral analysis, data compression, and orthogonal frequency division multiplexing is indeed quite extensive. Should you excel in this domain? I firmly believe that by the time you reach your senior year, several professors from the neighboring physics department will undoubtedly vie for your attention. At this juncture, Professor Tang chuckled and remarked, learn extensively, observe diligently, practice frequently, and delve deeply. I shall refrain from further verbosity. Ponder upon this yourself. I shall not delay you any longer. Thank you, Professor. Your heartfelt advice will remain etched in my memory, Zhou sincerely expressed. Spare me the formalities. What did I just tell you? A simple thank you will suffice. Now, hurry along. Do you expect me to rise and see you off? Professor Tang jestingly chided. Zhou chuckled softly, gathering his draft paper and pen. He turned to exit, casually closing the door of the consultation room behind him. Casting a glance back at the blackboard, Tang Jiwei smacked his lips and sighed, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Truly, Jinling is deserving of its title as an ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, a place where exceptional individuals arise. Standing upon this dragon vein at Jin University, it is evident that talent is indeed abundant. The undergraduate students below appeared bewildered, glancing at the dizzying array of formulas on the blackboard, then at their own exercise book. Their hearts swirling with a medley of emotions. I fear I may be attending a counterfeit university. Chapter 10. I have 2 girlfriends in dormitory 201. Beneath the soft glow of a desk lamp, Lu Rue suddenly paused his writing, casting a casual glance towards the door. With an air of indifference, he asked nonchalantly, why has T. Josie returned yet? Huang Guangming, seated on his bed engrossed in playing Dota, replied without looking up, no idea. Why are you so concerned about him? Are you crushing on him? Get down here. You're disgusting. Lu Rue retorted, springing to his feet to shake the ladder attached to the bunk, causing Huang Guangming to abandon his phone in fright, clutching the railing in surrender. Lugu, I'm sorry. Don't shake it. Someone might get hurt. In truth, no one could get hurt. The bunk beds were interconnected, and the cabinets were laden with books and clothes, making it nearly impossible for the massive structure to topple, even with Lu Rui's full weight. The antics of these two had become a daily spectacle in dormitory 201. At that moment, Shishang, who had been reviewing his English, suddenly lifted his head and remarked, "By the way, Josie hasn't he been working part-time lately? Nor have I seen him out at night. He has been spending all his time in the library. Could it be? Could it be what?" Lu Rui perked up, intrigued. Could he be in a relationship? Shishang inquired uncertainly. Lu Rui fell silent. Huang Guangming remained equally speechless. Why are you all so quiet? Shishang awkwardly noted. Realizing he had created an awkward silence, Lu Rui and Huang Guangming exchanged glances, silently communicating before turning their attention back to Shishang. With a serious tone, Lu Rui said, "Feigu. Damn it, if you call me Feigu again, I'll be furious." Huang Guangming interjected earnestly. "Feigu, we're from the mathematics department." Huang Guangming continued. This reasoning was so flawless that Shishang found himself at a loss for words, nearly moved to tears. The proportion of single males in the mathematics department was undoubtedly the highest in the entire university, while other engineering departments might boast a few attractive classmates in theirs. Finding a suitable partner would likely require persuading the class leader to cross-dress. As for outsiders, upon hearing mathematics department, the immediate reaction was often, "Oh, those single guys. Have they ever dated? Not likely." Generally, girls weren't particularly keen on dating someone lacking romance, making it exceedingly rare for anyone to find a partner. Otherwise, how could one explain why someone as dashing and charming as myself, akin to the legendary Lu Chuanfeng, and possessing basketball prowess, remained single? Such is the harsh reality. Shishang gazed skyward. At that moment, Lu Zhou happened to return to the dormitory, pushing open the door with a smile. "What are you all up to?" I could hear Guangming wailing from the hallway. "You better hurry and find a girlfriend. I fear something might go awry if this drags on." Huang Guangming replied with a serious expression, "Josie, I have a very serious question for you. Please answer honestly." "What?" Shishang interjected solemnly. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Lu Zhou, growing impatient, replied, Yes. I have two. Are you envious? Do you want to borrow one?" "Get lost," the three exclaimed in unison. Lu Zhou was momentarily taken aback, not expecting their thoughts to align so perfectly. Suddenly realizing something, he awkwardly chuckled and said, "What are you all thinking?" "I was referring to Advanced Algebra 2 and Differential Equations 2. I've made some notes on them. Feel free to take a look. Just remember to return them." It seems like the atmosphere has turned a bit cold. In the morning, Lu Zhou, as usual, rose early, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and tidied himself up before heading to the cafeteria with his notebook. The cafeteria had just opened, and the hall was sparsely populated. As Lu Zhou walked in, the fresh buns were just coming out of the steamer, and he could smell the delightful aroma wafting through the air. "Excuse me. I'll have 3 buns and a cup of soy milk. To go." "All right. You're here so early again, young man. Let me pick a large one for you." "Thank you." Auntie. Lu Zhou was quite charming, always sweet-talking, whether it was to classmates, teachers, or even strangers. This was a lesson taught by his father: kindness begets kindness. However, it wasn't an absolute principle. His father, having worked many years at a steel factory, had faced his share of hardships. Even so, Lu Zhou, while mindful of his father's teachings, occasionally found it hard to restrain his tongue, delivering sharp remarks at inopportune moments. Once the buns were packed, Lu Zhou pulled out his meal card and tapped it against the reader. Yet, the next moment, his expression turned awkward. Insufficient balance, noticing Lu Zhou's discomfort. The cafeteria lady chuckled and casually remarked, "Not to worry. You can pay with cash. I can give you change." Lu Zhou rummaged through his pockets, only to feel more embarrassed. His wallet was nearly empty, containing only a bank card. As for his Xiaomi phone, it was left charging in his dorm, rendering him unable to scan the QR code for payment. Surely, this cafeteria couldn't accept bank cards? "System, can we negotiate? Can points be exchanged for cash?" Lu Zhou silently inquired, but regrettably, the system seemed disinterested in his plea. At that moment, as if a divine melody had descended, the card reader chimed. Lu Zhou turned around to see a girl with wispy bangs standing behind him, smiling warmly, her right hand gently waving her meal card. "Hi, good morning." "Good morning." Lu Zhou was taken aback and nodded. "Who is this person? How rude. You don't even recognize me." Xin Yushan pouted, clearly miffed that Lu Zhou did not recall her. Sorry, thank you. Would you mind adding me on WeChat? I'll pay you back later." "No need. It's just 5 yuan. I'm not that stingy. Besides, we've already added each other on WeChat. remember? With a toss of her hair, Qin Yushan smiled, extending her right hand. Let us reintroduce ourselves. I'm Qin Yushan from the business school. You're a junior, so you can call me senior from now on. Lu Zhou was puzzled as to why she emphasized the term junior so heavily and why she referred to him as junior in such an endearing manner. He was also baffled as to how she knew the truth about him, upon hearing her mention having added her on WeChat. A sudden recollection of her identity surged in my mind. Yet, the transformation in her appearance was rather striking. She wore refreshing denim shorts that accentuated her long legs, leaving one uncertain where to direct their gaze, complemented by a pair of white sandals. On her upper half, she donned a breezy white boat-neck t-shirt, which she managed to style with a geometric flair. Her face sported a subtle touch of makeup, with a gloss that was both fresh and vibrantly soft in hue. Particularly striking was the absence of her round glasses. Perhaps she had switched to contact lenses? Observing Lu Zhou standing there in a daze, Qin Yushan felt a flicker of pride within her. Initially, her roommate had insisted on meticulously dressing her up, which had been somewhat bothersome, yet now she felt that the time spent was not in vain. Of course, this was also due to her inherently good looks. She simply had a habit of neglecting her appearance. Even with considerable effort, others would struggle to achieve half of what she effortlessly radiated. What's wrong, Junior? Qin Yushan teased, playfully flicking her long hair, smiling mischievously at Lu Zhou, silently urging him to speak. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou surveyed her from head to toe, deliberating whether to voice his thoughts, but ultimately, his conscience prevailed, and he quietly remarked, "The air conditioning in the library is quite strong. You might catch a cold dressed like that." Qin Yushan suddenly realized how foolish she had been to anticipate a response from him. After consuming one of the 3 buns, she secured the remaining 2 in a plastic bag and placed them into her backpack, curiously glancing at him while slurping her noodles, but she refrained from commenting, assuming he simply had a commendable habit of not wasting food. The 2 finished their meals around the same time and made their way to the library. They settled into their usual spots, with Qin Yushan sitting beside Lu Zhou, diligently immersing herself in her exercise book. Her revamped appearance was merely a change of pace and a way to indulge her roommate's whims, without altering her study rhythm in the least. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, extracted his notebook, meticulously editing his thesis. The calculation methods that old Tang had demonstrated to him the day prior had sparked significant inspiration for his paper, with a spirit of seizing the moment. He intended to incorporate the crucial elements of that argument into his work. Thus, the remaining challenges to grasp had dwindled to 3, with a bit more effort. He aimed to finalize the entire thesis before the end of the month. The review process for SCI journals could be notoriously slow, often dragging on for 2 to 3 months. Even a behemoth like AMC could not expedite the process. He certainly did not wish to prolong the completion of this systematic task for half a year. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was noon. After a morning spent solving problems, Qin Yushan stretched and glanced at Lu Zhou, rising to approach him. She gently poked his arm and said, "Junior, would you like to join me for lunch?" She seemed to have developed a penchant for the term junior, repeating it twice as if it were not sufficient the first time. Lu Zhou hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. "No, I'm not very hungry yet. You go ahead. Today is Sunday, and those who recharge meal cards do not work." He has also left his phone in the dormitory. And how embarrassing would it be to borrow someone else's card? Is it truly unnecessary? "I can treat you," Qin Yushan inquired. Lu Zhou swallowed hard, thinking of the cafeteria's grilled meat rice bowl. Ultimately, the allure of food triumphed over reason, and he, feeling a bit bashful, nodded and said, "Well, let us go together. I'll treat you next time." After all, the buns had gone cold. Whether eaten at noon or in the evening seemed inconsequential. "Ah, I shall remember that," she replied. "Let us hurry. If we delay, we'll hit the dining peak." Qin Yushan stood up, and as she turned away, a triumphant smile crept across her face, filled with spirited confidence as she hummed to herself. No matter how high one's intelligence, it still must yield to the mature and elegant demeanor of this enchanting senior. However, Lu Zhou, walking beside her as they exited the library, remained oblivious to her smug expression, for at that moment, he was preoccupied with a serious dilemma. Should he have the cumin flavor or the black pepper flavor? Chapter 11. Even the top scholars have their weaknesses. As the days passed, Lu Zhou maintained a life that revolved around the library and his dormitory, with the occasional visit to the cafeteria for meals and a trip to consult Professor Tang about perplexing issues. His daily routine had remained remarkably unchanged. Since entering this campus, he had never experienced such a structured lifestyle, and it had persisted for a full fortnight. This was something he had never envisioned. Finally, on the eve of June 15th, Lu Zhou completed the editing of his thesis and translated the text into English. Notably, during a recent discussion with Professor Tang regarding a problem he was grappling with, specifically the inversion of functions and their derivatives when provided with certain Fourier coefficients, Lu Zhou had documented his findings in a paper. Professor Tang had shown considerable interest in his research and offered to assist with the revision of the thesis, provided Lu Zhou was amenable to it. In this regard, Lu Zhou placed great trust in Professor Tang. Setting aside his commendable character and reputation, it was evident that after many years in academia, the professor must have authored far more papers than Lu Zhou had read. He had no reason to be concerned about the work of an undergraduate. Moreover, even if Lu Zhou's research were to resolve a long-standing conundrum in the world of mathematics, all that Professor Tang might feel would be pride in having mentored such a student. It was only those lesser-known institutions or inexperienced mentors, unable to even attain the title of professor, who would resort to leveraging graduation as a threat, fixating on their students' research achievements. Lu Zhou was uncertain if such academic miscreants existed in a prestigious institution like Jinda. But one thing he was absolutely certain of was that Professor Tang was not one of them, with an experienced mentor providing guidance. The likelihood of his thesis being accepted for publication would increase substantially, and he had faith that Professor Tang could offer invaluable advice on selecting appropriate academic journals. Therefore, Lu Zhou intended to seek Professor Tang's assistance with his paper after completing his advanced mathematics exam. As for the present, it was time for a last-minute effort. After all, besides advanced mathematics, he also had a modern history exam to prepare for. Frustratingly, this year it was to be a closed-book test. Lu Zhou had always pondered the utility of this subject. Would mastering it truly qualify him as a successor? Yet, despite harboring a multitude of grievances, he knew he had to study and memorize the material. After all, it was worth 2 credits, which significantly impacted his GPA. Thus, Lu Zhou sat patiently in his empty dormitory, fervently poring over his textbooks. The outcome was predictable. He found it utterly impossible to concentrate. After a morning of studying, he felt dizzy and overwhelmed, ultimately tossing the textbook onto the table in defeat. When one finds themselves idle, the temptation to procrastinate inevitably arises. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a couple of minutes, Lu Zhou reached for his phone. Just then, a message arrived, prompting him to open WeChat. Chen Yushan, Jr., why didn't you come to the library today? There's a problem I can't solve. Could you help me? Chen Yushan. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment, casually composing a message and sending it off. Studying modern history in the dormitory, please hold on. He enlarged the practice question image, glanced at it briefly, then set his phone aside and rose from his chair with a sigh. Grabbing a sheet of draft paper, he took up his pen and began to sketch out his thoughts. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had resolved the problem. He retrieved his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it along, reflecting with genuine admiration upon the modern history book lying nearby. Indeed, mathematics is truly fascinating. Enveloped in leisure, reluctant to engage in rote memorization, Lu Zhou resumed scrolling through his social media feed. As he continued, he stumbled upon a post from his roommate. Lu Rue, I haven't studied at all. Advanced mathematics is so difficult. I'm going to fail. Lu Zhou considered muting this individual's updates, but, after silently repeating the virtues of kindness and social harmony, ultimately decided to grant a quick like before moving on. Scrolling through posts gave him the sensation of reviewing formal documents, and time slipped away unnoticed. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and a perspiring Shishang entered, clutching a basketball. Did you fall into a ditch? Lu Zhou quipped, glancing at him. What ditch? I was playing basketball. At the end of this month, after the English exam, we have a class tournament. The class leader is rallying us for training. Shishang plopped down onto a chair, popped open a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down, exhaling deeply. Damn, that center from class 2 is ridiculously tall. He could double as a telephone pole. Aren't you studying? Lu Zhou inquired. Study what? I've gone over it all before. Studying again would yield little difference. A score of 90 is unrealistic, 80 is barely acceptable, and 70 is stress-free. To achieve a high score, it depends on whether old Tang shows mercy. Shishang fanned himself with his textbook, continuing, besides, how does math compare to basketball? Physical education only contributes a few credits. Lu Zhou could only sigh in exasperation. Lu Zhou, Shishang said, fixing a serious gaze upon him. The intensity of his stare made Lu Zhou feel quite uncomfortable. What's up? Is your life solely about credits? Shishang asked earnestly. What else is there? Let me rephrase. Do you desire companionship? Shishang pressed. Well, I suppose. Lu Zhou felt he was not quite at that stage of longing. From a rational standpoint, considering his current economic conditions, he believed he simply could not bear the cost of a romantic relationship. He was averse to complications and disliked burdening others. Though he believed he would eventually amass considerable wealth, surpassing all others, he did not wish to hinder someone else's youth in the process. Of course, such thoughts might stem from the fact that he had yet to encounter someone for whom he would risk everything to love, who can accurately predict future events. What do you mean by I suppose? Lu Zhou, as the dormitory leader, I must impart some life wisdom to you. Shishang, with his arms resting on the back of the chair, sat in reverse and spoke earnestly. Imagine this, as you dribble towards the free throw line. You find yourself besieged by two imposing figures, and suddenly, you execute a three-step approach for a soaring dunk. What do you think will transpire next? I cannot dunk. For someone of Lu Zhou's stature, reaching the rim is certainly within reach, yet the distance to execute a dunk remains insurmountable. If one were to exert themselves to elevate the ball, they might very well be thwarted quite dramatically, wouldn't they? A shot, surely, you can manage that. A three-pointer strikes true. Shang, exasperated by his friend's lack of ambition, insisted, think again. You can shoot. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou replied, did the ball go in? Is that all? What a naive assumption. Shang clapped his thigh, his voice growing increasingly animated. It's a celebration. Envision the swirling, colorful balls. Imagine the cheerleaders rallying for you, and picture those long legs clad in short skirts, fervently shouting your name, their faces flushed with youthful exuberance. Stop. Hold on for a moment. Lu Zhou interjected, pinching the bridge of his nose. Are there even any girls in our class? Not only is there a lack in our class, but even the second class across has none. Silence enveloped the dormitory, a stillness akin to death. In a way, to extinguish a conversation with a single remark is a remarkable feat in itself. With a deep sigh, Shang gazed upwards and lamented, I find no common ground with you. Lu Zhou sighed internally, thinking to himself, the sentiment is mutual. Chapter 12, Jealousy divides me as the days pass. The highly anticipated Advanced Mathematics 2 examination arrives as scheduled. Students are instructed to silence their mobile devices and place their student and identification cards in the upper left corner of their desks. I reiterate the importance of adhering to examination protocols. Any instance of cheating will be met with zero tolerance and referred to the Academic Affairs Office. As students prepare to advance to their second year, I sincerely hope that no one will falter on such a crucial matter. Each year, a few misguided souls challenge the boundaries of discipline, and I trust you will choose to comply. An unfamiliar elderly professor gazes down from the podium, then gestures subtly to a graduate student beside him. Xiao Wang, begin your checks from the right. Understood, replies the man named Xiao Wang, nodding as he commences the verification of student identification. The elderly professor places his thermos on the lectern and begins his examination from the left. Lu Zhou stretches languidly, powers down his phone, and stows it in his backpack, placing his reference materials and electronic devices on the front row desk alongside his peers. The day has finally arrived. Once the examination week concludes, ample time will be available to pursue personal endeavors. Returning to his seat, Lu Zhou briefly shows his identification and student card to the graduate student before settling back, lost in thought as he awaits the distribution of the examination papers. Given that this is a prestigious 985 university, the examination ethos and regulations at Jin University remain notably stringent, despite the professor's benign demeanor. Complete with reading glasses and a warm smile, any attempt to sneak a glance at notes or a mobile device, however cleverly concealed, would be swiftly detected. Some students, who had prepared illicit notes, sit visibly anxious, their faces pale, torn between the desire to cheat and the fear of being caught. Lu Zhou sighs inwardly, offering a silent tribute to these unfortunate souls, before fervently putting pen to paper. It is said that the examination was crafted by Professor Tang, however, regardless of the author. The knowledge assessed in this final examination will undoubtedly align with the syllabus. At least from Lu Zhou's perspective, the questions appear rather straightforward. The first category consists of fill-in-the-blank questions, with the initial query requiring the general solution of a differential equation, simply a matter of following the established procedure. While the expressions may be slightly intricate, the fundamental principles remain consistent, making it, in Lu Zhou's eyes, a mere gift of points. The second question involves determining the equation of a line parallel to a given straight line, derived from spatial coordinates. Again, a straightforward inquiry. The third question pertains to differentiation, while the fourth addresses line integrals, both of which are also uncomplicated. The fifth question presents an intriguing challenge. Given the function f, x, and its Fourier sine series expansion with a period of 3-2, find the value of s, minus 5-2. This one bears a touch more complexity. With his pen lightly tapping the scratch paper 3 times, Lu Zhou swiftly arrives at the solution. Although this problem appears somewhat convoluted, particularly as it intertwines the concepts of Fourier sine series with integral equations, the method becomes clear once understood. What initially seems a daunting computation is, in fact, a matter of flowing with the current. At least, this holds true for Lu Zhou, who has thoroughly immersed himself in 2 comprehensive textbooks. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to the multiple-choice questions, which were all fairly straightforward, and he swiftly marked his answers. Next came the essay questions, and it was time to get serious. Lu Zhou cracked his knuckles and prepared to dive into the work. However, upon glancing at the questions, He was taken aback, not due to their difficulty, but rather in disbelief at their simplicity. He discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the student beside him, who was anxiously gnawing on the cap of his pen. Looking further back, he noticed a particularly creative individual who had fashioned a die out of scrap paper, resorting to a rather unorthodox method for solving the problems. At that moment, a fellow student stood up, strode to the podium, placed his exam paper down with flair, and sauntered out. Zhou felt a surge of respect. Great minds think alike. Clearly, he was not the only one perceiving the exam as overly simplistic. With this thought in mind, Zhou dispelled any hesitation and began to write, swiftly tackling the problems. Aside from spending 5 minutes on the final question, he managed to complete the others in less than 2 minutes each. After reviewing the exam to ensure there were no omissions, he glanced at the nearly untouched scrap paper, gathered his belongings, stood up, and submitted his paper. The elderly professor seated by the desk, sipping tea, paid no heed to Zhou as he approached to hand in his paper. However, when the professor caught sight of the filled examination paper out of the corner of his eye, his gaze sharpened. Oh, it was entirely filled? Had only half an hour passed. He let out a soft exclamation, reached for the paper, adjusted his glasses, and began to scrutinize the answers line by line. The first question was correct. The second question was correct. The third. As he continued to read, his expression grew increasingly grave and solemn. The graduate student standing nearby, though curious about the content of the paper, was deterred by the professor's serious demeanor and ultimately chose to step down quietly, patrolling toward the back of the classroom. Seconds ticked by, and when the professor reached the last question's final line, his furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and he nodded approvingly. Fascinating. Quite fascinating indeed. It appeared that old Tang had trained a promising student. Reflecting on this, Professor Lu Fangping took a sip from his teacup, his face remaining expressionless. The other students in the examination room showed little reaction to the two who had left early, merely whispering to themselves in consolation, "It seems I am not the only one who finds this difficult." Except for Lu Rue, who sat behind Zhou. He had witnessed Zhou fill out the entire paper, although he couldn't discern the specifics of Zhou's answers. The meticulous format of his responses clearly indicated that they were not hastily scribbled. Perhaps, casting a glance at his own paper, he found himself grappling with the last fill-in-the-blank question, utterly at a loss. Logically, such questions that eluded him should be set aside until he completed the ones he knew how to answer. Yet the mere thought that even Zhou could accomplish it left Lu Rue unable to swallow his frustration. Jealousy rendered me fragmented. Jealousy compelled me to deconstruct myself. Ah. My mind is in turmoil. Lu Rue clutched his hair, feeling utterly distraught. Upon exiting the examination hall, Zhou did not linger outside. Instead, he returned briefly to his dormitory, transferred his thesis onto a USB drive, and then proceeded to the laboratory building, where he sought out Professor Tang's office. The office was remarkably quiet. Aside from Professor Tang, who stood by the window smoking, 2 senior students were engrossed in their respective projects at their computers, failing to even glance up when Zhou entered, as if he were invisible. Noticing Zhou standing in the doorway, Professor Tang gestured for him to enter. Upon seeing the USB drive in Zhou's hand, he chuckled, "Oh, have you completed your thesis so swiftly?" Zhou smiled politely and replied, "Yes. I have finally finished it. Both the Chinese and English versions are included. May I ask you to review it? Hand it over. You came here for precisely that purpose. Did you not?" Accepting the USB drive from Zhou, Professor Tang moved to his desk, opened his laptop, and plugged it in to access the thesis. "How did the exam go?" he inquired. "It was all right. The questions didn't seem too difficult." "Huh. You speak quite boldly. I shall personally grade your paper. Please. Have mercy, Professor. Don't even think about it, young man." Professor Tang chuckled as he opened the thesis. If anyone else had made such a plea, he would have found it irksome. However, when Zhou said it, he felt no discomfort, interpreting it as a jest. He was well aware of the caliber of students he had nurtured. Allowing Zhou to tackle an exam crafted strictly according to the syllabus felt like a disservice to his potential. Students of Zhou's caliber were destined for more significant stages than mere university final exams. They belonged in national-level competitions such as the Challenge Cup for academic and technological works or the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Contest. Focusing on the thesis, Professor Tang donned his glasses and began reading the abstract. Truth be told, when Zhou entered his office with the manuscript, he was filled with astonishment. Engaging in scholarly pursuits is akin to carrying a wooden bucket, transporting water from the ocean to a reservoir. The journey is fraught with bumps and uncertainties. One must tread carefully and diligently. After traversing towering mountains and enduring the elements, arriving at the grand reservoir of academia, if one can pour even a single drop of water from that upturned bucket, then the arduous journey has not been in vain. To achieve scholarly success, one must possess a heart of sincerity. Those who seek immediate rewards are destined for failure. A mere undergraduate, no matter how gifted in mathematics, can only carry so much water in their bucket. It is unlikely they would even cover half a mile before the water evaporates along the way, rendering the journey futile. Thus, Professor Tang Zhui remained remarkably composed, approaching the review of the paper not with the mindset of a mathematician, but rather with the nurturing perspective of an educator, tenderly caring for a delicate blossom that has just emerged from the soil. Even before he began reading, he pondered how to gently guide Zhou to revise the paper, imparting the lesson that one should not aspire to lofty ideals without a solid foundation, all while ensuring that the young scholar would not be disheartened to the point of losing confidence and interest. However, at that moment, Professor Tang suddenly found himself taken aback, his brow furrowing as he descended into contemplation. Could this truly be a paper authored by an undergraduate? Surely, it could not have been plagiarized from some reference book. With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, he randomly selected a passage and conducted a search on Baidu. No matches appeared. Undeterred, the seasoned professor proceeded to upload the entire paper to a plagiarism detection website. As he gazed upon the search results, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Chapter 13. If you are not embarrassed, I am. A mere 0.3 similarity. Impeccably qualified. Zhou, allow me to pose a question, and I implore you to answer honestly. Did you truly compose this paper by yourself? Professor Tang Zhui fixed his sharp gaze upon Zhou, peering through the thick lenses of his reading glasses, his murky pupils glimmering with barely concealed astonishment and a hint of excitement. Yet, he struggled to believe that the mathematical proofs contained within this paper could possibly originate from an undergraduate student. Meeting the professor's probing gaze without flinching, Zhou smiled modestly and replied, "It is thanks to Professor Tang's guidance. After all, I did exchange my credits for this. It should count as my work, shouldn't it?" He spoke these words with a clear conscience. Turning his attention back to the paper, Professor Tang continued to scrutinize it intently for a considerable time. Zhou remained patient, standing by and waiting. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and the clock on the wall slowly crept to 6 o'clock. Finally, Professor Tang reached the last line of the paper and exhaled deeply. The reasoning was commendable, even exceptional. The only flaw was that the formatting of the paper required some adjustments, particularly regarding the meticulous choice of words and citation styles. However, these were minor issues. To think that you could produce such a paper in your freshman year, young man, you have a bright future ahead. As he spoke, Professor Tang removed his glasses and placed them on the desk, looking at Zhou with a smile of satisfaction. Let me keep this paper for now, and I will make some minor revisions. Zhou was overjoyed and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. If I had sought a specialized company for revisions, it would have cost a fortune, and the quality might not have improved significantly. If I encountered a disreputable firm, they might reject my paper outright, claiming the quality was too poor, and send it right back. That would waste a lot of time. You should head back for now. Remember to come back in a couple of days, or I will give you a call. Leave your phone number here. I am too lazy to search through that roster. Professor Tang gestured toward a sheet of A4 paper on his desk and tossed a pen to Zhou. Naturally, Zhou complied and quickly wrote down his phone number. By the way, Zhou, may I ask if you have considered which journal to submit to? Zhou smiled shyly and replied, I looked it up online, and I noticed that AMC has a high impact factor and a relatively quick review process. So I was planning to. Foolishness. Professor Tang interjected softly. What use is submitting to that? I am fortunate to have asked you. Otherwise, you would regret it later. Do you know that in our university's doctoral graduation assessments, submissions to AMC do not count towards evaluation? Really? Is that so? Zhou responded, somewhat surprised. Nonetheless, even if he were aware, it did not concern him much, as he had yet to finalize his plans regarding graduate studies, let alone pursuing a doctorate. His only desire was for the review process to proceed swiftly so he could complete his system tasks. If one were to submit to a rigorously reviewed journal, enduring a wait of several months only to receive a completed reject, then Zhou would be quite disheartened. The landscape of mathematics journals domestically is quite mixed. I would recommend aiming for those abroad. Regarding your paper, both the Journal of Symbolic Logic and the Communications in Theoretical and Applied Mathematics are quite reputable. The former leans towards publishing original scholarly articles and reviews in symbolic logic, while the latter emphasizes research papers in applied mathematics, mathematical physics, and mathematical analysis. You may wish to contemplate my suggestions. However, remember this. If you dare submit your paper to a journal like AMC, do not expect to see me again. Zhou, I restrained myself, and then he amended his words, saying, Thank you for your guidance, Professor. He waved his hand dismissively. Professor Tang chuckled, playfully rebuking him. Enough flattery, off you go. Zhou promptly exited, closing the door behind him. The office returned to its previous tranquility. A student at the adjacent desk, revising a paper, stretched and glanced at the title of the professor's paper, murmuring, "Professor, is that an undergraduate you are mentoring? Unbelievable, right?" Professor Tang chuckled. "I'll let you in on a secret. Not only is he an undergraduate, but he is a freshman." Another graduate student's eyes widened in disbelief, abandoning their project, exclaiming, "A freshman? Already submitting to SCI? Are today's undergraduates that exceptional? Indeed, you all must strive to keep up." Observing his two students, Professor Tang earnestly advised, "Do not wait until your junior peers surpass you. If you are not embarrassed, I certainly am." Meanwhile, as Zhou was on his way to find Professor Tang Zhui with a USB drive, the examination for Advanced Mathematics 2 had finally concluded. As the papers were collected, the atmosphere in and around the examination hall was filled with lamentations. "Oh dear, there was simply not enough time. I still have two major problems unanswered. This is devastating." Wasn't that last fill-in-the-blank question just too difficult? What about the Fourier series question? I didn't even glance at it. I just skipped it. The penultimate major question regarding the convergence domain of power series and functions, along with the sum of the series. Don't ask me. I have no clue. I'm lost in thought. How did Tao fare? Will he pass? Don't mention it. Let us just wait for the retake. Of course, the underperformers are in the minority, and amid the cacophony of despair, there are indeed several high achievers cunningly mingling within the ranks of the less fortunate. Take Lu Rue, for instance, who is currently crouched outside the classroom, updating his social media. "Math is so difficult. I bombed the exam, could hardly write anything. I'll need a retake." In truth, he not only completed the exam, but also reviewed it thoroughly. After editing, he clicked send. At that moment, Huang Guangming and Shishang approached. "Lu Rue, what are you up to?" "Waiting for you. Just playing on my phone." "Lock the screen." Lu Rue replied nonchalantly as he stood up. "Let us head to the cafeteria." "What is up with the elbow? Why did he leave after just half an hour?" Shishang inquired. "I'm not sure. Perhaps we should ask him upon his return." Lu Rue replied, shaking his head. Huang Guangming interjected. "By the way, Rue Go, which option did you choose for the last question on the multiple choice exam?" Lu Rue responded. "I believe it was A. That question was exceedingly difficult. I merely guessed." Huang Guangming burst into laughter. "No way. I chose A as well." "Huh. It seems my hunch was correct." Shishang, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a moment before asking, "Wasn't it B?" After recalling the question, Lu Rue shook his head. It definitely wasn't B. Based on the information provided in the question, it must be that the series unconverges while unsquared cannot diverge. "Well, this is just my conjecture. I might be mistaken." He emphasized his uncertainty once more. Huang Guangming and Shishang, accustomed to this esteemed individual's humility, were unfazed by his modesty. Reflecting on the terror that the mathematical problems had instilled in them merely half an hour prior, Huang Guangming sighed. "This exam was exceptionally challenging. I feel as though all my efforts have amounted to nothing." Shishang remained silent, feeling as if he fared even worse. At that moment, another academic prodigy from their class approached. This tall, lean student, with a shaved head and unremarkable appearance, was named Luo Rundong, a true academic genius. He was the only one in their class to score a perfect 150 in mathematics on the college entrance examination, while others may have been assigned to the mathematics department. He had chosen it for himself. In terms of GPA, Lu Rue might have a slight edge, particularly due to his struggles with English. However, when it came to advanced calculus and differential equations, Lu Rue was certainly no match for Luo Rundong. "Lu Rue, did you solve that last fill-in-the-blank question?" "I did solve it, but I'm unsure if my answer is correct." The two engaged in a discussion about mathematical problems, occasionally using terms that were incomprehensible to those nearby. Huang Guangming and Shishang exchanged glances, each perceiving a sense of helplessness in the other's eyes. If only Lu Zhou were here, they lamented. Without Lu Zhou as a benchmark, they felt as though they had both descended into mediocrity. This sensation was profoundly disheartening. Chapter 14. Work hard. Scholar Lu Rue lamented. "Mathematics is so difficult. I cannot comprehend the fifth fill-in-the-blank question, and I couldn't solve the last multiple-choice question either. In the end, I just guessed an answer. Alas, I fear I have failed and might have to retake the exam." While dining, as he scrolled through his social media feed, he stumbled upon Lu Rue's post. Lu Zhou's lips twitched slightly. He was about to like it and move on, but found himself unable to restrain his fingers. The answer to the fifth fill-in-the-blank question. The answer to the last multiple-choice question is B. Typing symbols on a phone is truly a challenge. After editing, he hit send. Ah, what a relief. Just as Lu Zhou was about to tuck his phone back into his pocket and focus on his noodles, it vibrated again. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Lu Rue. This guy replied so quickly? He thought, surprised, and opened the social media app. Lu Rui had messaged. "ISNT the answer, eh?" Lu Zhou shook his head with a smile, recalling the question and its options. He pulled out a piece of draft paper from his backpack and wrote down the complete reasoning process with a pen. Finding a spot with decent lighting, he took a photo of his work and sent it to him. Lu Zhou. Image this time. Lu Rui took a while to respond. After waiting for some time without a reply, Lu Zhou continued to eat his noodles. It had been so long. If he didn't eat soon, his stomach would surely protest. Just as he thought this and had tucked his phone back into his pocket, it vibrated once more, and this time it was a call. What the heck? Is this guy out of his mind calling me? Lu Zhou quickly pulled out his phone, only to find that it was not Lu Rui calling, but Wu Dahai. Thinking back to the last time he had suffered from heat stroke, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had yet to formally thank Wu Dahai for taking him to the hospital. He mentally chastised himself for the oversight and pressed the answer button. "Hello? It's me, Dahai." Wu Dahai's cheerful voice came through. "How are you feeling? Better?" "Yeah, I'm all right. Thanks to you," Lu Zhou replied shyly. "What is there to thank? I should be thanking you for not getting into serious trouble," Wu Dahai joked, continuing nonchalantly. "Are you free tonight?" "Well, I am free. What is up?" Lu Zhou inquired. "We need help sorting packages for a courier service. It's 100 for the night. Are you in?" Wu Dahai asked. Lu Zhou immediately asked, "Where?" Wu Dahai replied, "There's a car waiting at the school gate, leaving at 7. Hurry over if you're coming. We still need 2 more people." "I'm on my way," Lu Zhou exclaimed. Hanging up the phone, he quickly slurped down the remaining noodles, returned his bowl to the cleaning station, and hurriedly left the cafeteria. As he briskly walked towards the school gate, he dialed his dormitory leader, Shishang. "Hello? Elbow, what is up?" came the loud voice from the other end. "I have something going on tonight, so I want to be back," Lu Zhou said. "What is happening? Is there some excitement?" The voice on the other end was filled with curious excitement. Lu Zhou sighed. "Get lost. What are you thinking? It's just a part-time job." The phone remained silent for a moment. Just as Lu Zhou was about to hang up, Shishang suddenly sighed and lowered his voice, saying, "Lu Zhou, I understand your family is facing difficulties. If you have something to discuss, share it with your brother. There's no need for such drastic measures. Anyway, where are you now? Is it a man or a woman on the other end?" Lu Zhou. Seeing Lu Zhou's silence, Shishang became anxious. "Dude, please don't do anything foolish. If you go through with this, you'll regret it for a lifetime. How will you face your future sister-in-law, whom you've never even met? Don't hang up, I warn you. If you dare to hang up, I'll immediately call the counselor." Lu Zhou. "What the hell are you talking about?" Shishang paused, sensing something was amiss. His expression turned awkward as he quietly inquired, "What else can you do for your part-time job at night?" "I'm just trying to advise you against going down the wrong path. Sorting packages, get lost." That cold voice sent a shiver down Shishang's spine. By the time he regained his composure, Lu Zhou had already hung up. A van was parked at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Zhou emerge from the school gate, Wu Dahai waved from a distance. He opened the van door, and Lu Zhou took a seat on a small stool, surveying the cramped interior. Apart from himself, there were 10 others crammed inside, all male students from Jinling University. Clearly, no female students would be out doing such laborious part-time work at night. Of course, this job wasn't particularly strenuous. Lu Zhou had done it twice before, and it was certainly less taxing than distributing flyers. The only downside was the late hours. However, thinking of the 100 yuan wage, Lu Zhou endured it. He had no choice. He only had a little over 3,000 yuan left in his account, and he anticipated paying an unknown amount in publication and review fees when submitting to SCI. He was unwilling to burden his family by asking for money. Submitting to other magazines offered remuneration, but academic journals, unfortunately, did not only lack payment, but also might require him to invest his own funds. 100 yuan for one night, with payment made the next day. Make sure to send me your Alipay account. Once at the sorting center, follow the instructions. The task is quite simple. Unload the cargo from the truck and place it on the conveyor belt in the warehouse. There will be an hour break in between, and you can play billiards in the break room, though I wouldn't recommend playing with the workers. They are skilled and can easily score multiple shots in a row. Will moving things be exhausting? A shorter young man asked. Wu Dahai patiently explained. Don't worry, you won't need to lift anything by hand. You know how to play soccer, right? 2 people can pull the items down from the truck, and the others can kick them. The path from the unloading point to the conveyor belt is quite slippery. Unless it's large items like televisions or refrigerators, ordinary packages won't require much effort. Another guy exclaimed, "What? Kick them? What if we break something?" Wu Dahai cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke with a seasoned tone. "Do as you wish. There's no need for your concern. After all, those merchants usually package their goods quite securely, encasing them in several layers of bubble wrap. If you possess the strength, kick it as hard as you can. If you truly have the capability to smash that thing, I'll send you to kick for the national football team." The fellow chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent, pondering whether he had the means to gain such an opportunity. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at their destination. With the van halting at the entrance of a large factory, Wu Dahai retrieved his phone to settle the payment and beckoned his classmates to alight. The factory at the intersection was substantial, encompassing over 2,000 square meters, with several trucks parked at the entrance. The official sorting workers had already commenced their tasks, and a middle-aged man clad in a blue work uniform stood at the door, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Wu Dahai, he promptly waved them over. "Are we all here? Or should we take attendance?" The man grinned, revealing a yellowed tooth. "With just a few individuals, do we really need to take attendance? Let us get started." Wu Dahai replied, skillfully handing the middle-aged man a cigarette. The man accepted the cigarette with a smile and said, "All right, follow me." With that, he turned and led the way towards the workshop. Chapter 15. Methods for monetizing points. Wu Pengzi's description is quite apt. Sorting goods is indeed as effortless as playing football. A gentle nudge with the toes sends the package soaring 10 meters away. Regardless of the buyer's or seller's sentiments, once the parcel enters this realm, it is beyond reproach. It is not merely the casualness of part-timers. The full-time workers engage in their tasks with a more straightforward approach. When the conveyor belt is activated, there is no opportunity for delicate handling. No matter the labels indicating fragility or value, even if the cardboard is damaged, there are designated individuals responsible for collecting the remnants, taping them up, and placing them back on the conveyor. One particular package, possibly containing alcohol, emitted a faint scent of spirits. Yet, it mattered little. As long as the delivery slip remained dry, it was tossed onto the conveyor with the instruction to keep the slip facing up. A group of individuals had clearly defined roles, with one parking space allocated to them. Two persons unloaded cargo from the truck, yanking packages down to the ground, while another two tossed the received items onto the conveyor. The remaining individuals were tasked with ball handling. Over time, the routine surprisingly became quite enjoyable. Wu Pengzi, while juggling packages, even found time to boast to the foreman of the full-time workers nearby, proposing a friendly competition, observing those alumni treating parcels like balls. And standing beside Zhou as they retrieved goods from the truck, he felt a pang of sorrow that was almost suffocating, whispering, "Be gentle, my delivery might be inside." Of course, this sentiment went unheard, and even if it had, it would likely have been disregarded. With such a multitude of parcels, would it not take an entire night to tenderly carry them one by one? Although Wu Dahai did not disclose the quantity of goods to be sorted in a night, he merely instructed them to follow his directives. Zhou surmised that there was likely a partnership between the sorting center and Wu Dahai, and that compensation was probably based on the volume of work accomplished. For instance, if each item was valued at 5 cents, they would need to sort 22,000 items in a night for Wu Pengzi to break even. Sorting an additional 1,000 items would yield an extra 50 yuan. Zhou estimated that with 8 hours of work and 10 individuals on their side, they could unload at least 30,000 items, possibly even 40,000. Especially considering there were 12 individuals, including Wu Pengzi, laboring together. Reflecting on this, Zhou felt a mix of admiration and contemplation. While others earned a meager 100 yuan for a night's work, Wu Pengzi likely earned a sum exceeding 1 or 2,000, rivaling a typical student's monthly living expenses. Others had to rely on their household's financial support, while he might even be able to send money home. Yet, as envious as he felt, Zhou understood that managing such an operation was no simple feat. Firstly, one must recruit a sufficient number of people and organize them effectively. Merely organizing was insufficient. One also needed substantial negotiation skills to instill confidence in the sorting center's manager to entrust the work to them, and to negotiate a fair price that would ensure mutual benefit. The emotional intelligence required in this scenario is something that cannot be acquired through mere practice, no matter how many problems one solves. Just observing the adept manner in which the portly Wu deftly hands cigarettes to the manager, Zhou realizes that such skills are beyond his grasp, much like those engaged in a spirited game of football nearby. Otherwise, if earning a couple of 1,000 yuan a day were as simple as being Wu, it would surely be one of them in that position. The evils of capitalism. As he mechanically handled the cargo on the truck, Zhou endeavored to divert his mind from the monotony, allowing his gaze to wander aimlessly around the sorting center. From the perspective of a modern university student, he found the design of this sorting facility utterly irrational. Firstly, it exhibited no semblance of intelligence, and secondly, it squandered a considerable amount of labor on monotonous tasks devoid of any technical complexity. Of course, he was aware that his critical viewpoint stemmed purely from a position of privilege. Upgrading technology necessitated financial investment, and it was improbable that this outsourced sorting center would attract external capital for equipment enhancement. Furthermore, even if the shareholders of the sorting center possessed substantial funds for upgrading, they would undoubtedly allocate that capital elsewhere, likely into real estate or various investment funds, adhering to the principle of risk diversification in investment. The ultimate objective of capital has never been to advance technology for the collective future of humanity. Rather, it serves to perpetuate the interests of capital itself. It is merely the alignment of interests visible to the majority that blurs the causal relationship between the two. If a parallel conveyor belt were added at the entrance of the sorting center, equipped with intelligent robotic arms for the identification and categorization of packages, it could significantly reduce losses during the logistics process while enhancing operational efficiency. As he pondered this concept, a slight frown creased Zhou's brow. Suddenly, as he contemplated this issue, he perceived a subtle shift in his visual field. With his focus intensifying, a semi-transparent holographic window materialized before him. Design blueprint for Intelligent Sorting System Model Number 001, including Intelligent Mechanical Programming. Requirements: Information Science LV1, Engineering LV2. Required points: 5,000 points. What on earth? Startled by the abrupt appearance of the system, Zhou was further unnerved by the daunting point requirement. 5,000 points. Is this advanced technology truly so costly in terms of points? What's wrong? Inquired the fellow beside him, gazing at Zhou with bewilderment, unaware of his sudden outburst. Oh, nothing. I just remembered that I might have miscalculated a problem on today's calculus exam, Zhou replied with an awkward smile. Quickly dismissing the individual before refocusing his attention on the holographic window that only he could perceive, his mind racing with possibilities. The system is capable of addressing real-world issues through the expenditure of points, suggesting that this dilemma can extend beyond a singular question to encompass an abstract concept. With the system refining the intricate details. In simpler terms, it resembles the collaborative effort of co-authoring an academic paper. The host presents the idea, the individual with the vision, while the system acts as the hired hand, responsible for realizing this concept. For instance, the blueprint numbered 001 is a meticulous realization of his vision, perfectly adapted to the actual circumstances of the sorting center. However, due to the vagueness of his specifications, the system has rendered some components overly fantastical. Moreover, the system determines the point expenditure based on the complexity of the problem and the relevant skill level. Suddenly, Zhou was struck by inspiration, a flicker of realization igniting within him. If he were to refine the issue into the intelligent program required for the sorting mechanical arm. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he focused intently on this new challenge, and soon a line of text materialized on the holographic interface. Intelligent Mechanical Arm Control System for Sorting Center, XX Sorting Center. Requirement: Informatics LV1. Points required: 1570. Indeed. Zhou clenched his fist in exhilaration. This was precisely the correct approach to engaging with the system. It is akin to desiring to create a mobile phone. There is no necessity to present the entire grand idea for the system to resolve. Instead, one could deconstruct it into several smaller ideas, concentrating on addressing the components that are beyond their own capabilities. To be more specific, if he were to hold a Xiaomi 4 and exclaim to the system to enhance its performance by 10, the result might yield a point cost ranging from 1,000 to 10,000, alongside a comprehensive upgrade plan for the phone. However, if he disassembled his Xiaomi 4, removed the Qualcomm Snapdragon 801 chip, and sought assistance from the system, requesting a design plan to enhance the chip's performance by 10 without altering the manufacturing process. Specifying the request to that level, the system would provide a solution according to its rules. Ultimately, he might only need to expend fewer than 1,000 points to obtain the blueprint for an upgraded version of the Snapdragon 801 chip within his Xiaomi 4. In an instant, Zhou was engulfed in elation. He had finally discovered a method to realize the value of his system points. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had merely 35 points remaining. Even with a newfound method for conversion, one must possess points to utilize it. Considering his current meager points, it seemed he could only afford to tackle some mathematical problems. With this thought, Zhou's spirits plummeted once again. Chapter 16. Unrivaled in the entire third cohort. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the mathematics department office of the experimental building, Professor Tang, meticulously focused on the computer screen, was diligently revising a paper. Each time he encountered the logically rigorous calculations and the thorough arguments, a wave of admiration surged within him. Even with a critical eye, attempting to identify flaws for the young scholar to amend, he found himself at a loss. The discourse was already comprehensive, devoid of any superfluous equations. All he could contribute was minor corrections in phrasing and some aspects of English grammar. The youth was indeed formidable. With a sigh of reflection, Professor Tang leaned back in his chair. At that moment, the office door swung open. The visitor entered without knocking or greeting, a rudeness that momentarily furrowed Professor Tang's brow. However, upon recognizing the individual, his expression relaxed, and a smile graced his face. It was Lu Fangping, the head of the mathematics department at Jinling University, a colleague, old friend, and classmate. Old Tang, why is your phone off? I've been trying to reach you. Lu Fangping greeted with a chuckle as he stepped inside. Oh, I always turn off my phone for a few days after exams. You know that well enough, replied Tang, glancing at Lu Fangping as he settled back in his chair, sipping from his thermos. Haven't you been quite busy lately? What brings you here today? Well, Lu Fangping said, taking a seat on the office sofa. I have a matter for which I need your assistance. I figured I could drop by without an invitation. You're quite audacious. Others at least bring a couple of cases of wine when they seek my help. You haven't even offered a cigarette, Tang teased, shaking his head. You know how much you despise that formality. If I had brought something, I might not even have made it through the door. Lu Fangping laughed heartily. Tang chuckled in return. All right, let us set aside the jokes. Just tell me directly what you require. Lu Fangping clapped his thigh and said, well, ISNT, there a national mathematical modeling competition coming up in September? The department hopes we can gather as many teams as possible, partnering with the Software Institute next door, to strive for more national first prizes. It would not only elevate our department's prestige, but also reflect well on our university. Moreover, it would provide a solid foundation for our year-end teaching evaluations. If we were to falter and fail to secure even a single first prize, it would be quite embarrassing during meetings. Naturally, such considerations were unspoken by Director Liu. You want me to serve as a faculty advisor? Tang raised an eyebrow slightly, but I specialize in pure theoretical mathematics. I fear I may not be of assistance in mathematical modeling. Though both fields bear the name mathematics, they are fundamentally distinct endeavors. Regardless of innovative thinking abilities or the speed of accepting new concepts, Professor Tang, a devoted and seasoned academician, finds it challenging to keep pace with the thought processes of a younger generation, making it difficult to provide any guidance. No need to trouble yourself. The teaching group has already been arranged. I merely wish to borrow a couple of individuals from you. Are there any students among those you mentor who exhibit exceptional talent in mathematics and possess agile thinking? Lu Fangping remarked with a smile. Oh, is that all? Your timing is impeccable. I happen to have a talented individual to recommend to you. You may take Zhou from the first class of mathematics. Feel free to utilize him. Tang Jiwei responded with a smile. Zhou? Lu Fangping furrowed his brow. I believe I have encountered that name before. Suddenly, he recalled that it was the very student who had completed the examination in advanced mathematics in under half an hour with perfect accuracy during his supervision yesterday. However, he is merely a freshman. The National College Students' Mathematical Modeling Contest is not a conventional mathematics competition. It does not simply require one to solve problems from a given paper. Its primary focus is not on the mastery of theoretical knowledge, but rather on evaluating a student's ability to apply theoretical concepts to real-world issues. Moreover, based on experiences from previous contests, the correlation between the awards in the mathematical modeling competition and the participants' mathematical scores is not necessarily direct. In fact, students with balanced performance across various subjects tend to achieve better results in the competition. Given the broad scope of topics covered in the contest, freshmen are often limited by their narrower knowledge base, making it challenging for them to contribute effectively. Of course, if it were merely about participating, that would be inconsequential, as the emphasis is on involvement. However, Lu Fangping clearly seeks students who can secure a national first prize. Although Zhou's mathematical abilities are not in question, his knowledge remains too limited. Do you feel he is too young? Tang Jiwei, reading his old friend's thoughts, inquired with a smile. Indeed, Lu Fangping nodded. The software department places significant importance on this collaboration, and the candidate they have sent is a second-year computer genius who has won national-level software innovation awards twice during high school and secured first prize in the University Software Cup during his freshman year. I do have a few candidates of my own, but I wanted to gauge your opinion. My baseline expectation is at least a sophomore. Do you understand my point? Lu Fangping felt he had articulated his stance clearly. Although the university officially encourages free team formation, it does not oppose departments leading the establishment of formal teams. After all, securing national awards is a political achievement for the leadership and an honor for the institution. With such a talent emerging from the software department, they must not undermine their teammates. It would be embarrassing if the formally designated team could not even enter the national competition. Tang Jiwei chuckled, avoiding a direct response. Instead, he glanced at the computer on his desk and said, I happen to have a paper here. Why don't you take a look? Lu Fangping was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the intent behind his old classmate's words. Nevertheless, With a sense of cautious curiosity, he approached. When did your research direction shift to the optimal inverse theory of linear operators and linear functionals? He inquired, glancing at the title and abstract of the paper with keen interest. Tang Jiwei refrained from answering directly, urging him instead, stop with the questions and read the paper. Provide me with your thoughts. With a mind brimming with questions, Lu Fangping continued to peruse the document, increasingly intrigued as he delved deeper. Upon reaching the final line of the proof, he paused for a considerable time, then sighed softly, expressing his admiration. Old Tang, to be honest, I find myself quite envious of you. Why envy me when I asked for your feedback on this paper? Tang Jiwei chuckled. How is it that all the promising talents in our mathematics department seem to be monopolized by you? One undergraduate is understandable, but even the graduate students you mentor exhibit the same prowess. The more he contemplated, the more Lu Fangping felt a pang of discontent, questioning why he couldn't cultivate such proficient graduate students himself. Upon hearing this, Tang Jiwei burst into hearty laughter, leaving Lu Fangping utterly perplexed. Unsure of what had amused his old friend. Graduate student? Haha. This paper was penned by that lad, Lu Zhou. Can you believe it? Just yesterday, I asked him where he planned to submit his paper, and he told me he intended to submit it to AMC. Thankfully, I managed to dissuade him. Otherwise, when he pursues his doctorate and revisits this paper, he might regret it immensely, Tang Jiwei remarked, still laughing. Lu Fangping was completely flabbergasted, glancing between the laptop screen displaying the paper and his old friend. After a prolonged silence, he cleared his throat and spoke uncertainly. I say, old Tang, you needn't jest with me like this. I'm not joking, Tang Jiwei replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as he regarded his friend. The proof in this paper was entirely his independent work. My guidance was limited to elucidating a few challenging concepts. It was his inquiries that assured me the paper was indeed his creation. The only aspect I assisted with was refining the phrasing. As for the core arguments and the final conclusions, I find myself at a loss for any critique. Although his character may lean towards the pragmatic and he can be somewhat impatient, his merits far outweigh any flaws. If you were to ask me to recommend someone for our department's formal program, he would be my unequivocal choice, in terms of both his foundational knowledge and mathematical prowess. No student from the entire first and third cohorts at Jinling University can surpass him. Who could surpass him? Do you have any idea how many students there are in those cohorts at Jinling University? Even I, the department head, am unaware. Yet, Lu Fangping found himself unable to counter this. Especially after reading the paper, all his doubts regarding the capabilities of the student named Lu Zhou crumbled in an instant. If it were not for Tang Jiwei's revelation, he might have thought that this paper was authored by a graduate student, perhaps even at the doctoral level. At least in the realm of functional analysis, he had reached a pinnacle unattainable by an undergraduate. Lu Fangping cleared his throat and remarked, I have nothing further to say. The task of persuading him to enroll is entrusted to you. Rest assured, that lad will heed my words. Do not rush off just yet. I shall call him and clarify this matter immediately, Tang Jiwei assuredly stated as he reached for the telephone on his desk. Participating in such a national-level competition as a member of the department was an extraordinary opportunity. Not to mention, should he win that award, the department heads would surely recognize his name, ensuring his scholarship for the next 4 years. Adhering to the principle of keeping resources within familiar bounds, Tang Jiwei sought to settle this matter promptly and, in the presence of the department head, dialed Lu Zhou's number. The user you are calling is out of the service area. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. The phone is turned off? Tang Jiwei paused, furrowing his brow as he hung up. What is this fellow up to? Ignoring calls? I will discuss this with him later. Lu Fangping remained unperturbed. He was determined to secure this talent. Regardless of the depth of knowledge, the merit of this paper alone sufficed to qualify for the competition. The standard configuration for a mathematical modeling team comprises programming, modeling, and paper writing. He excelled in both writing and modeling, which guaranteed success in this competition. As for whether Lu Zhou would decline, he harbored no concerns. Any university student would not pass up such an excellent opportunity. With this thought, Lu Fangping smiled and said, Very well, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I have some other tasks to attend to, so I shall not linger here. Rest assured, I will provide you with a response by tomorrow. Tang Jiwei waved his hand in reassurance. Chapter 17. The publication of the thesis. What is Lu Zhou engaged in at present, one might inquire? Naturally, he is indulging in slumber. After toiling through an entire night, his phone had long since depleted its battery. Upon returning to his dormitory at the break of dawn, he plugged his phone into the charger and promptly collapsed onto his bed. When Lu Zhou finally roused from his slumber, the afternoon sun had already cast its glow, and the dormitory was devoid of any company. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his belly, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and, stifling a yawn, descended the ladder to wash up on the balcony. Dressed and ready, he made his way downstairs, heading straight for the dining hall. He ordered a bowl of fried rice accompanied by soy milk, settling into a secluded corner to eat. As he savored his meal, Zhou retrieved his phone, intending to peruse his social media feed. To his surprise, upon unlocking the device, he discovered that Professor Tang had attempted to contact him multiple times using the office landline. Could it be that the revisions to his thesis had been completed? Surely, such urgency did not warrant so many calls. While touched by the professor's concern, Zhou hastily finished his dinner, swiftly gathering his bowl and chopsticks to head towards the collection cart, and made his way toward the laboratory building without delay. I have been trying to reach you all day, and you've been utterly unreachable. What on earth have you been up to? Professor Tang chastised as Zhou entered his office. Well, my phone died, and I forgot to turn it back on. Zhou sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He had no intention of disclosing his part-time job to the professor, firstly, because the school prohibited freshmen from staying out overnight, and secondly, he wished to avoid any gossip reaching his counselor, eventually worrying his family. Fortunately, Professor Tang did not pry further. He removed his reading glasses and unplugged the USB drive from his laptop, placing it on the desk. Your thesis is commendable. There are only a few areas needing revision. I want to impose on you to include my name in the title. That cannot be. Without your guidance, Zhou began, only to be interrupted by Tang Zhui raising his hand. Whether it should be included is for me to decide. I have reviewed your thesis. If that level of academic discussion qualifies for co-authorship, then I would have countless papers bearing my name. Teaching is my duty, and I do not concern myself with the practices of other professors, but I refuse to set a poor precedent. If you truly feel indebted to me, there is no need to repay me in such a manner. Simply assist me with the task. In all honesty, a single SCI paper was of little consequence to someone of Tang Zhui's stature. However, for Zhou, the prospect of an independently published paper was immensely valuable. Having his name attached might afford his submission certain privileges during the review process, yet it was not necessarily advantageous for him. Zhou earnestly replied, "If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to let me know." It's nothing of great importance. Rest assured. It will only bring you benefits, not detriments, Tang Zhui replied leisurely. In September, the National College Student Mathematical Modeling Competition will take place, and our department intends to collaborate with the Software Institute to form a formal team. After discussing with Director Liu, we have decided that you will lead the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. Zhou felt a flicker of surprise within him. He had indeed heard of this entity, rumored to possess considerable prestige. So much so that some HR personnel from certain companies would give your resume an extra glance due to this accolade. However, regarding the legendary mathematical modeling competition, he had merely heard whispers. Now, in mid-June, there remained only 3 months until the end of September. Was it truly feasible to prepare adequately in such a brief span? Zhou timidly inquired, "May I take some time to think it over?" Professor Tang raised an eyebrow and pressed his hand firmly on the USB drive. "What is there to contemplate? Such a splendid opportunity, and you still hesitate? Very well. You can mull it over, but this USB stays with me. Return once you have made your decision." Observing Professor Tang's obstinate demeanor, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. "But Professor Tang, I have never participated in such competitions. If I represent the department and fail, it would reflect poorly on you." Competing was not the issue, but he was reluctant to bear the blame for a loss. "I'm not worried. Why should you be?" Tang Zhui scoffed, then paused before continuing in a gentler tone. "Do not overestimate the difficulty of this competition. Approach it with confidence. With your abilities, you are more than capable. I can assure you." With Professor Tang's words weighing heavily, it would be rather ungrateful not to agree. Upon reflection, participating in such a competition would undoubtedly be beneficial. The only factor causing Zhou to hesitate was the concern that the training might interfere with his work schedule and the progress of his system tasks. He had already planned to stay on campus during the summer to enhance his system level, aiming to elevate his mathematics to LV1. Otherwise, he would find himself struggling with other subjects, a truly disheartening prospect. Besides completing tasks, the remainder of his time would be spent on part-time work, as he needed to cover expenses not only during the summer but also for the upcoming semester. As if sensing Zhou's financial worries, Professor Tang smiled and leisurely remarked, "Although the mathematical modeling competition does not offer a cash prize, our school provides rewards. Teams that achieve a national first prize receive not only a monetary award of 10,000 yuan, but also priority consideration for scholarships. Professor Tang, I have made my decision. Please allow me to represent the department," Zhou declared earnestly. Professor Tang suppressed a chuckle, placing his thermos on the table and waving his hand. "I will register you. Come here on Saturday to meet your teammates. And remember this." "Yes," Zhou replied, filled with enthusiasm. "A cash prize of 10,000 yuan, divided among 3. That would amount to over 3,000 each. Coupled with the 8,000 yuan national scholarship, it would total over 10,000, an immense sum for someone like Lu Zhou, who only had 3,000 in his account. After expressing his gratitude once more to Professor Tang, Lu Zhou returned to his dormitory with the USB drive. By now, the sky had darkened, and aside from Lu Rui, who was still in the classroom reviewing calculus, Shishang and Huang Guangming had already returned, engrossed in an exhilarating game at their computers. Though he harbored a desire to join them in relaxation, Lu Zhou ultimately relinquished the fleeting thought. Reminded of the pressing matters that awaited his attention, he gathered his notebook and retreated to his bed, connecting to the dormitory Wi-Fi in preparation to upload his paper. After a period of indecision, he settled on submitting to the esteemed publication, Communications in Theoretical and Applied Mathematics, from the Courant Institute of Mathematical Sciences at New York University. The reasoning was clear: it would spare him a substantial publication fee. However, this choice might entail a considerable wait in line. Upon opening the website and meticulously filling in the author information and email, an endeavor that took him approximately 10 minutes, Lu Zhou finally reached the last step, selecting the option to upload his manuscript. The status displayed submitted to editorial office, indicating that his submission had been sent to the editorial office, marking the beginning of a protracted wait for a reviewing editor to peruse his humble manuscript. As he stretched and prepared to recline on his bed for a brief respite, his phone vibrated gently. Initially, he assumed it was a message from a senior named Chen Yushan, inquiring about a mathematical problem. However, upon unlocking the screen, he discovered an email. The instant he glimpsed the subject line, Lu Zhou froze, hardly believing his eyes, and murmured softly to himself, "How could this be?" It was a copyright authorization agreement sent from across the Pacific. This signified that his submission had entered the so-called proof process. Although the protocols vary among journals, most send the authorization agreement only after accepting a manuscript, a process that typically spans from 1 day to 2 weeks. In other words, his manuscript had seemingly jumped the queue, appearing directly on the editor's computer screen. Could this be attributed to the power of the system? Lu Zhou swallowed hard, opened his email on the computer, downloaded the agreement, and signed it as instructed, sending the electronic copy back to the address provided in the email. After waiting approximately 5 minutes, he refreshed the submission webpage. Under review, Lu Zhou felt his heart race. This indicated that his article had successfully passed the technical editor's format review and was on the verge of being assessed by a professional academic editor, entering the so-called external review phase. Typically, first-time submitters encounter several hurdles with the technical editor, yet, due to old Tang's assistance in revising his paper, he seemed to have sailed through this stage on the first attempt. As for the ensuing external review, it would be the most rigorous and prolonged phase of the entire SCI submission process. Generally, academic editors are themselves busy researchers, and the review process is an unpaid endeavor that demands considerable effort. Thus, the timing of their contributions to the academic community largely hinges on the reviewer's whims. Encountering a particularly slow or preoccupied reviewer could result in the under-review stage dragging on for 1 or 2 months without exaggeration. After another 5 minutes, Lu Zhou refreshed the webpage once more. This time, the status of his manuscript remained unchanged. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhou found himself exhaling in relief. Although the system's influence had, to some extent, dismantled his common sense, it appeared to revert to the realm of reason at the most critical juncture. An academic editor could not possibly dedicate themselves to monitoring their inbox incessantly for such unpaid tasks. It seems that the system is incapable of manipulating an individual's actions, albeit it seemingly employs some mysterious force to allow his submissions to bypass the queue within regulatory confines, perhaps even ensuring that his manuscripts perpetually occupy the premier position in the academic editor's inbox. Nevertheless, this power ultimately remains subject to certain constraints. As for the nature of these constraints, Lu Zhou could not ascertain at present. Yet, regardless, it is a fortuitous circumstance. Should the system possess the formidable capability to dictate a person's behavior, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. While he relishes the knowledge and conveniences the system affords him, he harbors no desire to become a puppet of the system one day. Freedom is invaluable, a belief he holds even in times of scarcity. Of course, it would be ideal if this final step with UR could be accomplished before the impending examination in a few minutes. Chapter 18. 100 Insights to Drive a Perfectionist to Despair. Lu Zhou never anticipated that his casual thoughts would manifest so presciently. On the eve of the calculus examination, his inbox received an email confirming the acceptance of his manuscript. Eagerly, he powered on his computer and navigated to the website, his heart racing with anticipation as he entered his credentials. To his delight, the submission status had indeed transformed to completed accept. This indicated that the editor was thoroughly satisfied with the manuscript and had decided to accept it. With this status update, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the paper would be published in the current or following month's edition of the journal and subsequently indexed in the SCI database for global mathematicians to reference and cite. Filled with exhilaration, Zhou took a deep breath and recited calming affirmations to himself several times until he found tranquility. Generally speaking, manuscripts that bypass the revise stage are the work of distinguished experts in the field. Even seasoned professors occasionally face revisions due to minor flaws or the almost neurotic demands of academic editors, requiring them to resubmit their work multiple times. Skipping this phase undoubtedly signified that his paper had reached a caliber where the reviewers could find no faults. Of course, much of the credit belonged to the system. If the validation process provided by the system could still uncover issues, the reviewers would be exceptionally formidable. As for the formatting and phrasing of the manuscript, with Professor Tang overseeing it, there was certainly no cause for concern. Not only had he published numerous SCI papers, but he was also a reviewer for several prestigious mathematical journals, possessing an abundance of experience in this domain. Glancing at his roommates diligently reviewing calculus beneath the bed, Zhou placed his laptop on the bedside and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath as he entered the system space hidden deep within his consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by a pristine white expanse. He navigated effortlessly to the holographic panel and selected the task icon. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Please continue your diligent efforts. Task completion details. Evaluating the academic value of the comprehensive paper and the journal's impact factor. Final assessment. S. Reward. 100 points. Task rewards. For 100 points in mathematics experience, 100 points in physics experience, 200 points, and 1 lottery opportunity, 95 chance of receiving trash, 5 chance of receiving a sample. That was a close call. It turns out there was an evaluation criterion concerning journal impact. Had he chosen the notoriously disreputable AMC as his submission target, the assessment would likely not have been as favorable. Zhou silently expressed gratitude for Professor Tang's assistance. Without his guidance and insistence, his manuscript would undoubtedly have found its way to the expeditious AMC, ultimately becoming lost in the vast ocean of submissions. An S rating yielded a reward of 100 points. System, open my attribute panel. Zhou exclaimed eagerly. Core Sciences. A. Mathematics. LV0, 900, 1000, B. Physics. LV0, 100, 1000, C. Biochemistry. LV0, 1000, D. Engineering. LV0, 1000, E. Materials Science. LV0, 1000, F. Energy Studies. LV0, 1000, G. Information Science. LV0, 100, 1000, points. 335, 1 lottery chance in used. Tasks. Unclaimed. Upon noticing the mathematics experience points, Zhou's brow twitched violently. He could not fathom how the system determined the inclination of his thesis, as it had allocated a mere 100 experience points to physics, leaving him precisely 100 points short of leveling up in mathematics. This was utterly maddening for someone with obsessive tendencies. Zhou felt on the verge of losing his composure. System, could you possibly transfer that 100 physics experience points to mathematics? The system remained unresponsive. He attempted to reason with it. System, your evaluation criteria are flawed. Where in my entire thesis did I address any issues pertaining to physics? Yet, the system continued to ignore him. Faced with this impenetrable system, Zhou sighed and relinquished any hope. Never mind, it's merely a matter of 100 experience points. The next task will certainly suffice. However, the allocation of those 100 experience points to physics was undeniably irksome. Even if they had been assigned to information science, he would have felt better. At the very least, engineering would hold some utility, far more than this purely theoretical discipline. Next came the exhilarating and nerve-wracking lottery segment. Observing the dismal 5-drop rate for the sample, Zhou sighed, feeling that the thrill had evaporated. Without a doubt, if he were to draw anything, it would surely be garbage. He might as well consume the system screen. Last time, he had drawn a bottle of cola. What would it be this time? Perhaps Sprite? Please. Let it be a lunchbox, at least that would save me a meal. With these thoughts, Zhou pressed the lottery button, awaiting the verdict of fate. Congratulations. You have drawn a sample. Oh my. Zhou held his breath in excitement. He had actually hit the 5 probability. This was cutting-edge technology. And it wasn't a blueprint. Surely, this time it was not merely the answer to a proof problem. Acquired, nanobot enhanced athletic injection, duration, 2 hours, no side effects. Enhances muscle cell motor ability, coordination, and reflex efficiency by 50. Zhou? gazing at the icon and description on the screen. He was at a loss for how to react. What purpose did this serve? Would it merely serve as a pick-me-up during his late-night study sessions? But 2 hours was hardly sufficient. It would be more effective to brew a cup of tea. Selling it to athletes might be a decent option. The stimulant provided by the system would surely evade detection in urine tests or blood samples. Yet, Zhou couldn't shake the feeling that if the substance were to leak out, it could potentially jeopardize his own position. Setting aside the distant matters of national defense and security, one must ponder the significance of this phenomenon within the realm of sports. Some may argue that it holds little importance, merely transforming the NBA into a spectacle of street basketball, or embodying the spirit of young talents like the national football team as center, Zhou. Perhaps that is an exaggeration, but it captures the essence. A mere 2 hours can decisively alter the outcome of a match, and the implications of such outcomes often extend beyond a simple chain of interests. Entangled with endeavors like gambling and the vested interests of sponsors, undoubtedly, many are eager to obtain this advantage. Furthermore, it is certain that they would not be content with just a single acquisition. Zhou is uncertain of the lengths they would go to secure these benefits. Yet he is acutely aware that his modest physique cannot withstand such tumult. Moreover, he lacks the connections. The highest echelon of athletes he can access is limited to those within the school team. Even if he were to encounter players from the national team, trust would not be readily given. Who knows what is concealed within that syringe, or whether he is merely a pawn sent by the opposition to create chaos. Though not entirely worthless, it is hardly more than refuse. He aspires to be an academic achiever. What utility lies in this endeavor? It would be more worthwhile to receive a glimpse of a future meal. With a sigh, Zhou found himself devoid of the spirit to protest against the system. Truly, this is absurd. He decided to disregard it. Taking a deep breath, he silently chanted a mantra for fortune, hoping for a reversal of fate, and then selected the task button. One can only hope that this time, the task that materializes will possess a touch of exceptional quality. Chapter 19. The 3 tasks that could spell doom for the host in a certain light. The tasks that have emerged this time are indeed remarkable, particularly upon encountering the first task. Task 1. The study lies in reckless self-sacrifice. Description: obliterate a municipal research institute. Requirements: destroy a municipal research institute. Reward: academic experience points determined by the institute's research contributions, minimum value of 5,000. Points awarded based on direct economic losses incurred, minimum value of 5,000. 1 opportunity for a lottery draw, 85 chance of receiving junk, 15 chance of acquiring a sample. What on earth is this nonsense? Zhou couldn't help but scoff. He now understood why this so-called black technology system would generate such ludicrous tasks. Perhaps it was all intended to foster physical resilience or prepare for such absurdities. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou dismissed this option, despite the seemingly tempting rewards of experience points and accolades. Task 2. The eye cannot tolerate a grain of sand. Description: corruption is the root of academic stagnation. The waste of research funding in human society leads to resources that should be devoted to exploring the future being squandered on trivial matters. A true warrior of academia cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in their eye. The academic realm equally requires oversight. Go forth, young scholar. Requirements: gather evidence of corruption against any professor or associate professor by any means necessary, thereby ending their academic career. Reward: academic experience points determined by the total amount embezzled by the target, minimum value of 3,000. Points awarded: 1,000. Acquire a sample, a small spherical reconnaissance drone. While the moral compass here is commendable, I apologize, but I still wish to graduate. Zhou unhesitatingly dismissed this task as well. Not only was there uncertainty about his ability to gather sufficient evidence, but even if he were to amass irrefutable proof and spark a major scandal, it would hardly cleanse the academic arena. After all, institutions value their reputation, and others would be loath to see a rule-breaker emerge. As for anonymous reporting, it is utterly futile. There are precedents to this. Moreover, Zhou felt that he was not inherently a person of strong moral conviction. His disposition leans more towards rationality than sentiment, with perhaps just a flicker of conscience. Matters of righteous indignation are best left to those who are truly passionate about them. Just as he was preparing to delve further, a sudden apprehension gripped Zhou. Wait a moment, having dismissed 2 tasks in succession, does that not leave only one remaining option? Previously, although the 3 tasks presented were occasionally absurd, there were at least some that could be navigated with cunning, allowing for the possibility of selecting the most advantageous rewards. Yet this time, something felt amiss. Please do not let this be another ridiculous option. Swallowing hard, Zhou looked downward. Task 3. Become a mudslide in the academic realm. Description: since you do not wish to be a refreshing stream in academia, then become a mudslide. Let the entire academic community tremble beneath the deluge of your chaotic contributions. The requirement is to publish 10 SCI papers within 2 months, with successful inclusion being mandatory. Failure to complete the 10 papers within the stipulated time frame will be deemed a failure, resulting in the forfeiture of rewards. However, completing the task ahead of schedule allows for an early conclusion and an enhanced evaluation. The reward consists of a fixed allocation of 100 experience points per paper, distributed according to the specific academic discipline of the papers, culminating in a total of 800 points and 1 opportunity for a lottery, with a 90 chance of receiving a trivial prize, 9 for a sample, and 1 for a blueprint. Zhou, contemplating the situation, recognized he had no alternative but to select task 3. Even in the worst-case scenario, the most daunting outcome would involve merely being stalled for 2 months. After all, the system had not indicated any punitive measures for failing to complete the task. The other 2 tasks would necessitate a costly reset of 200 points if left unfulfilled. That was a significant sum, enough to facilitate the publication of numerous papers. At times, Zhou pondered the true purpose of the system. While it seemed to assist him, it appeared to harbor a desire to exact revenge on society. Typically, aside from certain specialized fields, diligent researchers manage to publish only 2 SCI papers in a year, which is already commendable. If someone were to publish 50 or 60 papers within a year, regardless of their discipline, they would undoubtedly be labeled a charlatan. Moreover, if Professor Tang were to discover that Zhou had managed to publish 10 SCI papers in just 2 months, it might very well lead to his own distress. This revelation must remain concealed. Emerging from the system's interface, Zhou lay on his bed, his brow furrowed in contemplation over the daunting task ahead. Given the considerable effort required to publish a single SCI paper, the expectation of producing 10 in succession felt utterly exhausting. Yet, as he brooded, a realization dawned upon him. Accepting this task might not be entirely unfavorable. The allure of 800 points was quite tempting, and with each paper yielding a fixed 100 experience points, he could determine the disciplinary focus of his papers. If he desired to garner mathematical experience points, he could publish a mathematics paper. For information science experience points, he could write computer-related papers. In essence, this presented an opportunity to amass freely allocable experience points. He could feasibly publish 1 mathematics paper followed by 9 computer science papers, thereby achieving exactly 1,000 information science experience points, which would satisfy the conditions for level advancement. Simultaneously, he would elevate his mathematics proficiency to level 1, achieving a remarkable combination. Moreover, the system imposed no stringent requirements regarding the quality of the submitted papers, and the rewards were entirely detached from the academic merit of the works. This implied that, regardless of how mundane his papers might be, as long as they passed the review and were accepted by SCI journals, he would succeed. With this notion, Zhou's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. With a determined huff, he sprang up, swiftly descending from his bed via the ladder, grabbing the laptop resting beside him and stuffing it into his backpack, while hastily donning a t-shirt. Zhou, casting a furtive glance towards Zhou, noticed his calculus textbook still lying on the table and feigned concern, asking, Zhou, aren't you going to review calculus? The exam is tomorrow. As he reached the door, Zhou slipped on his shoes and casually replied, I have some matters to attend to at the library. I'll review upon my return. Zhou, with a curious demeanor, inquired, what brings you to the library? Isn't there Wi-Fi in the dormitory? The Wi-Fi in the dormitory, however, proved inadequate for downloading literature from CNKI. Recently, he had enrolled in a mathematical modeling competition, where many specialized resources were elusive through mere searches on Baidu. Naturally, Zhou refrained from disclosing his intention of researching materials for his thesis topic, opting instead for a casual excuse. After all, should Zhou discover that he had published an SCI paper while they were all immersed in their exam preparations, it would likely disturb the balance of his psyche. Zhou was genuinely concerned about his roommate's mental state. Upon hearing about the National Mathematical Modeling Competition, Huang Guangming, who was engrossed in solving problems, suddenly looked up, exclaiming in surprise, wow, that's impressive. We should celebrate with a feast funded by the prize money. Haha, just call me Brother Liu, and I shall treat you. With that remark, Zhou swiftly exited the room, leaving no opportunity for further discussion, while Huang Guangming continued to call out in vain, Brother Liu, don't leave. I was just calling for you. As he stared at the densely written problem sets, Zhou's expression became somewhat rigid, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. The mathematical modeling competition. He had previously shown interest in this contest and had even sought advice from a senior who had secured first place in their division, inquiring about its intricacies. Feeling inadequate in his own abilities, he had intended to participate in his sophomore year. But now he found that the dormitory's self-proclaimed underachiever had quietly signed up without a word. Although the likelihood was slim, what if he were to win an award in the division? No, That won't do. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rue clenched his fists, resolutely making up his mind. This September would mark 3 months' time. Once the calculus exam was completed, he too would register. Chapter 20, Two Gods and a Pit? On a Saturday afternoon. After completing the calculus exam, Zhou submitted his paper ahead of time as usual and proceeded to Professor Tang's office. To his surprise, upon entering, he found a notable gathering of individuals. Besides Professor Tang, there was Director Lu, as well as Professor Zhang Zhongjia, the head of the computer science department from the School of Software. Renowned in the field of computer science, Professor Zhang's name resonated widely. Although Zhou had never attended his lectures, he had certainly heard of him. Additionally, there were 2 young individuals, one male and one female. The young man, wearing glasses, was of average height and bore an unremarkable appearance. Yet merely standing there, Zhou could sense an undeniable aura of academic prowess emanating from him. It seemed that this was the genius Professor Tang had mentioned, a high school student who had won the national first prize in the National High School Computer Design Competition not once, but twice. Truly, he was a prodigious scholar, Zhou mused. As for the young woman, she was almost overlooked by him. This was largely due to the strong presence of her companion and the seemingly timid aura she radiated. However, to Zhou's surprise, it was she who initiated the conversation. With a natural smile, she greeted him. "Hello, you must be the genius from the mathematics department?" Zhou humbly replied, "I cannot claim to be a genius. There are many exceptional individuals in our mathematics department." Seizing the opportunity to take a closer look at her, he noted her side-swept bangs and light makeup. Estimating her beauty to be just shy of a 7 out of 10, perhaps a 6 felt too low. She wore a simple white floral dress that reached her ankles, complemented by a pair of white canvas shoes. Observing their proximity, he speculated that she might be the girlfriend of the math prodigy. Sighing inwardly, he thought, "How can someone so plain manage to have a girlfriend? It's rather frustrating." Professor Tang chuckled and remarked, "You're being overly modest, if I may say so. None from your cohort surpass you. In this recent Calculus 2 exam, I authored the entire set of papers for our mathematics department, and you are the sole recipient of a perfect score. Given that you excelled on my exam, I may have to prepare a special paper just for you next semester." "Professor, you jest. Please be merciful," Zhou responded with a smile. Achieving a perfect score was anticipated. He had suspected as much after the exam, so he felt little surprise at the result. In contrast, the 2 other students nearby were utterly astonished, including the computer science prodigy, who raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Mastering mathematics was not particularly challenging for him, as his own grades were commendable. However, a perfect score was an entirely different matter. "Wow, you're incredible!" the young woman exclaimed, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at Zhou with admiration. She then extended her hand graciously. "I am Lin Yuxiang, working in student affairs at the computer science department. May I consult you about mathematics problems in the future?" "Of course," Zhou replied. With a simple handshake that was quickly released, Zhou spoke with a hint of restraint. "Haha, if you wish to discuss mathematical problems, I have no objections. However, let us wait until later to continue. Allow me to introduce, this is Wang Xiaodong, and this is Zhou." Then Director Lu made a brief self-introduction for the 2, hesitating for half a second before reaching Lin Yuxiang. It was Director Zhang who interjected with a smile, saying, "This is Lin Yuxiang, also a freshman, and she appears to be the vice president of our student union, having come here with our classmate Wang." The implication being, she was not summoned by me. Professors Tang and Director Lu exchanged peculiar expressions, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts. "Hello. Hello." The interaction between the 2 scholars was straightforward and devoid of any convoluted exchanges. As for the specifics, I believe Professors Tang and Zhang have already briefed you, so I shall not reiterate. The primary matter concerns the team formation for the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. With a warm smile, Director Lu cleared his throat and continued, "Yesterday, I discussed with Director Zhang, and I believe our aspirations should extend beyond this year's national competition. We must also aim for the mathematical contest in modeling next February. You are both top students from the software and mathematics departments, and I have faith in your capabilities. Nevertheless, while we aspire for the future, we must also remain grounded. I hope that in this September's mathematical modeling competition, you can win honor for yourselves, and for our department, and even the university." "Professor Lu, I have researched the process for the undergraduate mathematical modeling competition, and the team requirements stipulate 3 members. Adjusting his glasses, the computer science scholar promptly added before Director Lu could continue. "As for the remaining teammate, I would like to recommend Lin Yuxiang. She is involved in student affairs, which would perfectly complement my lack of proficiency in the defense segment. Not to mention she is the vice president of the literature club, so I presume she would excel in writing papers." This raised a significant issue. One cannot conflate literature with academic papers merely because they share a similar nomenclature. Moreover, Zhou sighed inwardly. It seems this gentleman's emotional intelligence is even lower than mine indeed. The expressions of Director Liu and Director Zhang turned subtly unnatural. While the principle of the undergraduate mathematical modeling competition encourages students to form teams freely, one must at least comply with organizational arrangements when committing to a formal team. After all, the guidance, training materials, and venues are all provided by the department, and they are of the highest quality. Furthermore, your aspirations extend beyond this year's national competition to next year's event. It is not to say that novices cannot participate, but surely your recommendation should be someone with commendable achievements? The student union? A club? What merit does that carry Director Liu, Director Zhang, and Professor Tang? Please allow me to humbly make this request. Although I feel I am still far from the level of the two esteemed individuals, I will strive to keep pace with them. Lin Yuxiang slightly lowered her head, her expression sincere, as she earnestly implored. Please believe in me and grant me an opportunity to prove myself. Directors Liu and Zhang exchanged hesitant glances, deliberating silently. Initially, the third spot was still under consideration. The prodigies from the mathematics and computer science departments aimed for the national first prize this year, and even the special award at the upcoming American Mathematical Contest in February. According to the original plan, Director Liu intended to assign a student with exceptional paper writing skills to their team. However, to be frank, he did not hold high hopes for this girl. At that moment, the computer science genius spoke up again. Professor, I intended to team up with her from the start, but I received a sudden notice from the department. I believe that collaborating with someone familiar is far more advantageous than joining forces with an unfamiliar partner. Hearing this, Liu Zhou inwardly shook his head. This fellow, does he comprehend the gravity of his actions? He is effectively challenging the department's leadership. Does he think competitions are akin to a spring outing with a girlfriend? Does he believe that academic excellence grants him carte blanche? Furthermore, even if he disregards the opinions of the university leaders, he ought to consult his teammate first. He was too disinterested to address the clear disdain this individual held for him. As the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, Professor Tang, who had remained silent, suddenly chuckled and attempted to ease the tension. Let the young resolve their own affairs. We old-timers are merely facilitators. Regarding paper writing, our student Liu Zhou possesses some experience. By the way, what stage is your SCI review at? It has already been accepted, Liu Zhou replied with a shy smile. But he quickly recalled that such swift acceptance might lead old Tang to mistakenly believe he had submitted to AMC, so he hurriedly added. It was accepted by the journal Communications in Theoretical and Applied Mathematics, as you recommended. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Liu Zhou quickly clarified. It was just accepted today. I intended to tell you upon my arrival. Now it was Director Liu's turn to be astonished. Communications in Theoretical and Applied Mathematics? Quite impressive. I recall it is the official journal of the NYU Mathematics Sciences Institute. Professor Zhang Zhangjie also regarded Liu Zhou with surprise, remarking, publishing in a core journal at such an early stage as a freshman impressive indeed. Of course, it's no surprise, considering who taught him, Professor Tang remarked. Taking a sip of tea, his eyes crinkling with delight. This elderly gentleman was known for his character. Lavish praise could leave him indifferent, but a compliment about his student would elicit genuine joy. How remarkable. I presumed you were an upperclassman. To think you are also a freshman like me, Lin Yuxiang exclaimed, her admiration evident. Wan Xiaodong remained silent, though his expression suggested a degree of acknowledgement toward this teammate. Nevertheless, Lin Yuxiang's attitude toward Liu Zhou stirred a subtle discontent within him, yet he chose not to voice it. The praise is excessive. I owe it all to Professor Tang's guidance, Liu Zhou humbly responded. Professor Zhang Zhangjie watched Liu Zhou and nodded appreciatively at his modest demeanor. However, his thoughts soon wandered to the prodigy in his own department, and he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Youthful exuberance is not inherently a flaw, but arrogance and complacency are altogether different matters. He still fell short. As for this year's national competition, it would proceed as planned. Regarding next year's international contest, he would adopt a wait-and-see approach. Upon learning of Liu Zhou's experience in publishing SCI papers, Professor Liu refrained from further comments and simply smiled, saying, by the way, our student Liu, do you have any objections to this new teammate? Lin Yuxiang turned to Liu Zhou, her eyes sparkling like a fawn's, filled with a pleading essence. How naive she was. Did she truly believe that her charm would sway him? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Zhou shrugged and replied, I have no objections. Although he was not entirely pleased with this third teammate, he considered the prowess of the computer science genius present, which would aptly compensate for his own shortcomings in programming. Given the nature of this academic prodigy, if he expressed dissent, the team would likely remain unformed. Weighing the pros and cons, 2 geniuses and 1 novice were preferable to embarking on a quest for 2 inept partners alone. Moreover, this novice might prove somewhat useful. At the very least, he would need someone to articulate during the defense, a task he was not particularly adept at. After hearing from Old Tang that the school would award bonuses for this competition, he had made up his mind. The first prize in the national competition was a goal he was determined to achieve. Wang Xiaodong sighed in relief, while Lin Yuxiang's face blossomed with a victorious smile as she cast a grateful glance at Lu Zhou. He smiled back, choosing not to elaborate further. Professor Lu clapped his hands and said, "Then it is settled. Your supervising teacher will be Professor Lu Xiaoping. You are to gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow in classroom 104 of Building A, where Professor Lu will provide you with a brief overview. Now, it is getting late, so you should all head back and rest." Chapter 21. It turns out he is an honest man. Lu Zhou paused in his steps upon hearing someone call his name while heading towards the boys' dormitory. Turning around, he saw Lin Yuxiang, dressed in a white dress, jogging towards him. With her fair hand resting on her knee, she bent slightly at the waist, catching her breath, and softly complained, "Why are you walking so fast?" Lu Zhou, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to thank you. I really owe you one for what happened in Teacher Tang's office," Lin Yuxiang said with a bright smile. "Not at all. It was nothing," Lu Zhou replied, shaking his head. "Although I am aware of my shortcomings, I will strive to catch up with you all. So, thank you for this opportunity," Lin Yuxiang said shyly. That seems rather unlikely," Lu Zhou remarked, "let alone catching up. It would be a challenge just to keep pace with the taillights." However, not one to dampen spirits, Lu Zhou offered a gentle smile of encouragement. "Yes. Keep it up. You can definitely do it." "Really? Thank you for your encouragement," Lin Yuxiang said, her fingers playfully curling behind her back, radiating joy. "So, as a token of my gratitude, may I treat you to a meal?" While the prospect of dining together was indeed tempting, Lu Zhou, considering the dynamics of their team, politely declined. "You should go with your boyfriend. I wouldn't want to be a third wheel." At his words, Lin Yuxiang burst into laughter, tossing her long hair aside, and replied playfully, "Don't joke with me. I don't have a boyfriend." Lu Zhou was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Isn't that one classmate of yours? What are you talking about?" Lin Yuxiang reproached him lightly, her expression earnest as she looked at Lu Zhou. "He is merely my senior. I regard him as an older brother, certainly not in that kind of relationship." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Zhou was initially stunned but quickly grasped the situation. "Ah, so that's the legendary scenario." With a smile, he politely refused, "I'm sorry, but I have some personal matters to attend to this evening. Perhaps another day." Clearly unprepared for rejection, Lin Yuxiang was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon brightened with a smile. "All right. I'll be waiting for you to contact me. By the way, let me scan your WeChat." This time, Lu Zhou did not refuse and took out his phone. After all, they were teammates, and having each other's contact information would facilitate communication. After exchanging WeChat details, Lin Yuxiang held her phone as if it were a treasure, happily expressing her gratitude before she turned and walked away with a light step. In university, one often encounters a certain type of girl, beautiful, innocent, with a smile reminiscent of one's first love, each expression tugging at the strings of your heart. They can lead you to believe that you have captured their affection, gradually drawing closer to you in a seemingly effortless manner. "How impressive. You are truly amazing. Oh, if only I possessed even half of your intelligence." To candidly acknowledge one's shortcomings and recognize where they lie is an exceptionally rare virtue, yet they seem unsatisfied with merely that. They adeptly wield the art of language and their social circles, packaging themselves as solitary and pitiable victims to evoke the protective instincts of the opposite sex. And they exploit this to their advantage. However, as you pursue her, inching closer, she retreats a step. Thus, you begin to introspect, questioning your own worth, gradually losing your sense of self, pouring everything into a void that can never be filled, until one day you realize that you are merely one of many captives. If one were to abstract this phenomenon into a model of social behavior, one would discover a striking resemblance to the social structure of ants. All worker ants and soldier ants pledge their loyalty to the singular queen, yet these ants possess no mating rights. Only a select few male ants, those who are non-productive, winged, and possess feeble mandibles, often the affluent and handsome, truly enjoy the privilege of intimacy with the queen. As for the senior Wang, his role is likely that of a mere backup. Through rational analysis, Lu Zhou believes he has deciphered the situation. As for this classmate Lin's intentions, they are quite clear: to cling to a strong ally for a favorable position in the mathematical modeling competition. Perhaps she has sensed Lu Zhou's dissatisfaction with her as a teammate, prompting her to approach him with overt friendliness. If she can incite jealousy between two engineering boys, that would be ideal. All she needs to do is mediate, allowing her to coast to victory in this national-level event without any personal sacrifice. It is undeniable that such types of girls are the arch-nemesis of academic achievers. Those who invest excessive energy in their studies inevitably struggle to balance other aspects of personal development. As for why Lu Zhou remains unhooked, it is because he possesses a degree of self-awareness. He perceives that, apart from his honesty and relatively handsome appearance, he cannot claim to be tall or wealthy. Engaging in deep conversation with such a girl would simply be an exercise in futility. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Zhou intended to take his laptop to the library to continue researching his thesis topic. However, just as he stepped inside, Huang Guangming rushed over and shut the door behind him. Click. Huh? Did he even lock it? Lu Zhou observed with caution as Shi Shang and Lu Rui approached him with smiles. Let us talk this over. Aside from financial matters, we can discuss anything. Shi Shang chuckled. Buddy. Lu Rui echoed with a grin. Buddy indeed. Lu Zhou, could you refrain from being so cringeworthy? You're giving me goosebumps. With his back against the dormitory door, Huang Guangming adopted a serious demeanor. We all noticed. Come clean. Who is that girl downstairs? Which department is she from? When did this begin? How far has it progressed? What are your feelings? Lu Zhou? Shi Shang patted Lu Zhou on the shoulder. Letting out a sigh, brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you must consider us single dogs, too. Given that we shared a room, I ask you to do one favor. Bring your girlfriend's dorm mates here for a social gathering. The expenses for dining and singing were shared among the three of us. You merely need to arrange the specifics of the activities, regardless of whether a romantic connection blossoms. I owe you a personal favor. Lu Zhou sighed, grasping the hand resting on his shoulder. Brother, no, I cannot assist you. That classmate is merely my teammate from the mathematical modeling competition, introduced by another teammate, and today marks our first encounter. How could anything possibly exist between us? Lu Rui questioned skeptically. Well, one could say that. Lu Zhou nodded in agreement. The three companions in the dormitory immediately deflated like punctured balloons, murmuring dispiritedly, let us leave. Let us leave. I told you, if he could find a partner, I would have already been a parent by now. If there are no more social gatherings, we might as well vote the dorm leader out, and they returned to their chairs, preparing to commence the next game. With the advanced mathematics and differential calculus exams behind them, the upcoming week only held English and modern C language assessments, and the atmosphere in the dormitory had already begun to exude the essence of summer vacation. Naturally, no one was inclined to review their studies at this moment. Noticing that no one was paying him any further attention, Lu Zhou quietly shouldered his computer bag and discreetly slipped out the door. Although he had remained in the library until the administrator finished their shift the previous day, apart from downloading a plethora of literature and perusing a daunting stack of texts, he had made no progress on his topic selection. Nevertheless, the accumulation of knowledge from yesterday had provided him with considerable inspiration. And today he intended to make a concerted effort to finalize his topic and commence the writing of his thesis. While this may sound deceptively simple in reality, achieving it was far from easy. The mathematics paper was manageable, yet the 9 computer science papers spanned across various fields. He had perused no fewer than 30 related articles, with over half written in English. After downloading them from the library, he had stayed up until past 2 in the morning just to grasp them, and even then, his understanding was only superficial. Despite having previously struggled through a C language textbook, many highly specialized concepts still presented significant challenges for him. Indeed, his learning capabilities could not be compared to those of true geniuses. How he wished the system could assign him another task related to the library. As he walked toward the library, Lu Zhou sighed, lost in thought. Chapter 22. The proper approach to writing papers contrary to the conventional methods adopted by most individuals in academic writing. For Lu Zhou, every challenge can be surmounted through systematic integration of knowledge. Thus, the significance of proposing an appropriate idea far surpasses the realization of the idea itself. Therefore, the crux of the matter lies in the selection of the topic. Lu Zhou's criteria for topic selection are refreshingly straightforward. If one aims to become a formidable force in academia, it is prudent to choose a field that offers ample opportunities for exploration and publication. Selecting the journal with the highest acceptance rate is equally vital. It is noteworthy that, as a discipline with a substantial volume of research output, the field of information technology presents a relatively accessible avenue for publication, much like how a novel solution to a mathematical proof can yield a published paper. In the domain of information technology, even a distinctive algorithm can merit publication. I recall an incident from 2013 when Elon Musk, during an interview with the founder of Khan Academy, jestingly remarked that 90% of academic papers in the IT sector are devoid of value. This prompted a reflection on the actual utility of numerous PhD theses, garnering support from nearly 100 elite figures in Silicon Valley's technology sphere. Of course, dissenting voices were not in short supply. While this assertion may seem somewhat extreme, it nonetheless sheds light on certain prevailing issues. Fields such as internet information security and artificial neural networks can be regarded as relatively stable, whereas big data and cloud computing have become veritable minefields. And artificial intelligence has been inundated with superficial contributions, allowing even amateur researchers to partake in discussions. This phenomenon is not confined to domestic boundaries. It is a widespread affliction across all nascent disciplines, both at home and abroad. In light of these considerations, Zhou, after careful deliberation, opted to focus on artificial intelligence as his overarching theme. However, the scope of artificial intelligence is exceedingly broad, encompassing everything from video games to automatic frequency toothbrushes, essentially permeating every facet of society to varying extents. After some contemplation, Zhou typed a line in his Word document, the application of artificial intelligence in geographic information systems, covering a range from mobile navigation to intelligent driving, from traffic management to automated drone navigation. He chose the latter, aligning perfectly with the burgeoning concept of drone logistics. Of course, this direction remains expansive, but it matters little, as he intends to produce 9 papers. This drop in the vast ocean of academia is something he plans to partition into 9 segments and contribute wholeheartedly. Thus, he fervently typed on the keyboard, continuing with titles such as an AI-based pixel analysis algorithm, an optimization algorithm for dynamic image recognition using artificial intelligence, an automated measurement method for human characteristic dimensions based on AI algorithms, and an automated harvest location recognition algorithm based on artificial intelligence. Not only did he need to finalize the titles, but he also had to compose abstracts and provide concrete descriptions of the topics. After all, both the simplistic computer in Red Alert and Jarvis from Iron Man fall under the umbrella of AI. And Zhou did not expect the system to accurately discern the distinctions between the two. Thus, he was not merely tasked with composing a summary. He was also required to articulate descriptions of ideas that would not typically appear within the main body of the paper. As he completed this endeavor, the library was nearing its closing hour. He gathered all the documents, including the mathematical thesis topic, and placed them into a single folder. Stretching his limbs, Zhou leaned back in his chair, reflecting upon the documents he had previously composed, silently urging the system to evaluate his paper. True to its nature, the system promptly responded to his inquiry. There are 10 statistical questions, totaling a consumption of 210 points. Do you confirm the exchange? With an average consumption of 21 points. His remaining balance stood at 125. However, the completion of tasks guaranteed a minimum reward of 800 points, with additional bonuses for achieving an S rating. In any case, he would certainly not incur a loss. Confirm exchange. Zhou closed his eyes, and soon a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed up his spine to his brain, followed by a torrent of information flooding in. Although his experience points in informatics did not change as a result, as he gradually absorbed this information, he felt his understanding of artificial intelligence deepen. Utilizing points for exchange was also a process of knowledge acquisition, albeit far more straightforward and blunt than self-directed learning. Of course, fully digesting this knowledge would likely require a significant amount of time. Nevertheless, it was sufficient for the purpose of writing a paper. Taking a deep breath, Zhou opened his eyes, his pupils sparkling with fervor akin to flames. 10 papers. No more than a month. He would accomplish them all. The following day, Zhou reluctantly rose early, brushed his teeth, washed his face, donned his clothes, and groggily exited his dormitory. Due to his late-night endeavors, dark circles were prominently visible beneath his eyes, and he could not recall how many yawns he had let escape on the journey from the cafeteria to the classroom building. Zhou called Xin Yushan, standing a short distance away with a shoulder bag slung across her body. She greeted him with a smile, teasingly observing the dark rings around his eyes. Well, look who it is, our very own panda. Escaped from the nearby zoo, I presume? The joke fell flat, and Zhou yawned in response. That was a rather unfunny joke. Today, Xin Yushan's attire was consistent with her usual style. She sported thick round-framed glasses perched on her nose, with her lustrous black hair simply tied back. It was worth mentioning that he had only seen her once wearing light makeup and contact lenses, in an era where even young men were starting to apply facial masks. Her unadorned appearance was indeed a rarity. Since their paths coincided, the two walked together. Xin Yushan inquired, not heading to the library today? Zhou pondered for a moment before replying, I might go in the afternoon. I have a training session for a mathematical modeling competition this morning. Ah. The mathematical modeling competition, Xin Yushan nodded in realization, quickly adopting the tone of an experienced participant. Those competitions hold considerable prestige and can significantly benefit your future employment prospects. You must put in your best effort. Have you participated? In jest, I have indeed achieved the second-tier national qualification, showcasing my ability to excel in any arena. Xin Yushan raised an eyebrow with pride, thumping her chest as she proclaimed, should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I implore you, be unreserved. With a yawn, Lu Zhou responded nonchalantly, "It appears that this modeling competition does not place significant emphasis on mathematical prowess. This poses quite a challenge." As Lu Zhou pondered this, Chen Yushan, walking alongside him, suddenly interjected, "Wait, stand still." "Hmm?" Lu Zhou questioned. As Chen Yushan rummaged through her shoulder bag and retrieved a pack of tissues. Before Lu Zhou could fathom her intentions, she stepped closer, scrutinizing his face intently, and abruptly reached out to wipe his cheek. "Ugh, that's disgusting. You truly lack grooming. You left the house without even cleaning the sleep from your eyes." She tossed the tissue into a nearby trash bin, teasing him lightly. Lu Zhou's cheeks flushed crimson, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. It was not due to embarrassment, but rather the realization that he had been walking around with such an unsightly remnant of sleep in his eyes. With a stiff expression, he queried softly, "It shouldn't be too noticeable, right?" Chen Yushan chuckled softly, all right, it's not that conspicuous. But I recommend you wash your face before entering the classroom." "Of course, did you need to mention that?" Lu Zhou thought, wishing he could dash to the restroom immediately. Splash water on his face and scrub vigorously for several moments. After washing his face, he felt invigorated. With a damp visage, Lu Zhou arrived at the classroom, only to find it occupied by a solitary figure. He chose a seat in the front row and casually greeted, "Good morning." Noticing Lu Zhou, Wang Xiaodong's expression remained unchanged. He offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before returning to his studies. With the upcoming English examinations looming next week across various departments, Lu Zhou, who had diligently consumed an entire reference book for the CET, for as well as the accompanying vocabulary list, felt no trepidation. After all, the requisite vocabulary and grammatical structures for college English were fundamentally aligned with the CET for standards. Possessing a vocabulary commensurate with the CET for, he could confidently anticipate securing at least a passing score of 80, if not higher. Finding it dull to sit idly and even more tedious to engage Wang in conversation, Lu Zhou extracted his phone and resumed his review of the materials he had not completed the previous day, gradually assimilating the knowledge he had absorbed the night before. Fortunately, most artificial intelligence programs are constructed using the more flexible C language as their core, while the more fashionable Python typically serves to craft the outer shell. A prime example is Google's first-generation AI learning system, DIST Belief. The only programming language Lu Zhou had grasped to any extent was C, making the comprehension of this knowledge rather straightforward. Thus, should anyone inquire about how he managed to compose those papers, he could effortlessly weave a tale. As the two individuals were engrossed in their respective tasks, time swiftly approached 8 o'clock. Professor Lu Xiaoping, their advisor for the mathematical modeling competition, entered the classroom precisely as the bell signaled the hour. Chapter 23, The Classic Modeling Dilemma of Merchants and Their Retainers. Observing the two individuals in the classroom, Professor Lu Xiaoping momentarily paused, then inquired with a gentle smile, "Are there only two of you? I was informed there would be another." He added, "Let me make a quick call to her." Wang Xiaodong, visibly awkward, stepped outside with his phone. The professor remained unperturbed, unscrewing his thermos to sip some warm water, and leisurely approached Lu Zhou, inquiring, "What is the configuration of your team?" Lu Zhou set down his phone and replied with a smile, "I am responsible for modeling. Wang Xiaodong handles programming, and Lin Yuxiang takes charge of writing the paper and the defense." Modeling, programming, and writing, the standard configuration, Professor Lu chuckled, continuing, "By the way, you must be the Lu Zhou from the 2013 cohort. I have read your paper. It is indeed an excellent piece." Lu Zhou's eyes brightened. "Professor, you are also a mathematician?" "One could say so, but my research leans more towards physics. I rarely publish mathematical papers," Professor Lu replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as he glanced towards the classroom door. He added with a smile, "It appears that your female colleague may not be entirely reliable." Lu Zhou smiled politely, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Professor Lu returned the smile and did not dwell on the matter. After a brief pause, he continued, "Regarding your team configuration, I would suggest a slight adjustment. If the same individual is responsible for both modeling and the paper, the remaining two could focus on programming. The advantage of this arrangement is that the person managing the modeling will have a stronger grasp of the topic as a whole, resulting in a more coherent narrative. However, there are drawbacks, notably the heavy burden placed on that individual. With only 3 days for the competition, this means that once you complete the modeling, you must immediately commence writing the paper." Lu Zhou pondered. "So 2 people would handle programming?" Professor Lu took a sip of tea and replied leisurely, "Indeed." Lu Zhou smiled but refrained from giving an immediate response. "I will think it over. After all, this decision must be discussed with my teammates." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, heralding the arrival of the final teammate, who finally appeared, albeit fashionably late. "I apologize. I overslept a bit. I am truly sorry." Lin Yuxiang entered the classroom alongside Wang Xiaodong, bowing her head in apology to the professor. Not a problem. Now that everyone is here, let us commence without delay. Professor Liu responded amiably, not chastising her for her tardiness. He turned towards the podium, inserted a USB drive into the computer, and activated the projector to display his PowerPoint presentation. Before we begin the lesson, I would like you to first review a sample problem. This problem poses no significant difficulty, but serves as an illustrative case for mathematical modeling. Through this case, I hope to clarify what mathematical modeling truly entails. With that, he clicked the mouse to advance the PPT to the next slide. 3 merchants, each accompanied by a retainer, must cross a river. The small boat can only accommodate 2 individuals at a time. The retainers have secretly agreed that on either bank of the river, should their number exceed that of the merchants, they will resort to violence and theft. However, the power to ferry across the river rests solely with the merchants. The question arises, how can the merchants safely traverse the river? Indeed, this problem posed no difficulty whatsoever, even without the aid of the system. Zhou swiftly deduced the answer. In the first round, 2 attendants crossed and 1 attendant returned. In the second round, another 2 attendants crossed and 1 attendant returned. In the third round, 2 merchants crossed, accompanied by 1 attendant and 1 merchant returning. In the fourth round, 2 merchants crossed, with 1 attendant returning. In the fifth round, 2 attendants crossed and 1 attendant returned. In the sixth and final round, the last 2 attendants crossed, successfully traversing the river. Clapping her small hands softly, Lin Yuxiang beamed with admiration. Wan Xiaodong, however, remained unfazed, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. To him, the problem was indeed trivial, although he hadn't calculated it. He was confident in his intellect, believing he could arrive at the same answer with minimal effort. Absolutely correct, Professor Liu smiled and continued, even without any mathematical knowledge. One could solve this problem purely through logical analysis. However, what if we were to extend the problem to merchants? This indeed presents a challenge. But the difficulty lies not in the mathematics, but rather in abstracting the problem into a mathematical framework for resolution. Zhou pondered earnestly for a moment, formulating a rough outline in his mind. May I use the blackboard? Of course, Professor Liu Xiaoping gestured graciously. Zhou approached the board, took up a piece of chalk, and began to inscribe his calculations. Let the number of merchants on the near bank before the KTH crossing be denoted as xk, and the number of attendants as yk. For k1, 2, with xk, yk0, 1, 2, 3. We define the two-dimensional vector sk, xk, yk as the state, and the set of permissible states under safe crossing conditions as S. Thus, S, x, y, x0, y0, 1, 2, 3, x3, y0, 1, 2, 3, xy1, 2. Let the number of merchants on the KDH boat be uk, and the number of attendants be vk. We define the two-dimensional vector dk uk, bk as the decision. The set of permissible decisions is denoted as d, derived from the boat's capacity, du, v, 1 uv, u, v0, 1, 2. Incorporating the above conclusions, the relationship between state sk and the changes in dk is sk1, skk dk. Astonishing Lin Yuxiang gazed at the blackboard in bewilderment, her mouth slightly agape. As Zhou descended from the podium, she whispered in astonishment, "You don't need to draft anything first? I've already prepared it in my mind," Zhou replied with a smile. Wan Xiaodong remained as taciturn as ever, his silence speaking volumes. Yet, from the expression on his face, it was clear that this proud academic had come to fully respect Zhou's mathematical prowess. After examining the process on the blackboard, Professor Liu Xiaoping nodded with a smile. Absolutely correct. However, from the perspective of mathematical modeling, this endeavor can only be considered halfway complete. After establishing the model, we must also develop a program to implement this model. Certainly, this model is quite simple. I trust that with Wang's capabilities, mastering such a program would be effortless. So I shan't squander precious time here. Wan Xiaodong adjusted his glasses, his expression remaining one of indifference, as if to say it was only natural. Although he regretted not having the opportunity to showcase his programming skills, he remained composed. After a brief pause, Professor Liu continued, stating that data modeling essentially involves simplifying a real-world problem into a form that can be expressed succinctly through data and language, subsequently employing mathematical tools to resolve the issue at hand. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in identifying the actual problem your team will face. Modeling is not an evaluation of your programming or mathematical prowess. Rather, it assesses your ability to translate real-world issues into data language and seek solutions. This is something you must keep in mind. Regarding modeling itself, I have little advice to offer. Aside from practice and broadening your knowledge base, there are no shortcuts. However, I can provide some insights on programming. The 4 primary software tools commonly used are MATLAB, Mathematica, Lingo, and SAS. You need not master all of them. being proficient in at least one will suffice, as the key lies in utilizing software that best addresses your practical problems. As he spoke, Professor Lu's gaze was directed at Wang Xiaodong, as this message was primarily intended for him. Wang adjusted his glasses again and nodded, stating, "I have experience with MATLAB and SAS. There shouldn't be any issues." Professor Lu nodded in agreement, affirming that proficiency in these two software tools is fundamentally adequate. All of this knowledge requires self-study. My role is merely to provide guidance when you encounter difficulties. Lastly, regarding reference materials, I recommend that you explore books on mathematical modeling cases, such as mathematical models, mathematical modeling algorithms and applications, and fundamentals of mathematical modeling. I also have some internal handouts and resources from the school. You may copy them for review. But remember, they must not be shared externally or uploaded online. Do you understand? Understood. The three of them responded in unison. Professor Lu smiled and said, "All right, that's enough for today. I have nothing more to add. It ultimately relies on your efforts. If you need materials, come to me for downloads, and once you've completed them, hurry back to review your English." Chapter 24. The Adjustment Training After Distributing the Materials. Teacher Lu announced the dismissal and suggested that if one was not too busy with revisions, they could review the materials today. Tomorrow, everyone was to gather in the school's computer room to commence the first adjustment training. Following Teacher Lu's announcement, Zhou slung his computer bag over his shoulder and made his way to the library, fervently working on his manuscript. As for the materials on the USB drive, he did not even spare a glance at them. For him, the priority of the system tasks outweighed the school assignments. In addition to writing his paper, Zhou occasionally found time to assist Qin Yushan with a few calculus problems. To be frank, her mathematical foundation was abysmally poor. Much of the knowledge had been forgotten. It was a mystery how she had managed to achieve a score of 85 in calculus during her freshman year, as she claimed. Don't students in your business school study mathematics? Faced with a particularly challenging limit problem, Zhou rolled his eyes and swiftly jotted down a solution on a piece of scrap paper, remarking without restraint, "This problem was definitely covered as an example in class." Qin Yushan, blushing, retorted defiantly, "I'm studying economic management, not accounting. There's so much to memorize. Who has time to delve into mathematics? I recall that the management department also requires courses in accounting and statistics." "Be quiet. Lunch is on me." Zhou decisively silenced himself, thinking to himself that she should feel free to ask questions without holding back. Ideally, she would also treat him to dinner. When others invited him to dine, Zhou would feel a sense of indebtedness, even if his financial situation was modest, and he would seek opportunities to reciprocate. However, when it came to Qin Yushan offering to treat him, he accepted without hesitation. Why should he repay a meal he earned through his own efforts? He had thoroughly reviewed the calculus concepts with her and charged no tutoring fee. Was it unreasonable to enjoy a meal or two? After the library closed, Zhou returned to his dormitory and worked diligently for a while longer, finally completing his first mathematics paper. The value coefficient of this paper was likely the highest among the 10 papers, as the system assessed it at 30 points. Given that some conclusions in this paper complemented his previous work, Zhou decided to attempt submission to the Journal Theory and Applied Mathematics Communications. As for the remaining 9 computer science papers, his submission target was Modern Communications and Geographic Information Technology. This domestic journal, being a non-core publication, was remarkably free from charging review and publication fees and was not overly concerned with whether authors had research funding. It even offered a modest remuneration of 150 yuan for published articles, compared to those journals that solely sought to profit from researchers. This one was a refreshing oasis in the realm of academic publications. With 9 papers, he could earn 1,350 yuan. Having uploaded the mathematics paper, it was already 2 in the morning. Realizing the hour was late, Zhou closed his laptop, yawned, and lay down on his bed, listening to the rhythmic sounds of his roommate's snores, gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, Zhou, having learned his lesson, arrived not too early, timing his entrance to coincide with that of Professor Lu. Upon entering the lab, he was surprised to discover that he was not the last to arrive. Only Xiaodong was already seated there. "Good morning," Zhou greeted cheerfully, expecting the proud academic to ignore him. To his astonishment, Xiaodong responded with a brief, "Morning." Although it was merely a single word, it represented a significant breakthrough in their interaction, and Zhou felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. To be candid, he harbored no concerns regarding the competence of his team. His only apprehension revolved around the compatibility among team members. He was certain that this was not solely his burden, as Professor Lu likely shared the same worries. Perhaps, having Lin, who could be quite troublesome, on the team might not be a disadvantage after all? Just as he was lost in thought, Lin finally arrived, albeit fashionably late by 15 minutes, which was not excessively tardy. True to form, Professor Lu did not reprimand her, but merely offered a gentle smile, motioning for her to take a seat before commencing the day's lesson. Following the training protocol, the focus of the day was on fostering teamwork and collaboration among the members. To save time, the problems presented were not particularly challenging and could be resolved on the spot. Professor Lu provided a set of fictitious telecommunications user data and outlined over 20 projects, requiring the categorization of users based on their consumption habits through mathematical modeling, followed by product design tailored to different user groups, as the data was entirely fabricated. The appendix did not specify sources, offering only an Excel sheet. The knowledge required leaned more towards statistics than computation, with significant implications for economics and product management. Compared to the previous day's introductory task, this challenge was undoubtedly more demanding. While mathematical formulas were not entirely irrelevant to such practical applications, the true challenge lay not in the mathematics itself, but in the conversion of these real-world problems into mathematical terms. Fortunately, the problems were not overly complex. The breadth of knowledge required was the main hurdle. After approximately half an hour of contemplation, Zhou categorized the user groups using statistical methods and ultimately resolved the two issues presented in the prompt using matrix algorithms, with several sheets of scratch paper in hand. He approached Wang Xiaodong, placing the papers on his desk. The modeling is complete. I've already sent the email to your inbox. I've written out the calculations on paper. Do you mind organizing the formulas and inputting them into the computer? Wang Xiaodong nodded affirmatively, succinctly replying, no problem. True to form, the synergy between two scholars proved remarkable. Zhou swiftly completed the mathematical modeling, and Wang Xiaodong efficiently executed the programming on the lab's computer. Together, they accomplished what was initially expected to take a full day in under 2 hours. After meticulously reviewing the accomplishments of Zhou and Wang Xiaodong, Professor Lu could not help but express his admiration. He had mentored 5 cohorts in the mathematical modeling competition, and he considered these two to be the most gifted students he had encountered. Zhou smiled warmly, graciously accepting the professor's praise. In contrast, Wang Xiaodong maintained his usual stoic demeanor. However, the slight upturn of his lips revealed a sense of pride within him. The initial training session proceeded smoothly. Yet a singular issue arose concerning Lin Yuxiang. Though he had composed numerous reports for the student council, he had never written an academic paper, and he was utterly unfamiliar with the formatting requirements. After sitting idly for nearly half an hour, he made no discernible progress. Wang Xiaodong felt a wave of embarrassment, especially since he had confidently assured the department leaders that Lin Yuxiang would certainly excel in this task. Yet, before the competition had even commenced, during the first training session, she had faltered. While Zhou wore a slight smile, internally he was engulfed in frustration. He pondered why someone engaged in student affairs could not simply focus on their responsibilities. There were ample opportunities ahead, whether to join the party or pursue civil service. Why thrust oneself into this arena, even if one were to falter? One should at least take the time to familiarize oneself with the intricacies of academic writing and the necessary presentations. What use is it to merely feign innocence at a critical moment? Can it sustain one? It was utterly exasperating. Professor Lu, however, remained unfazed. He gently consoled the continually apologetic Lin Yuxiang and instructed Wang Xiaodong to guide her in writing her paper. Subsequently, he beckoned Zhou into the corridor. After lighting a cigarette and glancing at the two students in the computer room, Professor Lu smiled and inquired, "So, have you given any thought to the suggestion I mentioned to you yesterday?" Chapter 25. Frustrated, Zhou remained silent. I could understand. He must have his own thoughts. Teacher Lu chuckled, remarking that in any research team, there are always 1 or 2 individuals who merely go through the motions, content to drift along without genuine effort. Such individuals are ever present, and one can never entirely rid the team of them. Your mindset is truly admirable, teacher, Zhou said with a smile. It is not my mindset that is commendable. Teacher Lu waved his hand and laughed. Rather, it is my experience. As he spoke, he placed a reassuring hand on Zhou's shoulder and earnestly stated, "You must understand that our sole objective is to excel in the national first-level competition. While the notion of the capable bear more burdens may seem unjust to those with talent, it is, in fact, a valuable form of training." After contemplating for a moment, Zhou nodded. "All right, I understand. I can manage both mathematical modeling and the paper, but I have a condition." "Go ahead," Teacher Lu replied with a smile. "In future training, I wish to reduce the frequency of these intensive sessions and instead focus on self-directed practice, reserving concentrated training for just before the examinations." Pausing briefly, Zhou continued, "This way, I can arrange my training time more flexibly. Gathering everyone together for training is simply a waste of time." He preferred to follow his own pace. "Not a problem. I had already intended to arrange it this way," Lu Xiaoping responded with a grin. The two returned to the computer lab. Ultimately, the paper was completed by Zhou. With prior experience in writing an SCI paper, He had prepared extensively in private to fulfill the systematic task. In terms of writing, he surpassed not only novices like Lin Yuxiang, but also his senior, Wang Xiaodong. Of course, today was merely a training session, and there was no need to refine the paper to competition standards. A document occupying 20 pages could not be crafted in a day, following the format of mathematical modeling papers. Zhou selected key components such as model assumptions and problem analysis. As for less critical sections, he simply labeled them, omitting detailed content. Upon viewing the completed paper, Lin Yuxiang repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Zhou, lamenting her feeling of having let everyone down today, vowing to catch up with her peers upon her return. Zhou smiled but internally sighed, wishing her well. After the session concluded, Zhou politely declined Lin Yuxiang's invitation to dinner. With his laptop bag slung over his shoulder, he made his way to the library to hastily work on his paper. Chen Yushan sat in the adjacent seat. Apart from occasionally seeking his help with a couple of problems, she was mostly engrossed in her own studies. Though curious about why he, a mathematics major, was writing a computer science paper, she refrained from asking further. Stretching his arms in his chair, Zhou was about to head to the restroom when his phone, resting on the table, suddenly vibrated incessantly. Zhou picked up his phone and saw it was a call from Wu Pengzi. He quickly rose and made his way to the library's restroom. Pressing the answer button, he brought the phone to his ear and leaned against the window. Hello. What's the matter? I'm Wu Dahai. Are you free this week? The cheerful voice of Wu Pengzi resonated on the other end, clearly indicating that he was in need of additional help for his part-time job. Although they were both in their third year, this fellow showed no urgency about preparing for graduate studies or seeking employment. Instead, he seemed preoccupied with making money outside, rarely seen on campus. If it weren't for his student ID, Zhou might have doubted his affiliation with Jin University. What kind of work is it? Zhou inquired. Despite being busy, he might consider it if the pay was substantial. However, he was well aware that such a possibility was slim. The newly opened property developer in Jinling needs people to distribute flyers. It's 20 yuan an hour, and they require help every day this week. Are you in? Wu Dahai asked. I've been quite busy these days. I think I'll pass. Although tempted, the thought of 9 papers still left to write prompted Zhou to decline politely. No worries. I'll ask someone else then, Wu Pengzi replied nonchalantly, laughing heartily. Focus on your work. After hanging up, Zhou finished his business in the restroom and returned to the library. Upon reaching his seat, he noticed a piece of draft paper resting on his keyboard, with Chen Xuejie seated beside him, looking at him with eager anticipation. Seeing her expression, Zhou couldn't help but smile and shook his head, opting to remain silent as he picked up his pen to tackle the problem at hand. The task involved finding the general solution to his second-order linear differential equation with constant coefficients, which is considered a significant challenge in advanced mathematics due to the integration and differentiation of trigonometric functions among other concepts. Typically, it is presented as either the penultimate or final question in examinations. However, for Zhou, it posed no difficulty at all. It was not mere boastfulness. He had yet to encounter a collegiate-level calculus problem that could truly challenge him. Observing Zhou diligently working on the problem, Chen Yushan whispered, "Who called you just now?" "A senior. He is offering me a part-time job," Zhou replied casually. "You're still doing part-time work?" Chen Yushan exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "But I see you in the library all day." "I've been doing it less recently. I only went once at night last time." Zhou paused, adding, "It was sorting packages." "Why do you emphasize that?" Chen Yushan asked curiously. "Nothing. I've solved it." As he spoke, Zhou handed her the draft paper, having spent less than 3 minutes from reading the problem to arriving at the solution. Given the complexity of the question, it would not be surprising for an average person to be stuck for half an hour. "Ah, thank you. May I ask, is your living expense insufficient?" Chen Yushan inquired softly as she received the draft paper. "I suppose so," Zhou answered casually. "Such a thing seems to have never existed for you, right?" Chen Yushan nodded thoughtfully, signifying her understanding. After a brief pause, she continued, "Well, I have a part-time opportunity here that might be less strenuous than sorting packages. Would you be interested?" With his fingers momentarily halted over the keyboard, Zhou turned his face towards her, casting her a curious glance. "You're not suggesting I teach you mathematics, are you? Is my math skills really that poor?" Chen Yushan's eyes widened in surprise. She was about to raise her voice, but suddenly remembered they were in the library. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her tone. "Although it does involve tutoring in math, it's not for me. I have a cousin who's currently in high school, also from Jinling City, and her home isn't too far from our campus. She is about to enter her second year, but is struggling to keep up, especially in mathematics. My aunt is quite distressed over her studies, so she asked me to find a tutor for her, preferably someone with excellent math skills." At this point, Chen Yushan shyly glanced at Zhou. Initially, I thought of asking my roommate, but like me, she's preparing for her graduate exams and has no time. Besides, after all these years, we've nearly forgotten what we learned in high school. I figured, since you seem quite harmless, I would ask if you have any time during the summer. Zhou raised an eyebrow in confusion. Harmless? What does that even mean? Is there a need for such roundabout compliments if you want to praise my looks? Noticing Zhou's prolonged silence, Qin Yushan softly inquired, "Are you too busy? Should I ask someone else? How much would you charge?" Zhou decided to inquire about the compensation before contemplating whether to accept the offer. He had originally intended to find a part-time job over the summer to earn some pocket money, and working for Wu and the senior seemed equally viable. After a moment of consideration, Qin Yushan replied, 200 per hour, with transportation cost reimbursed. It would start in July. And you would only need to go every Saturday and Sunday. How much? 200 an hour. What is the matter? After processing this, Zhou placed his hands on the keyboard and remained silent for a considerable time. Is that too little? Qin Yushan, noticing his silence, tentatively asked. Should I check with my aunt again? No need for that. Zhou shook his head decisively. It's a deal. Then why do you look so solemn? I thought you found it too little. Qin Yushan sighed in relief and shot him an exasperated look. Nothing much, I just feel. Zhou gazed up at the ceiling and sighed softly. It's quite vexing. Chapter 26. Who am I? Where am I? What am I writing? Mother. I want to be returning home this summer. Well, you see, my professor has suggested that I enroll in the National Mathematical Modeling Competition. And the university will organize training during the summer. No, there's no registration fee. The department has already covered it. I might not be home until the new year. So please take care of yourselves. I have been in good health, so you need not worry. Really, do not send me money. I still have some of the scholarship funds from last semester, and I have also found a few part-time jobs during my free time. If you have any extra money, please save it for Tong Tong. She will need it when she goes to university. Well, I suppose that's all for now. Taking a deep breath, Zhou leaned against the balcony railing of his dormitory and hung up the phone. Every Sunday evening, he would call home. Time truly flies. Gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky, Zhou felt a rush of emotions. In the blink of an eye, his first year of university was drawing to a close, and his sister, Liu Xiaotong, was about to enter her second year of high school, a pivotal year in her academic journey. Unlike him, she was studying the humanities. Aside from mathematics, where he could offer her a modicum of assistance, he was unable to help her in other subjects. Adjacent to the balcony was the bathroom, where Huang Guangming was taking a shower. Suddenly, he cheekily called out, "Hey, brother-in-law, are you on the phone with home?" Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then steadied himself and replied, "You don't want to come out, do you? Just wait, I'll prop the door shut with a mop." Whoa, Lu Gu. Spare me. I was wrong. No. If you don't let me out, I'll start singing in here. As he spoke, Huang Guangming had already raised his voice, unleashing a cacophony of sound. The fifth ring, you have one more ring than the fourth ring. The noise was akin to that of a castrated rooster, sending chills down Liu Zhou's spine. He quickly shut the balcony door and retreated back into the dorm. However, the bathroom's soundproofing was inadequate. A mere wall could not contain the ruckus. As soon as Guangming's singing commenced, the two other occupants of the dormitory erupted in laughter, particularly Liu Rue, who, in his dramatic fashion, collapsed onto the table, clutching his mouth in mock agony. Why do you let Guangming sing? My teeth, they're killing me. In this moment of crisis, the dorm leader rose to the occasion. Sure stood up, pulling out a stool with great resolve. Don't panic, brother-in-law. I'll take care of this little thief. Get lost. Indeed, one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. Liu Zhou, exasperated, wished to confine this fellow to the bathroom alongside Guangming. Why was there not a single normal person in the dorm besides himself? Sigh, what a predicament. In the ensuing fortnight, Liu Zhou either found himself in the library working on his assignments or on his way there, or seated in an examination hall. During the final exam week, he was perhaps the only one so carefree. However, his lack of diligence was underpinned by a certain confidence. As he had anticipated, he breezed through the English exam without any pressure. The C language is no different. Aside from a rather creative problem, the fundamental challenges are not substantial. The knowledge acquired from systematic tasks seems to be etched into the brain, impossible to forget. However, during the modern history examination, Liu Zhou found himself utterly stumped. As he unfolded the exam paper and gazed at the questions, his mind went blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I even writing? When he consulted the system, it offered no response. No amount of points could sway it, indicating that questions of a social science nature fell outside its purview. Fortunately, Liu Zhou possessed some understanding of modern history, as long as he identified the general direction. It mattered little whether he believed in the content he produced. Filling the paper presented no issue. The extent to which it diverged from the standard answer was a matter for the evaluators to determine. In any case, he had given it his all. 3 days after completing the modern history exam, Zhou finally uploaded his last paper. Nearly 3 weeks of relentless effort had left him noticeably thinner. Yet, upon reflecting on the completion of this endeavor, he felt a significant sense of accomplishment. 3 SCI papers in a week, and 10 SCI papers in less than a month. I wonder, is there anyone else who can boast such a feat? After a restless 3-day wait, his final paper unexpectedly slipped through for review. When he received the acceptance email, Zhou couldn't help but ponder whether it was truly permissible to flood other journals in such a manner. Moreover, all the papers bore the same author. Did no one notice? Perhaps the system had assigned his manuscripts to different reviewing editors. Regardless, whether there would be repercussions was a concern for months after formal publication. With excitement bubbling within him, Zhou entered the pristine white system space, striding toward the semi-transparent holographic screen. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Task completion status. Determined that the host has published 1 mathematics paper, 9 informatics papers, with a remaining time of 39 days. Evaluation. S. Additional reward task granted. An S rating. And the reward was actually an additional task. Zhou gazed in exhilaration at the S on the holographic screen, along with the subsequent rewards, feeling almost euphoric. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the reward task, he understood one thing clearly. It was priced at a staggering 1,000 points in the point store. Task rewards. 100 points in mathematics experience, 900 points in informatics experience, 800 points in credits, and 1 chance at a lottery, 90 rubbish, 9 samples. 1 blueprints. Notice, mathematics LV0 LV1, informatics LV0 LV1 at last. The vexatious mathematics level had advanced. Zhou's heart swelled with excitement. Not only due to the continuous upgrades, but also because this breakthrough in mathematics, his ceiling, signified that he had finally emerged from the novice village, unlocking the level cap for other subjects to LV1. Yet, it seemed that the elevation of the system levels had not ushered in any substantial changes. Initially, he had anticipated that the system would bestow upon him an epiphany akin to exchanging points for scholarly papers. However, it became evident that this was not the case. At the very least, he did not sense an influx of unfamiliar knowledge or memories within his mind. It appeared that the system's academic level did not reflect his capacity to grasp knowledge, but merely granted access to a certain database. Furthermore, consulting materials from this database would also necessitate the expenditure of points. He pondered whether lower-tier materials would be available at a discounted rate. As he stroked his chin, he silently recalled the intricacies of the Riemann hypothesis while instructing the system to provide an evaluation. Yet, as always, the system remained unresponsive. It seemed that a level 1 mathematics proficiency was insufficient to tackle the Riemann hypothesis. After a moment of contemplation, he considered the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture. As an extension of the already proven Fermat-Eslas theorem, it was regarded as an even greater challenge, with a bounty of $1 million attached to it. The last time he attempted to employ the system's capabilities to resolve this issue, the system similarly offered no response. Required points, 5,000. Mathematics level requirement, LV2. Upon seeing this figure, he smiled awkwardly and promptly dismissed the idea of redemption. It was exorbitantly expensive. However, at least this time there was a clear price indicated, confirming that his suspicions were indeed correct. Elevating one's academic level merely unlocked the technological marvel of the system's database. Yet accessing the materials within still required the expenditure of points. Chapter 27. Clear your mind and read more. Having confirmed this, Zhou redirected his focus back to the pressing matters at hand. Taking a deep breath, he silently commanded, "System, display my attribute panel." A flash of white light illuminated the translucent holographic screen. Core Sciences, A. Mathematics, LV1, 010,000, B. Physics, LV0, 100, 1000, C. Biochemistry, LV0, 01000, D. Engineering, LV0, 01000, E. Materials Science, LV0, 01000, F. Energy Studies, LV0, 01000, G. Informatics, LV1, 010,000, points, 925, 1 lottery opportunity in used, tasks, unclaimed, reward task 1. The experience requirement for LV2 had increased tenfold from its predecessor. Reflecting on the arduous efforts he had invested for a mere 1,000 experience points, Zhou felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He could only hope that the rewards of the tasks would rise commensurately with the levels. However, it was likely that the difficulty of the tasks would escalate as well. He fervently wished that this wretched system would refrain from assigning ludicrous tasks such as publishing 100 SCI papers, for that would indeed be life-threatening. Not immediately commencing the lottery, Zhou first exited the system space and rushed to the restroom, where he leaned over the sink to wash his face. Afterward, he returned to his bed, lay down, and re-entered the system space. Taking a deep breath and gazing at the rotating disc on the holographic screen, he intoned solemnly, "Lottery. Commence." Stop. With an impassive expression, he watched as the pointer came to a halt, feeling neither joy nor sorrow, maintaining a serene demeanor. "Congratulations. You have drawn a sample. Regardless, apart from blueprints, everything else is akin to worthless debris. Even if you were to draw blueprints, they would undoubtedly be mathematical proofs." Zhou had long since abandoned any hope for the integrity of this system. He hastened to complete the lottery and embark on tasks to accumulate points. Acquired: focus capsules, 1 bottle of 40 pills, duration 5 hours, developing resistance within 24 hours. Upon consumption, enhances neuronal activity, significantly improving knowledge absorption speed and logical reasoning abilities. Upon reading the description, Zhou was instantly electrified, nearly pressing his entire face against the screen. Focus capsules? Goodness, what a treasure. 40 times 5 amounts to 200 hours. If the effect is akin to that of the first task he encountered, it would suffice for him to delve into countless tomes. Could it be that the correct approach to the lottery was not washing his face, but rather indulging himself? Tears streaming down his face, Zhou resolved firmly that before the next lottery, he would definitely treat himself with utmost indulgence. Seizing the moment of good fortune, he wasted no time and opted for the reward task. Reward task activated. Task: reward task can be abandoned at any time without additional point consumption. Description: the host's knowledge level is insufficient, and the system has curated a selection of high-quality reading materials for the host. Go forth and enrich your empty mind. Requirements: complete the reading of the book list, 0-30, and thoroughly comprehend the knowledge points within. Reward: 1,000 points to be freely allocated as experience. Unlock branch technology, artificial intelligence, LV0. Zhou gazed at the task displayed on the screen, exasperation etched on his face. His irritation was not directed at the task's requirements, but rather at the accompanying description. What did it mean by an empty mind? He had achieved perfect scores in advanced calculus and differential equations. After all, Zhou sensed a palpable malice emanating from the system. However, the allure of the task's reward left him speechless. This was the first time he had encountered the concept of branch technology. Although he was uncertain why the system had chosen to isolate artificial intelligence from informatics and bestow upon it a distinct upgrade system, he assumed the system must have its reasons. In any case, upgrading artificial intelligence LV0 to LV1 was not overly costly, and the prerequisites for informatics LV1 were already met. Once the task was complete, he could readily invest 100 points to facilitate this upgrade. With this thought in mind, Zhou opened a lengthy list of books outlined in the task objectives: Introduction to Ordinary Differential Equations, Theory of Complex Variables, University Physics, Inorganic Chemistry, Organic Chemistry, Principles of Biochemistry by Linear, Mechanical Engineering Drawing, Introduction to IC Design, Construction and Interpretation of Computer Programming, Introduction to Python Programming. The breadth of knowledge encompassed in this list, spanning from mathematics to informatics, covered nearly every facet of the primary technological tree. Zhou scanned the contents of the book list and found himself momentarily speechless. All right, he conceded. His mind was indeed rather vacant. By the system's standards, it seemed unlikely that one could find many individuals in this world who could be deemed intellectually adept. Yet, one must ponder. Does a person truly exist who is proficient in every discipline? Even within a single field, there are countless subdivisions and research directions. Had the system perhaps misconstrued the essence of the human intellect? The more Zhou contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. Exiting the system space, he sat up from his bed and retrieved his laptop from the side. Logging into his email, he found that Teacher Lu had sent the exercises to his inbox. According to the training schedule established previously, Zhou was to complete the mathematical modeling of the exercises, then package them for Wang Xiaodong and Lin Yuxiang, who would handle the programming steps and compile the results for Zhou. Ultimately, he would be responsible for the writing of the paper and providing feedback to Teacher Lu via email. Given that everyone had their own commitments and Teacher Lu had projects of his own to manage, the training plan was set to progress at a pace of 1 problem per week. As for the remaining time, it would primarily be dedicated to his own reading and additional training. In a swift manner, Zhou completed the mathematical modeling task, subsequently packaging all the data and sending it to 2 other individuals before stretching leisurely and shutting down his computer. Though the school examinations had concluded, his responsibilities were only just beginning. With a sense of idle anticipation, he considered a visit to the library. As he donned his attire and prepared to rise from his bed, a knock echoed from the dormitory door. "Lu Rui, go answer the door," bellowed Huang Guangming. Engrossed in a game while clad in slippers, Lu Rui, also engaged in their gaming session albeit in a supportive role, possessed neither the temperament nor the inclination to defy Huang Guangming's request. He promptly dashed to the door, opened it, and swiftly returned to his seat. The visitor was the class monitor, Tianjun, who, upon entering the room, surveyed the scene with a smile and remarked, "Everyone's gaming, I see. Well, what else would we do? The exams are over," retorted Shishang. "When can we go home, class monitor?" Tianjun chuckled and replied, "We have a class meeting this afternoon. The holiday arrangements will be discussed by our class advisor. By the way, have any of you considered signing up for the mathematical modeling competition? Those scoring above 80 in advanced calculus and differential equations are exempt from the registration fee. And the school will organize summer training." In unison, Huang Guangming and Shishang declared, "Not going." Lu Rui hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Isn't the mathematical modeling competition open for individual registration? How does registering through the school differ?" Tianjun explained with a smile, "If you register individually, you must find your own advisor. The school's teams have dedicated faculty guidance. However, I hear many will apply, and there will be several rounds of eliminations, ultimately leaving around 60 participants forming 20 teams." Although the prospect of summer training on campus made Lu Rui waver, the realization that Lu Zhou had already registered and intended to remain on campus ignited a sense of urgency within him. Resolving his indecision, Lu Rui declared, "Please sign me up." "All right, I'll add your name," Tianjun responded with a grin, then turned his gaze to Lu Zhou, who was descending the ladder. "And what about you, Lu Zhou? Are you registering?" "I have already registered," Lu Zhou replied modestly, a smile gracing his lips. "Wow, Lu Zhou. Given how challenging this advanced calculus was, you scored above 80? Huang Guangming exclaimed, momentarily diverting his attention from the game in astonishment. In truth, the scores had been released a couple of days prior, and the other three in the dormitory had already confirmed their results amongst themselves. Consistent with the previous semester, Lu Rui topped the list, followed closely by Huang Guangming with an 88, while Shishang barely secured an 80. The reason they tactfully refrained from inquiring about Lu Zhou's score was not due to exclusion, but rather a concern for potentially upsetting him. They were careful to avoid the subject. After all, they all vividly remembered that during the 2 mathematics examinations, this individual had submitted his paper in just over half an hour. What could one possibly write in that brief span? Was it sufficient to tackle the substantial questions? Even Lu Rui, who had witnessed Lu Zhou fill his paper, found it hard to believe that he had diligently addressed every question. He preferred to believe that most of the answers were hastily scribbled. Lu Zhou hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge his scores to Guangming. To reveal that he had attained full marks in both subjects would undoubtedly be astonishing. The vessel of friendship seems on the verge of capsizing once more. However, the class monitor misinterpreted the situation, mistakenly believing that Lu Zhou's hesitation stemmed from unsatisfactory exam results, leaving him feeling awkward and unable to proceed. Thus, with a hasty smile, he attempted to ease the tension, stating, "There are no restrictions for self-registration. One can sign up even without scoring 80 points. Well then, it is settled. Lu Rui, is it? Once you confirm, I shall submit the list." "I have made my decision," Lu Rui declared resolutely, nodding earnestly. In truth, his determination had already been solidified. Not only did he intend to participate in the competition, but he also aspired to advance to the national finals. With this goal in mind, a mere 2 months during the summer break would not deter him. If Lu Zhou could register, how could he allow himself to fall behind? Chapter 28: The final class meeting of freshman year in the afternoon. The last class meeting of the second semester for the mathematics and applied mathematics class of the 201st cohort convened, as scheduled, in room 403 of Building A. The classroom was densely populated by a group of male students, and the tall, bespectacled counselor, Zhang Wei, entered. Zhang Wei, a doctoral student in the mathematics department, was typically elusive, often engrossed in his own projects, making his presence a rarity. However, despite his infrequent appearances, he remained quite invested in the matters of the class, convening monthly meetings to discuss safety, discipline, and academic integrity, often regaling undergraduates with tales from his own undergraduate days. Sauntering to the podium, Counselor Zhang placed his hands behind his back, surveyed the students below, and cleared his throat to speak. "Once this meeting concludes, your first academic year in university will come to a gratifying close. In order to see you again after the summer break, I must reiterate the importance of safety. Just the other day, a fool from the neighboring department left a hot plate plugged in, resulting in a fire that consumed an entire dormitory. I wonder if he will be retaking the entrance exams this year. Will I even see him after the summer?" Laughter erupted from the class. Counselor Zhang coughed lightly and smiled, adding, just a little jest to lighten the mood. Nevertheless, please remain vigilant regarding safety. I am aware that some of you are likely concealing hairdryers and high-wattage appliances in your dorms, cleverly evading inspections. But I urge those individuals to thoroughly check that all plugs are removed before departing. After expounding on safety for approximately 20 minutes, Counselor Zhang paused and transitioned to a summary of the recent exams. Your performance in this examination was commendable. I hope you all maintain this standard. And to our class representative, you must exert more effort. Do not assume that being a class monitor merely entails collecting assignments and attending meetings. You must also lead by example in your studies. The student who was called out, the class representative, awkwardly chuckled and scratched the back of his head. Upon entering university, he had been an academic star, but as time passed, he became distracted and his studies began to falter. Notably, he had performed poorly on this exam, particularly in advanced algebra, where he scored a mere 65, prompting him to consider retaking the course. Counselor Zhang continued, our classmate Luo Rundong achieved an impressive score of 95. Encountering only a minor issue, he deserves special recognition. Furthermore, Lu Rue also performed admirably with a score of 92. These are the only two in our class to surpass 90. The rest of you must strive harder. Huang Guangming reached out to pat Lu Rue on the shoulder, whispering, Brother Rue, you're amazing. Shishang also joined in, giving him a playful nudge on the other shoulder. Incredible. Share your good fortune. Get off me. It's hot enough already. Lu Rue shrugged off the hands of his classmates, feigning annoyance, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward in satisfaction. He secretly sighed in relief, realizing that his initial worries were unfounded. Only 2 students had achieved scores in the 90s, himself and the so-called mathematical genius, Luo Rundong. As for Lu Zhou, he had a long way to go. Even if the underperforming students pretended to frequent the library, they remained underperformers. The classroom buzzed with animated discussions, casting envious glances towards the 2 academic prodigies. This time, the advanced calculus examination was not merely challenging but exceedingly difficult. Crafted personally by Professor Tang, the exam contained numerous questions that skirted the fine line between the syllabus and the unknown, targeting the very blind spots in their knowledge. Achieving a score of 80 was no small feat, while those who managed to surpass 90 were nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, I must extend special commendation to our esteemed classmate, Lu Zhou. His academic progress this semester has been remarkable, achieving a perfect score of 100 in both advanced calculus and differential equations. This feat even caught the attention of our school leaders, who sent the examination papers to the research group for re-evaluation. Yet, the result remained flawless, with no errors to be found. Such dedication to scholarship exemplifies the attitude one should embody. If only you all could emulate even half of his exemplary spirit. Instructor Zhang observed Lu Zhou with a beaming approval, nodding in affirmation. The atmosphere in the classroom abruptly froze. Even the usual banter regarding the instructor's boastful remarks was silenced. Luo Rundong, typically expressionless, widened his eyes in disbelief, glancing back. Meanwhile, Lu Rue, whose smile was once full of pride, found his expression abruptly stiffening, his brow twitching involuntarily. 2 subjects, perfect scores? Perfect scores. In an instant, it was as if a fuse had been lit, igniting a fervor throughout the classroom. Wow, Brother Lu is incredible. 666,666. What do you mean 666? That's 999. It's 6s all the way. Ah, so he submitted his paper early not because he couldn't write, but because he had finished it all. Shishang and Huang Guangming, speechless, raised their hands, prompting Lu Zhou to swiftly dodge, warning, I advise you not to touch me. I'm not inclined that way. Huang Guangming, with a cheeky grin, extended his hand. Come on, Brother Lu, let us share in your good fortune. Shishang chimed in without hesitation. Exactly, big brother. Get lost. Observing the uproar in the classroom, Instructor Zhang did not intervene but leisurely approached Lu Zhou, speaking privately, of course, while you have excelled in both mathematics subjects. Do not let pride take hold. You must continue to strive. What have you written in your modern history course? You missed passing by just 1 point. If you plan to graduate and seek employment, I suggest you find a way to retake this course. If you aim to pursue graduate studies, your political science course cannot be neglected. Lu Zhou humbly replied, I understand. As long as you do, Instructor Zhang nodded, adding, by the way, I noticed your name is absent from the list for the university mathematical modeling competition. I am aware that you are conducting some private research, but it is imperative to participate in nationally significant events like this one whenever possible. The list is still with me. If you reconsider, I can register you. I have already signed up. It was Professor Tang who assisted me with the registration, Lu Zhou subtly remarked. Oh, understood, Instructor Zhang acknowledged, nodding with a smile. Then you must put forth your utmost effort. Thank you for your kind words, Zhou replied with a smile. Once the rowdy students had settled down, Director Zhang sauntered back to the podium, cleared his throat, and announced the continuation of the class meeting. However, the remaining content garnered little attention, as the atmosphere was still charged with shock. The mathematics exam, while not particularly difficult, had been set by a different instructor, and there were whispers that other classes might have also achieved perfect scores. Yet, the advanced algebra exam was crafted by Professor Tang. In the entire mathematics department, fewer than 30 students had scored above 90. How could one attain a perfect score? It left others in disbelief, not to mention the matter of early submissions. As for the possibility of cheating, it was utterly implausible. No one entertained such thoughts. The invigilator was none other than Professor Liu, the department head, and the astonishing scores had even caught the attention of the university leaders. The teaching and research group would undoubtedly review the classroom surveillance footage. Once the footage was examined, it would be abundantly clear that there was no foul play. Any reasonable person would recognize that Zhou had completed the exam on his own. Noticing that the students were no longer focused on his words, Director Zhang casually discussed safety during the summer break and matters concerning the upcoming party, before waving his hand to declare the meeting adjourned. As the gathering concluded, Zhou, as expected, found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers. Zhou, are you still looking for a thigh pendant? Zhou, do you need teammates for the mathematical modeling competition? I can cross-dress and speak in a lowly voice. Zhou, considering I helped you purchase sanitary pads during military training, may I reserve a spot for next year's competition? Could you refrain from making such easily misunderstood remarks? Those things are used as insults. After much effort, Zhou finally broke free from the crowd and dashed up the stairs without glancing back. Director Zhang watched the energetic students with a smile, reflecting on the beauty of youth, before picking up his briefcase and departing. Liu Rui quietly slung his shoulder bag over his shoulder, lowered his head in contemplation, and approached the class monitor. Class monitor, about the mathematical modeling competition. Can I cancel my registration? You can do so before the list is submitted, but you'll need to speak with the class director, replied Tianjun, somewhat bemused. Why do you want to cancel it? You have a big shot right in your dormitory. Liu Rui managed a forced smile, but remained silent, unsure of what to say. Initially, he had entered the competition solely to avoid being overshadowed by others. But now, that rival who had instigated his insecurities had become someone else's prized asset. In the future, when people mentioned the students of Class 201, no one would inquire if there was a scholar named Liu Rui in the dormitory. Instead, they would exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, you share a dorm with Zhou." This stark contrast left him at a loss for how to respond. He had originally aspired to excel in the national competition, while others were already aiming for the highest honors. Liu Rui sighed. The ambition he had finally mustered had been shattered in an instant. Chapter 29. Perhaps this is talent? Ertzi, Liu Rui, we are leaving. Take care of yourselves. See you in 2 months. With their suitcases in tow, Shishang and Huang Guangming waved goodbye, leaving behind a graceful silhouette. The dormitory fell silent, leaving only Zhou and Liu Rui. The summer vacation had begun. Within a week, the entire campus would descend into quietude, remaining so until late August, when students would gradually return. By then, the school would regain its liveliness, not only with returning students, but also with the influx of fresh underclassmen. Zhou completed his application to stay on campus and bid farewell to Liu Rui before departing the dormitory with his laptop bag. His first stop was the dormitory office, where he submitted the stay application form, followed by a visit to the library. The academic atmosphere at Jinling University remained commendable, although most students had left. The library was still bustling with those preparing for postgraduate examinations. Some seats, even when unoccupied, were claimed by towering stacks of books. At times, Zhou couldn't help but wonder what drove these individuals. Some books were layered with a thick coat of dust, yet their owners did not seem to frequent the space. As he approached his usual spot only to find a book resting there, Zhou was about to seek another location when he noticed Chen Yushan sitting nearby. She discreetly removed the book and gestured for him to come over. Realization dawned on Zhou. She had reserved the seat for him. Without hesitation, he made his way over, placed his laptop on the table, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, he wandered to the adjacent bookshelf, reflecting on the contents of his reading list. He hesitated for a moment before ultimately selecting Linear Algebra, National Defense Industry Press Edition, although the system had provided him with a tailored reading list. Even marking the location of each book on the shelf through a holographic display visible only to him, it regrettably did not indicate the value coefficient of each book. Thus, he had to rely on his judgment to determine the order of his readings. One should not underestimate the significance of choosing a reading sequence. There is a certain coherence among pieces of knowledge, and even disciplines can influence one another. Without prior study of foundational courses such as semiconductor physics and basic circuit design, grasping concepts in microelectronics would prove challenging. Moreover, attempting to delve into introduction to IC design without a background in microelectronics would leave one feeling utterly lost. Akin to deciphering a foreign language, embarking on the study of mathematical subjects was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Typically, a solid mathematical foundation enhances comprehension of other engineering and scientific disciplines, whereas it is rare for knowledge from those fields to reciprocally influence mathematics. Furthermore, mathematics was a domain in which Zhou excelled. While the material was new, it would not leave him feeling bewildered. Conveniently, he recognized substantial gaps in his mathematical knowledge, with many areas resembling a patchwork quilt of understanding. For instance, due to the first paper he exchanged, he had developed a considerable understanding of complex analysis, real analysis, and functional analysis. However, for the aspects of knowledge not covered by that paper, he found himself utterly at a loss. It is fortunate that no one is idle enough to challenge him with textbooks. Otherwise, problems would undoubtedly arise during such an examination. A person who has yet to complete even a textbook on functional analysis discussing the optimal inversion theory of linear operators and linear functionals in prestigious journals would be regarded as a joke, and one might be hard-pressed to find anyone who would believe it. How splendid it would be if there were some water. From his pocket, Zhou retrieved a pure white pill bottle. Standing behind the bookshelf, he hesitated for a moment while glancing at the cup of water on Chen Yushan's desk, ultimately relinquishing that audacious notion. He took out a capsule, closed his eyes, and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it down forcefully with a gulp of saliva. After a brief wait, just as he began to wonder why nothing had changed, a sudden, slight tingling sensation radiated from the back of his head, sweeping across his eyes and converging at his brow. It was difficult to articulate that sensation, akin to invisible ants crawling across his skull. Were they nanobots? Or some special chemical hormones? Zhou was uncertain, as the black technology provided by the system had transcended the boundaries of existing knowledge in this world. His only discernible feeling was one of astonishing clarity. His mind was remarkably sharp, as if infused with the intellect of Newton, Einstein, and Heisenberg. Moreover, this sensation was akin to the exhilaration of chewing gum, impossible to halt. Zhou realized that the effects of the drug were commencing. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to his seat, meticulously opening the first page of his book. The focused effects of the capsule differed from the immersive reading experience he had during his previous task. That past experience was more akin to a total immersion, akin to a whale consuming water. In contrast, the sensation induced by the focus capsule felt as though it had awakened the activity of his brain cells, allowing him to absorb knowledge while simultaneously engaging in introspective thought. As time passed, the hours slipped away, transforming noon into 6 in the evening, the twilight outside casting a warm, golden hue. Chen Yushan stretched lazily, casting a glance in Zhou's direction, seeing him still in the same position as an hour prior. She couldn't help but admire him silently. A prodigy indeed. So this is how scholarly excellence is forged. Yet, wouldn't he sitting like that cause his neck to ache? Hey, Junior, are you going to the cafeteria? She inquired softly, nudging Zhou's arm. You go ahead. I'm not very hungry yet, Zhou replied, shaking his head. 5 hours had elapsed, and the drug's effects were gradually waning, though a residual sensation lingered. He wanted to test how long this feeling could persist. Then I'll head out first. Chen Yushan suddenly recalled something and continued in a hushed tone. By the way, do you remember the part-time job I mentioned? Zhou asked. I remember. When does it start? Chen Yushan suggested quietly. Tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we arrange a time to meet in the morning? I'll take you to meet my aunt. Zhou pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Perfectly. He had no plans for tomorrow, and he needed to wait 24 hours before taking more medication to study. Earning $200 per hour at this high-tech gig could secure his tuition for the next academic year. The two agreed to meet at the school gate at 9 o'clock the following day. Afterward, Chen Yushan tidied up the items on her desk and made her way to the cafeteria. Once she departed, Zhou redirected his attention back to his books. As time passed, he could distinctly sense his concentration waning, gradually reverting to its usual state. Concepts that he could once grasp with a single glance now required him to read through them multiple times. Most notably, without the constraint of medication, his tendency to lose focus had intensified, to a degree even greater than usual. Glancing at the densely packed notes in his notebook and the laptop that had automatically shut down, Zhou sighed and took out his phone to check the time. It was already 7:30. Having persevered until now, his stomach was growling with hunger. The effects of the medication lasted 5 hours, and after that, The efficacy would gradually diminish over the course of an hour until it completely faded. Relying solely on medication to comprehend his studies was untenable. After some contemplation, Zhou picked up his book and approached the librarian to register for a loan with his library card, then gathered his belongings and left the library. On his way back to the dormitory, he made a quick stop at the cafeteria and casually ate a bowl of noodles, which sufficed for dinner. Upon returning to his dorm, Zhou sat down and resumed studying. Regardless of how efficient his knowledge acquisition might be, any progress was still progress. Although his pace of comprehension was slow under normal circumstances, this did not hinder him from reinforcing the knowledge he had already learned and extending it to some degree. Ultimately, he wished to avoid becoming overly dependent on the focus capsules. After all, a single bottle contained only 40 capsules. Once they were depleted, there would be no more. And at that rate, it would be uncertain when he would next encounter such a remedy. Around 9 o'clock, Lu Rui returned to the dorm after attending the training mobilization conference for the mathematical modeling competition, carrying a large bag of reference books. His keen eyes spotted Zhou studying, and he set down his shoulder bag before approaching him immediately. Zhou, the exams are over, and you're still hitting the books? Well, since I have the time, and there's nothing much to do lately, Zhou replied with a smile. Lu Rui glanced at the content of Zhou's book, but said nothing. Once he accepted this setting, he found that his mindset had become much more tranquil. If the difference was merely 1 or 2 points, he might still have hope of catching up. However, the disparity between 90 points and a perfect score left him devoid of the courage to strive. It was indeed disheartening to consider. In the month leading up to the exams, he had awakened each day ready to study, only to close his eyes at night still solving problems. Yet, Zhou had managed to juggle a part-time job for 2 weeks before the exams, and then realized a bit too late, putting in a little effort, which ultimately resulted in him and Luo Rundong being eclipsed. Lu Rui still could not fathom what had transpired within Zhou that had led to such a remarkable transformation. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he voiced his confusion. Zhou, do you have any tricks for studying mathematics? Could you teach me? As Lu Rui spoke, a subtle blush crept across his face. After all, in the past, he had been quite reluctant whenever his roommates sought his assistance or borrowed his notes. Zhou paused his writing, contemplating for a moment. I don't really know, perhaps it's a talent? Upon hearing these words, Lu Rui nearly choked on his indignation. Must one be so pretentious? Even a poor student deserves a measure of dignity. Watching Lu Rui's despondent figure return to his seat, Zhou silently sighed, realizing that this fragile friendship might be on the verge of capsizing once more. But what could he do? He felt equally despondent. Surely, he couldn't disclose that his mind housed a system, could he? Chapter 30. Let us play checkers. I shall allow you to go first on the following morning. Zhou rose from his slumber, completed his morning rituals, and ventured out for breakfast. While on his way, he unexpectedly encountered Lin Yuxiang strolling alongside a tall, unfamiliar young man. Their jovial conversation suggested a close relationship, seemingly on the brink of intimacy. The young man was dragging a suitcase, presumably accompanying her to the high-speed train station for her journey home. In an effort to sidestep any awkwardness, Zhou refrained from greeting them, merely sighing internally and offering a moment of silent homage to Senior Wang. His intuition, it seemed, had proven correct. Sauntering leisurely to the school gate, Zhou extracted his phone to check the time, which read precisely 9 o'clock. Not far away, a striking figure stood beneath the sycamore tree at the entrance, waving at him, her lips forming the words, "This way." Noticing Chen Yunshan, Zhou made his way towards her. Today, Chen Yunshan's appearance was starkly different from the image Zhou had grown accustomed to in the library. She resembled an entirely different individual. The thick, round-frame glasses had been replaced with contact lenses, her bangs transformed into a fashionable air fringe, and she was clad in a trendy off-shoulder top paired with denim shorts. Her feet adorned with white sandals that revealed her delicate toes. Upon seeing Zhou approach, Chen Yunshan immediately voiced her complaint. You finally made it. It was evident that she had been waiting at the entrance for some time. Zhou, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, wasn't he at 9 o'clock? You really timed it perfectly. I'm quite impressed. Chen Yunshan rolled her eyes, too indifferent to respond further, and waved her phone, saying, the meeting spot isn't far. I ordered a Didi for us. Let us take a cab. Zhou thought to himself that since it wasn't far, they could simply walk, yet after some contemplation, he chose to keep that thought to himself. Soon, the car arrived, and they both settled into the back seat. With the prospect of tutoring others looming ahead, and at a rate of 200 per hour, a task he had never undertaken before, Zhou felt a twinge of anxiety. He decided to probe Chen Yunshan for some insight and inquired, is your cousin majoring in the arts or sciences? How are her grades? Chen Yunshan pondered for a moment, uncertainty evident in her voice as she responded, She is studying the sciences, but her grades in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology leave much to be desired. The only subjects where she excels are Chinese and English. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Zhou asked, then why doesn't she pursue the arts? Chen Yushan paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. How would I know? As their conversation continued, they arrived at their destination, disembarking beside a bustling commercial street and heading towards a CAF at the corner. The CAF boasted elegant decor, with tasteful furnishings that exuded sophistication. Being still in the morning, the establishment was not overly crowded, with most seats unoccupied. Chen Yushan led Zhou inside, making a beeline for the back of the CAF. At the end of the corridor, near the bookshelf, sat a mature woman who appeared to be in her early 30s. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled in an updo, and she was quietly engrossed in a book. Judging by her attire, it was evident that she possessed a refined taste. Zhou could distinctly sense a formidable aura emanating from her, indicating a significant social standing. Perhaps she was a lawyer, a manager in a corporation, or even a business owner herself. Furthermore, her true age likely exceeded her youthful appearance by several years. Upon their introduction, Chen Yushan warmly greeted the woman and proceeded to introduce Zhou, saying, Aunt, this is Zhou, the classmate I mentioned. He is an extraordinary academic, particularly in mathematics, truly impressive. With him teaching Mingqi, there should be no issues at all. The woman nodded and smiled slightly at Chen Yushan before turning her gaze to Zhou, saying, Hello. Hello, Zhou replied, somewhat reserved. Please, don't stand, take a seat. She invited, gesturing for them to sit down. With a gentle smile, she asked, Would you care for something to drink? Chen Yushan cheerfully responded, I would like a large mocha. Zhou politely added, A glass of water will suffice for me. There's no need to be overly formal. The woman replied with a soft smile, pressing a button on the table to summon a waiter. One mocha and one Americano, please. As she set aside the menu, she turned to Zhou, continuing, The Americano here is not overly bitter. It has a rich chocolate flavor, perfect for beginners. I recommend you give it a try. It seemed she was a woman with a strong desire for control, accustomed to orchestrating everything according to her will. It was difficult to imagine that a child raised by such a parent would perform poorly academically. Zhou mused over this in his mind, while maintaining a polite demeanor. Smiling as he said, Then, I shall respectfully comply. The woman chuckled, No wonder you are a student from Jin University. Your speech is quite eloquent. Are you in the humanities? Mathematics, he replied. She looked at him with surprise, her gaze lingering a moment longer, yet she said nothing further. Taking a sip of her coffee, she then methodically retrieved a business card from her bag and placed it on the table, gently nudging it toward Zhou. This is my business card. As Zhou accepted the card, he was taken aback by its contents. Yang Danyu, chairwoman and general manager of Yali Fashion Company, Limited. Contact information, XXXX. Although he had not heard of Yali Fashion, he was well aware of the significance of the roles of chairwoman and general manager. It was quite unusual for one individual to hold both positions. Was she able to manage it all? I don't have a business card, I apologize. He said, That's quite all right, I understand. Please add me on WeChat, and I can approve it from my side, Yang Danyu replied. Zhou took out his phone, using the number on the business card to add her on WeChat, while noting her name. As the conversation unfolded, the server approached with a tray, placing 2 cups of coffee upon the table. Shan had already briefed you on the salary matters, and I trust you are well informed. Crossing her right leg over her left knee, Yang Danyan spoke at a measured pace, stating, The hourly wage is 200, with transportation costs reimbursed monthly. Work commences at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturdays and Sundays, concluding at 6. Do you have any questions? The addition on WeChat was successful. Zhou, sitting upright, shook his head. No, I do not. Excellent. Then you may commence work tomorrow. I have inscribed the address on the back of my business card. You may either come on your own or have Shan accompany you, Yang Danyan affirmed. Is it settled just like that? Zhou expressed a hint of disbelief. After all, he had yet to meet the student he was to teach. It seemed prudent to first introduce himself and assess their compatibility. Perceiving Zhou's unspoken doubts, Yang Danyan took a sip of her coffee and began to speak slowly. Since you were recommended by Shan, I trust she would not refer someone lacking in competence. Furthermore, your admission to Jin University suggests you possess unique insights into your studies. I have always despised procrastination. Once a decision is made, action should follow immediately. If it does not yield satisfactory results, we can always reconsider later. Zhou was tempted to inquire about the criteria for unsatisfactory performance, yet after a moment's contemplation, he opted not to pursue that line of questioning. Instead, he assured her with conviction, Rest assured, I will uphold my end of the bargain. A fundamental quality of a salesperson is to instill confidence in clients regarding the entrusted responsibilities. To do so, one must refrain from excessive questioning and focus on executing their duties effectively. Such lessons had been gleaned during his part-time job setting up routers. Yang Danyan smiled faintly, nodding slightly. With your assurance, I am at ease. After a glance at her watch, she placed her phone into her bag. The hour is late. I have a meeting to attend shortly, so I shall be heading to the office now. Rising from her seat, she added, you and Shan may take your time. Feel free to enjoy lunch here before departing. I have already informed the front desk to charge your 2 meals to my account. I highly recommend the pizza here. It is quite delectable. Goodbye, Auntie. Ah. Goodbye, Ms. Yang. Once Ms. Yang departed, Chen Yushan chuckled softly, teasing Lu Zhou. Did you almost call her Auntie? Yes, Lu Zhou admitted candidly. Chen Yushan responded graciously, actually, calling her Auntie isn't entirely incorrect. She is over 40. However, it seems my aunt prefers not to be addressed as such, so you may simply call her Ms. Yang from now on. Lu Zhou nodded in understanding. Generally speaking, women who take great care in their appearance and well-being are quite sensitive about their age. For the sake of this hourly wage job, it would be prudent to navigate such obvious landmines with caution. Lu Zhou inquired, what shall we do next? Here, shall we wait until noon for lunch? You could eat while you wait. After all, someone is treating, and you do enjoy that, don't you? Chen Yushan remarked with a smile. Of course. If you prefer not to wait here, we could take a stroll instead. Regardless, you will be treating for lunch today. Let's remain here then. The prices around us seem rather steep, not quite within my means. Lu Zhou quietly picked a book from the nearby shelf and settled into his seat to read. Chen Yushan puffed her cheeks, glaring at Lu Zhou for quite some time. When she noticed his continued indifference, she couldn't help but retort. Is reading the only thing you know how to do? Lu Zhou, feeling helpless, inquired. Then what do you suggest we do? Board games are not suited for just 2 players, and my phone is too outdated to play anything. It seems that aside from books, there's little else here to pass the time. Chen Yushan's eyes darted around before suddenly landing on a pair of individuals at a nearby table. Her eyes lit up, and she stood up, saying, wait here, I'll be right back. With that, she headed to the CAF's front desk. Just as Lu Zhou began to ponder what she was up to, she soon returned. Upon her return, she bore a set of checkers. Placing it on the table without a word, and provocatively raised an eyebrow at him. Let us play checkers. I'll let you go first. Lu Zhou. Chapter 31. No matter how much I eat, I never gain weight. With her thumb in her mouth and her brows furrowed tightly, Chen Yushan stared intently at the chessboard. Deep in thought, the outcome of the game was already determined. There was no room for redemption. After some time grappling with this reality, she tentatively suggested, shall we play another round? Lu Zhou sighed and gazed at the sky. Can I concede? Absolutely not. Chen Yushan exclaimed, frustrated enough to stomp her foot. When posed with mathematical problems, she was often ridiculed for their simplicity. Yet, this was another straightforward question. Would she have enough time to prepare for her graduate entrance exams? Initially, she hoped to regain some dignity through checkers, but Lu Zhou offered her none, defeating her 10 consecutive times, even allowing her to make the first move. Was her intelligence truly lacking? For 3 years, she had prided herself as an academic achiever, yet now she found herself questioning her very existence. Observing Chen Yushan stubbornly pushing the chessboard aside and insisting on another match, Lu Zhou couldn't help but inquire. May I ask you a question? Chen Yushan, visibly irritated, replied, go ahead. Lu Zhou, with utmost seriousness, asked, how did you come to the erroneous belief that your checkers skills were formidable? Upon hearing this question, Chen Yushan's face flushed, and she awkwardly confessed, when I was a child I played with my parents and never lost. How young were you? Chen Yushan mumbled. I think it was elementary school. My goodness. You still remember your elementary school days? And your parents were clearly letting you win. Haven't you ever played against anyone else? For some reason, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Lunch consisted of a seafood supreme pizza adorned with cheese. Mrs. Yang had indeed not misled them, for the pizza at this CAF was delectable. Though the price was somewhat steep, it wasn't his own money being spent. Lu Zhou even saved room for dessert, ordering a serving of ice cream topped with chocolate mousse. Watching Lu Zhou indulge heartily, Chen Yushan, who sat across from him nibbling delicately on her sandwich, couldn't help but comment, you really can eat. Be careful not to turn into a big fatso. I actually wish I could gain a bit of weight. Lu Zhou said nonchalantly while enjoying his high-calorie dessert, but for some reason, no matter how much I eat, I never gain weight. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew quiet, and Chen Yushan fell silent as well. It seemed this joke had stirred some resentment. A palpable tension began to envelop the space, causing Lu Zhou to shiver involuntarily. By the time they returned to school, it was already 2 in the afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Fearing a tan, Qin Yushan dared not linger outside. She waved goodbye to Lu Zhou and swiftly returned to her dormitory. Seeing that there was still ample time, Lu Zhou first returned to his dorm to gather his computer and the books borrowed from the library, then headed to an empty study room in the teaching building. With approximately 4 hours remaining until the resistance period concluded, he would begin taking his medication at 6 o'clock, lasting until 11 at night. It wouldn't be an issue to stretch it until midnight. The library had long since closed, so studying there today was out of the question. Although he initially planned to take the medication every other day, an engagement awaited him the following day. To avoid squandering precious time and to expedite the completion of his reward task, he resolved to exert himself today. Upon opening his computer, Lu Zhou first checked his email and discovered that Wang Xiaodong had sent him the completed program. After downloading the program and giving it a cursory glance, Lu Zhou extracted the code for future reference and began writing in accordance with the format of a mathematical modeling paper. He dedicated an entire afternoon to finalizing the paper, subsequently packaging both the paper and the program before sending them to Professor Lu's inbox. Perhaps I should have a meal in the cafeteria before returning to my work, he thought, stretching his limbs as he stood and made his way outside the classroom. Due to the summer vacation, the cafeteria was sparsely populated. The advantage was the absence of queues, but the downside was that many cafeteria staff had also taken leave, leaving only a few service windows open. However, this did not significantly affect Lu Zhou, as he typically settled for a bowl of noodles in the evening. While dining, he fortuitously encountered Professor Tang and approached him to offer a greeting, taking a seat across from the professor with his bowl in hand. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, Professor Tang smiled and casually inquired, "How is your preparation for the mathematical modeling going?" Lu Zhou returned the smile and replied, "It's going well. I just submitted the assignment to Professor Lu. What have you been researching lately?" Understanding that Professor Tang was not referring to mathematical modeling, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before saying, "I recently read a paper regarding the progress of the GMPS research initiative." Professor Tang raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "The one from the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" "Yes," Lu Zhou nodded. "I revisited the 1992 paper titled Distribution of Mersenne Primes and found the conjectures quite intriguing. Though the exposition was alarmingly brief, containing almost solely a conclusion, which prompted me to delve deeper into it." "I'm familiar with that paper," Professor Tang remarked nostalgically, recalling a cherished memory. "Mr. Zhou's work has certainly made a significant mark on the international stage, enhancing the prestige of our nation's mathematical community. The only regret is its brevity, merely 2 pages long. While it proposed an exact formula for the distribution of Mersenne primes, it failed to provide a proof, thus relegating it to the status of conjecture." After a brief pause, Professor Tang looked at Lu Zhou and said with a smile, "Speaking of which, why have you shifted your focus from studying linear functionals to Mersenne primes? Or perhaps it's simply a matter of interest?" Lu Zhou replied, his own words sounding dubious even to him, inadvertently inflecting his tone with uncertainty. Not convinced by his feeble excuse, Professor Tang shook his head and earnestly remarked, "You possess undeniable talent in mathematics, yet you seem rather restless. What meaningful results can be achieved when you scatter your efforts? It's natural to have ambition, as researchers are human too, but do you really think Mersenne primes are so easily computed?" The GMPS project has spent a staggering 8 years grappling with the question of whether the 44th Mersenne prime is indeed the 44th. One might assume that the associated reward is easily attainable. Although the 44th Mersenne prime was discovered back in 2006, the academic community remains cautiously skeptical about the existence of any undiscovered Mersenne primes between the 43rd and 44th, given the sheer magnitude of these numbers and the incomprehensible computational effort involved. Furthermore, according to the GMPS project's bounty criteria, the next reward can only be claimed by targeting the first 100 million digits of the Mersenne prime. Yet, even this reward pales in comparison to the resources expended, as the bounty for the first 100 million digits is a mere 150,000, which hardly covers the associated costs. As a jest, one might say that it would be more profitable to mine Bitcoin than to engage in mathematical research. Recognizing Lu Zhou's avaricious nature, Professor Tang subjectively speculated that he was undoubtedly lured by the prospect of that reward, becoming entirely consumed by the pursuit of wealth. Lu Zhou offered a sheepish smile, feeling hesitant to counter this notion, as explaining his position would be rather tedious. "You may misunderstand me as you wish," he thought. Noticing Lu Zhou's silence, Professor Tang sighed and continued earnestly, "Your paper is exceptional. It's not just my opinion. Several esteemed professors from the Institute of Physics concur. If you delve deeper into this field, I dare say you could achieve significant results within 2 years. Though we may consider pragmatic outcomes, we ought to maintain a long-term perspective." Lu Zhou quietly inquired, "Professor, do you not advise me to continue my research in this area?" Professor Tang shook his head, responding, "That is not my intention. I merely harbor reservations about this direction. It is rather obscure, the likelihood of yielding results is slim, and I myself have not extensively studied it. Thus I cannot offer much assistance. If your interest lies in merely exploring, I do not oppose it. However, should you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly, it may ultimately hinder your progress. I have spoken candidly. Please reflect on this." Chapter 32. The correct way to operate cutting-edge technology is actually to push one's limits? After listening to Professor Tang's heartfelt words, Zhou felt a surge of emotion within him. Indeed, it was Professor Tang who cared for him the most. Yet, there was no alternative, after all. The system had bestowed upon him that blueprint. It would be a waste to let it go unused. After dinner, Zhou made a detour to the library. Following the reading list provided by the system, he borrowed all the relevant textbooks, such as analytical geometry, ordinary differential equations, complex and real functions, functional analysis, topology, and differential geometry, much to the astonishment of the librarian. The mathematics texts alone constituted nearly one-third of the entire list. If he could thoroughly digest all these volumes, he would have effectively navigated through the entire undergraduate curriculum of applied mathematics. However, would 40 focus capsules truly suffice? Gazing at the capsules in the bottle, Zhou harbored considerable doubts. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such thoughts for the moment. His immediate task was to exert every effort to complete the system's mission. As for what to do when the capsules ran out, that was a question for another time. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water he had prepared in advance and tossed a capsule into his mouth. Having had a prior experience, he quickly found himself in the right state of mind. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight crept over the windowsill. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtains. And listening to the chorus of cicadas outside, Zhou stirred, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. His entire body ached, particularly his neck. He had been engrossed in his studies throughout the night until he reached the point of tribulation, and he could scarcely remember when he had fallen asleep, only recalling that he had been exceedingly fatigued and had dozed off after bumping his head against the book while attempting to check the time on his phone. The classrooms designated for the postgraduate entrance examination preparations were not cut off from power at night, and with the recent onset of summer vacation, no one had come to wake him. Thus, he had inadvertently slumbered until the following day. What time was it now? Zhou fished out his nearly depleted phone, glanced at the screen, and inwardly cursed. It was already 11 o'clock. Moreover, he had to tutor in the afternoon. After sitting at his desk for a while, he shook his groggy head and made his way to the washroom. A splash of cold water on his face invigorated him considerably. Returning to the classroom, he sat for a moment to gather his thoughts, gradually recalling the events of the previous day. The conclusion drawn from his last medication session indicated that even after 5 hours, the residual effects of the drug would still linger for a period. To test the maximum duration of the focus capsules, Zhou chose to conduct his experiment in an environment devoid of distractions. The results were astonishing. He discovered that when external disturbances were entirely eliminated, even after 5 hours, his mind remained under the influence of the residual effects, instinctively maintaining a state of heightened concentration. And without external interruptions, he found it nearly impossible to cease his focus. However, this state of intense concentration also imposed a significant burden on his brain, initially manifesting as a mild headache, which eventually triggered the body's self-protective mechanisms, causing him to faint. It appears that the duration of the drug's efficacy over 5 hours is not absolute. With sheer determination, one could even extend its effects by as much as 50%. Especially in a state of utter exhaustion, once the threshold is crossed, consciousness may become remarkably alert. As for the side effects, they seem to mirror those of a typical sleepless night. Murmuring to himself, Zhou could not suppress a yawn. It seems that the use of the drug must be accompanied by intense work to achieve optimal results. Zhou stretched his sore neck, closed his eyes, and entered the system space, activating the taskbar. Task progress 230. It appears that the system has already marked his completion of the textbooks on linear algebra and analytic geometry. The next challenge is ordinary differential equations. If this momentum is maintained, resolving this reward task with 40 focus capsules should pose no significant challenge. After tidying up the items on the table, Zhou first returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes before hailing a ride at the school gate to the address on the business card. The summer heat in Jinling City is intense, almost inhumane. Since the fare would be reimbursed, he opted to avoid sweating on a bus and took a taxi instead. Before long, the car stopped in front of a residential area called Zijing Garden. After stepping out, Zhou stood at the entrance, looking up in admiration. Feeling a sense of awe, this community truly lives up to its name, boasting an impressive construction. Moreover, it is situated in a prime location near the urban commercial district. In such an area, to have a residential complex with such lush greenery and apartments resembling duplex villas, one could only imagine the exorbitant property prices. Only those considered part of the elite class could reside here. Whether one could calculate the first billion digits of a Mersenne prime or prove the Birch and Swinnerton-Dyer conjecture for the $1,000,000 reward, acquiring a residence here would likely remain a formidable challenge. Zhou glanced at the security guard, who was also observing him, clearly discerning that he was not a resident and appeared unwilling to grant him entry. With a resigned expression, Zhou made a call to Ms. Yang, waiting for her to contact the guard before he was finally allowed through. After taking the elevator upstairs, he approached the door and rang the bell. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something being thrown and indistinct arguing from behind the security door. "If you don't care about me, then don't pretend to be concerned." Bang! Even through the door, Zhou could feel the muffled thud of the door slamming. This does not bode well for this job. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should return today. Just then, footsteps approached, followed by the unlocking of the security door. It was, of course, Ms. Yang who appeared at the threshold. Upon seeing her, Zhou's expression reflected a subtle surprise, as her calm, expressionless demeanor made it difficult for him to imagine that she had just engaged in a heated argument with her daughter. Ms. Yang spoke in a calm voice. "You must be Teacher Liu. There are slippers by the door. Please come in." Zhou's expression was somewhat nuanced, yet he managed a pleasant smile. "You can simply call me Zhou. I'm not really a teacher." "Nonsense. A tutor is still a teacher. This way, please." As they passed through the foyer, Zhou noticed shards of glass scattered across the living room floor, resembling remnants of some delicate craft. A door nearby was closed, presumably leading to Chun Yushan's cousin's room. Ms. Yang did not linger in the living room, but led him to the adjacent study, where she gestured for him to take a seat before smiling faintly. "I hope I haven't embarrassed you. It's a bit awkward." Zhou chuckled lightly, opting not to respond. He was merely there for a part-time job and had no intention of involving himself in the domestic affairs of others. Ms. Yang remained silent as she retrieved a box of lady cigarettes. "Do you smoke?" "No, thank you," Zhou declined. Ms. Yang nodded, said nothing further, and returned the cigarette box to its place, her gaze drifting to the wall clock as she spoke in a slightly fatigued tone. "From now until 6 this evening. When I finish work, I entrust you with Han Mingqi. Her books, test papers, and the supplementary materials I purchased for her are all in this study. Your main focus will be on teaching her mathematics. Given her current situation, do you think that is feasible?" Zhou hesitated. "If she keeps the door shut, the lessons cannot proceed at all. That won't be a problem," Ms. Yang replied expressionlessly, producing a key and placing it gently on the table. "This is the key to her room." Zhou was taken aback. "Is she really your daughter?" The situation just became more serious. "I think. What do you think?" "Nothing." Zhou shook his head. He had intended to express that such actions could exacerbate the conflict between mother and daughter, but he felt it was not his place to comment on someone else's family affairs, especially since it might touch on a sensitive topic. He believed Miss Yang was not oblivious to this aspect. Yet, he wondered whether she was truly at a loss or simply indifferent. "Then I leave it in your hands, Ms. Yang stood up. "Before the end of July, she will have a monthly exam. If her math score exceeds 100, I will consider giving you a raise next month. If she cannot even reach 80, I will contemplate finding another tutor." With that, she did not wait for Zhou's response and walked towards the study door. "Oh, there's one more thing I must mention. To prevent her from sneaking out the moment I leave, I will lock the front door from the outside. You have no objections, do you?" "No objections," Zhou shook his head. After all, she would return by 6, and he had no plans to go out during that time. However, he pondered, "While I was introduced by your niece, is it truly acceptable to confine a stranger with your daughter in a room?" Yet, her next words dispelled all his doubts. "Moreover, I have installed approximately a dozen surveillance cameras throughout the house, ensuring there are virtually no blind spots. Should you feel that your privacy rights are being infringed upon, do not hesitate to express your concerns beforehand." While her expression remained unchanged as she spoke, Zhou discerned a profound warning emanating from her oppressive aura. Indeed, could she truly be a mother? I harbored no objections. After all, Zhou had never entertained any thoughts or interests in wrongdoing. He was merely there to work. As for the issue of surveillance, he was accustomed to the presence of cameras, given their ubiquity in libraries and classrooms. However, upon hearing Ms. Yang casually mention the installation of numerous cameras in her home, he began to understand, albeit slightly, the underlying tension in her relationship with her daughter. Chapter 33. The Rampaging Cockroach. After concluding her matters, Ms. Yang departed from the residence. Standing at the threshold of Han Mingqi's room, Zhou contemplated the key in his hand. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately tucked the key into his pocket and rapped gently on the door. A muffled thud resounded, akin to a pillow being struck. "Go away." I warn you, if you dare to enter, I will call the police. What a wretched temperament this girl possesses. Her voice, however, is rather melodious. Lu Zhou shrugged, unfazed, and spoke through the door. I am indifferent, regardless of whether you come out or not. My salary will remain unchanged. But is this truly wise? 5 hours equates to 1,000 yuan. Surely anyone would feel a pang at the thought of 1,000 yuan. Wouldn't they? Attempting to adopt a different perspective, Lu Zhou still underestimated the capriciousness of the wealthy. Humph, came a cold snort from behind the door. Han Mingqi raised her voice, adopting a dismissive tone. Suit yourself. That woman has plenty of money. How she chooses to spend it is her affair. Why not let her support you? That woman. The tone suggests a profound rift between mother and daughter. After waiting at the door for a while, and seeing that the girl had no intention of opening it, Lu Zhou decided not to waste any more time. He turned and returned to the study, gathering all the materials he had in there and bringing them to the living room. It had been quite some time since he had engaged with high school knowledge, but a cursory glance proved manageable. After all, he was a graduate of a prestigious university, once a valiant warrior who had triumphed amidst a sea of competitors. One could not lack competence. Seated on the sofa, Lu Zhou perused the textbooks when he suddenly noticed shards of glass on the floor, causing him to furrow his brow. His compulsive tendencies resurfaced. With a sigh, he stood and retrieved a broom from the bathroom to clear away the debris. However, just as he was about to set the broom down, a high-pitched scream erupted from the tightly shut room. Startled, Lu Zhou presumed an accident had occurred. Without hesitation, he dropped the broom and dashed toward the room. Producing the key, he unlocked the door. As he pushed it open, a dark, unidentified creature scuttled toward his feet. A cockroach. Instinctively, Lu Zhou crushed it underfoot and hurried into the room, asking urgently, what happened? The room was dimly lit due to the drawn curtains, making it difficult to fathom that this was a young woman's sanctuary. It was hard to believe such a disarray could exist within a high-end apartment. In a sense, the chaos rivaled that of their dormitory. Books were haphazardly piled in a corner alongside stuffed animals, snack wrappers littered the floor, and remnants of potato chips could still be seen scattered about. No wonder the cockroach had ventured into forage. It was particularly attracted to grease. With her disheveled hair cascading about her, a petite figure huddled in the corner of the bed, gripping a pillow tightly, trembling as she hugged her knees. She was clad in loose-fitting pajamas, her fair face taut with tension, and her lips were bitten to the point of turning blue. The expression of sheer terror on her countenance resembled that of someone who had stumbled upon a ghost. Dead, dead, dead? Is it dead? Trembling. Han Mingqi cast a timid glance beneath the bed, her hesitation betraying her fear of descending. Lu Zhou paused momentarily, then glanced at the floor beside his feet with an odd expression. Are you referring to a cockroach? Han Mingqi nodded anxiously. It's already dead, right here. Lu Zhou sighed, gesturing downward. I thought something serious had occurred. Turns out it's just a bug. Just step on it. What's the fuss? Upon hearing that her nemesis was indeed lifeless, Han Mingqi finally exhaled in relief, her previously taut body relaxing. However, she soon regarded Lu Zhou with suspicion, retrieving her iPhone as she said cautiously, Who gave you permission to enter? Leave now, or I will call the police. Why did you suddenly turn on the light? You impudent scoundrel. The sudden brightness of the light pierced her eyes, prompting her to instinctively raise her arm to shield them. Ignoring her, Lu Zhou turned and fetched a broom from the bathroom. He meticulously tidied up, clearing not just the packaging on the floor, but also the corners and beneath the bed, discovering a surprising amount of debris. As he surveyed the considerable pile of refuse he had swept up, he wiped the sweat from his brow and could not help but remark, with so many snacks cluttering this room, are you planning to raise pests? At his comment, the girl seated on the bed blushed and retorted angrily, What business is it of yours meddling in my affairs? Lu Zhou glanced at her before directing his attention to the snacks in the box. Did you only eat these for lunch? The girl huffed in response, remaining silent. Lu Zhou said nothing further, tying up the trash bag and turning to exit, casually shutting the door behind him. Observing the closed door, Han Mingqi felt a slight surprise, her grip on the pillow loosening. She had not anticipated that this seemingly heartless tutor her mother had hired would concede so quickly. Initially, she had prepared herself for a long-term struggle, but now she felt a sense of powerlessness, as if her efforts were thwarted. Back in the living room, Lu Zhou spread open the high school mathematics textbook on the coffee table, laying out various materials. Alongside the school textbooks, there were also supplementary resources and past exam papers among the heap left by Ms. Yang. As Ms. Yang had indicated, her mathematics performance was indeed lacking. She scored below half on a 150-point exam, with her highest mark barely reaching 80. Such results rendered her chances of entering a prestigious university dubious, if not impossible altogether. However, her Chinese language scores were commendable. Upon reviewing her essays, Lu Zhou found her writing surprisingly eloquent. As for English, Her scores hovered above 120, while her performance in biology, chemistry, and physics fluctuated, making it difficult to assess. With such a foundation, pursuing the sciences seemed futile. Perhaps focusing on the humanities might salvage her academic prospects. Zhou shook his head, picked up a pen from the table, and began to write and draw on a sheet of A4 paper. High school mathematics is not particularly challenging. This assessment, of course, does not delve into the complexities of problem types, but merely evaluates the volume of knowledge involved. A single compulsory course covering a set and a basic function may require approximately 40 class hours, while a university calculus class might encompass far more than that. This disparity often explains why many students excel in high school, yet struggle upon entering university. The instructors at the lectern are not merely guiding a train. They are launching a rocket. Han Mingqi's foundation is quite weak, but in Lu Zhou's eyes, there remains a chance for redemption. After all, examinations are not competitions. They primarily assess foundational knowledge. By solidifying this foundation, even if one cannot achieve a score above 140, securing all the basic points around 120 is still a commendable achievement. The stack of 4 compulsory textbooks may appear daunting, yet the knowledge they encompass is rather straightforward at least. That is how it seems to Lu Zhou, who had burned the midnight oil to finish the entire analytic geometry textbook the previous night. First, he needed to draft an outline, summarizing all the knowledge points from the 4 compulsory books of 1452. Then, based on Han's past examination results, he would identify the concepts she had failed to grasp, although these insights should ideally have been compiled by her own efforts. In any case, regardless of the client's attitude, Lu Zhou felt that since he had accepted this task, it was his duty to execute it to the best of his ability. He sought nothing else. At the very least, he owed it to the hourly wage of 200 yuan. Even someone with no understanding of the tutoring market like him knew that this salary was significantly above the average standard. Time ticked away. Around 5:30, Lu Zhou stretched, standing to relieve the slight soreness in his shoulders. Glancing at the neat stack of A4 papers on the coffee table, a smile crept onto his lips. Although it had been somewhat troublesome at first, completing a task and then reflecting upon it brought a sense of accomplishment. The clock was nearing 6. With this outcome, today's labor could be considered satisfactorily fulfilled. At that moment, a faint sound emerged from the nearby door, followed by a petite figure emerging from within. Lu Zhou looked up to see that her pajamas had been replaced with a casual t-shirt and jeans, yet her long hair remained in disarray. And perhaps it was merely his perception, but she seemed even smaller standing than when she was curled up on the bed, particularly with her figure resembling a flat geometric shape, devoid of any curves. She was the antithesis of her cousin. "Why are you looking at me? I've called the police," she declared. Lu Zhou sighed. "Please, refrain from threatening me with the police. I haven't done anything. You need a valid reason to call them. Causing a disturbance could lead to detention, so think carefully." The calm demeanor of Lu Zhou left Han Mingqi somewhat exasperated. Biting her lip in silence, she turned and hurried into the bathroom. As he gazed at the closed door, Lu Zhou suddenly realized that she must have been feeling quite anxious. No wonder she was reluctant to go out. Moments later, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, and Han Mingqi emerged with a tense expression after washing her face. As she passed through the living room, she noticed something on the coffee table, momentarily taken aback, and frowned, inquiring, "What is this? Can't you even remember your own textbooks? How long has it been since you last studied?" "That's none of your business." Glancing at the thick stack of A4 papers, Han Mingqi muttered softly, turning her head away as she walked toward the kitchen. "I'm hungry. You can manage on your own." Leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, Lu Zhou observed her retreating figure and earnestly remarked, "I believe that since we are family, it would be better to share a meal together." Turning back, Han Mingqi coldly smiled. That smile hardly resembled the expression one would expect from a 16 or 17-year-old. Wait for her. Did she not send you a message? Chapter 34. Money not treated as money. Lu Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then promptly retrieved his phone, discovering a message from Ms. Yang. "Teacher Lu, I sincerely apologize. Due to a company meeting, I cannot return until around 10 this evening. I am willing to compensate you with double your hourly rate for the inconvenience caused. I hope for your understanding." Double the hourly rate. Does that mean 400 for an hour? Lu Zhou inhaled sharply, thinking to himself, "Dear lady, please, do not feel obliged. Even if you do not return tonight, it would be perfectly fine." Though he understood that this was unlikely. "What flavor do you prefer? Chicken or beef?" At that moment, Han Mingqi poked her head out from the kitchen, inquiring about Lu Zhou, who was seated in the living room. The refrigerator only held sandwiches, and the woman had locked the door, rendering takeout impossible. Observing the frozen sandwich in her hand, Lu Zhou couldn't help but ask, "Is this what you plan to eat for dinner?" Han Mingqi retorted nonchalantly, "Is there a problem with that? Everywhere is a problem, Lu Zhou sighed, rising from the sofa and making his way toward the kitchen. What are you doing? Han Mingqi took a step back, her expression tinged with suspicion. I am going to cook. You can cook? Han Mingqi stared at Lu Zhou, incredulous. Lu Zhou rinsed the pan in the sink, chuckling, Oh, do you think I am like you? Han Mingqi raised her chin in discontent. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. If you have nothing better to do, why not go to the living room and review the materials I prepared for you? It will be beneficial, Lu Zhou replied, washing the pan without looking back. It seemed that this family had not cooked in ages, as a layer of dust had settled on the cooking pot, requiring Lu Zhou to scrub it several times before it was thoroughly clean. Aside from the sandwiches, the refrigerator surprisingly contained some fresh ingredients. According to Han Mingqi, these were the supplies that woman had intended for making salad. Stir-fried bok choy and shredded chicken with chili, 2 dishes should suffice.
Let us steam a couple of cups of rice. If necessary, I shall simply eat a bit more. Setting the cutting board on the counter,
Lu Zhou washed his hands and skillfully began chopping the ingredients. The chicken breast was a bit troublesome, needing to be briefly blanched. But the water temperature had to be just right, otherwise, the meat would become tough. Such a texture would be quite unpleasant to consume. However, for Lu Zhou, this was not a significant challenge. During the time when his mother was unwell, he had often been the one to prepare meals for the family. Although he had not set foot in the kitchen for over 2 years, the skills he had acquired were not easily forgotten. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Han Mingqi listened to the sound of chopping from the kitchen, her gaze fixed on the outline Lu Zhou had written for her throughout the afternoon. Feeling increasingly restless and unable to concentrate. After an undetermined amount of time, the kitchen door opened, and a waft of delicious aroma wafted into the air. Han Mingqi's nose twitched slightly, and she swallowed hard, feeling a wave of involuntary anticipation wash over her. At that moment, Lu Zhou's voice called out, If you're hungry, come and eat. Help yourself to rice. Han Mingqi initially intended to utter some cutting remarks. Yet upon glancing at the study materials on the coffee table and the dishes laid out on the dining table, she ultimately swallowed her inappropriate words, murmuring softly before retreating into the bathroom. People possess an innate sense of discernment. There exists a fundamental distinction between kindness and malice. After washing her hands, Han Mingqi took a small bowl of rice and sat across from Lu Zhou, observing the 2 ordinary home-cooked dishes on the table. She hesitated momentarily before reaching for a small piece of cabbage, but suddenly shot a wary glance at Lu Zhou. You haven't added anything strange to this, have you? As Lu Zhou was eating, he nearly choked on a grain of rice, glaring at the girl with intensity and retorting, Is there something wrong with your brain? What do you think I'm eating right now? Han Mingqi felt her cheeks flush, recognizing the absurdity of her question, yet unwilling to concede, she stubbornly countered. Aren't there cases where someone eats an antidote beforehand and then everything is fine? She must have been watching too much television. Lu Zhou, unceremoniously, replied. If you don't want to eat, then fine, go back and munch on your sandwich. Han Mingqi stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comment, and continued her meal. Throughout dinner, the 2 exchanged no words. Chewing slowly, by the time she finished her bowl of rice, Lu Zhou was about to rise when he was suddenly taken aback to see Han Mingqi carry her bowl into the kitchen and return with another. This seemed to be her 3rd bowl. Can she eat this much? Lu Zhou scrutinized her petite figure, which did not seem to suggest a hearty appetite. Perhaps she only took a little each time? With this thought, Lu Zhou approached the rice cooker, lifted the lid, and was instantly frozen in disbelief. Empty. He turned to see Han Mingqi devouring her food with fervor. Why are you looking at me? Noticing Lu Zhou's gaze, she felt somewhat embarrassed. Hastily swallowing her mouthful and softly offering, Would you like me to share some? No, it's all right. You're still growing. It's only natural to eat more. Lu Zhou replied, shaking his head as he carried the dishes to the kitchen sink. When he had nearly tidied up the kitchen, Han Mingqi quietly entered with her empty plate and bowl, casting a shy glance at Lu Zhou. How about, I wash them? Her upbringing had instilled such diligence that it made her feel a bit awkward. No need, just leave them there. You might as well spend this time in the living room working on a couple of problems, Lu Zhou said without turning around as he washed the cutting board. More studying. Han Mingqi made a face at Lu Zhou's back and turned to return to the living room. After finishing up in the kitchen, Lu Zhou re-entered the living room and found the young girl leaning over the coffee table, studying the materials he had written. A smile crept onto his face as he approached and sat beside her, inquiring, So, how is it? Do you understand? Too easy. Easy. You've made quite a few mistakes on these simple questions. Lu Zhou casually pulled out a test paper, pointing to a question, for instance. Based on the equations of a line and a circle, determine the positional relationship between the line and the circle. In my view, this is a straightforward question. Han Mingqi pouted and retorted, Of course, you find it simple since you are already in college. But is that true? One does not learn such matters in university. Moreover, I haven't encountered such problems for over a year. I merely glanced at them this afternoon. Lu Zhou smiled and replied, well, that's just how my math skills are. You may say whatever you like. Han Mingqi resigned herself to her fate, leaning back on the sofa and crossing her legs. Have you given up? I believe there is still hope for you, Lu Zhou remarked. You needn't comfort me. I am well aware of my situation. I scarcely studied last semester. Han Mingqi stated flatly, arms crossed. Do you lack even the courage to try? Lu Zhou chuckled. Using provocation on me is ineffective. Ah. I didn't expect to be seen through. The atmosphere grew tense again, and Han Mingqi lowered her head to fiddle with her phone. Although it was unclear why she did not retreat to her room, she remained silent with Lu Zhou. As dusk settled outside, Lu Zhou walked over to switch on the living room lights. At that moment, he suddenly realized that having such a large house might not be advantageous. It would be more comforting with more people. Being alone felt somewhat eerie. The hollow, dark doorways seemed as if they could devour one's very soul. Retrieving a book from the study shelf, Lu Zhou returned to the sofa and began to leaf through it quietly. Han Mingqi, who was engrossed in her phone, suddenly cast him a furtive glance and whispered, "Thank you." "Excuse me?" Lu Zhou turned his head slightly, puzzled. "The meal you prepared was delicious," Han Mingqi stated. Her gaze fixed rigidly on her phone screen. "It was merely something simple. Has your mother never cooked for you?" Lu Zhou inquired. Han Mingqi's expression instantly grew cold. "Her? She doesn't cook. And honestly, I scarcely see her throughout the day. No wonder the food tasted so good." It had been a long time since she had eaten like that. Lu Zhou had thought his culinary skills had improved, only to realize he was mistaken. "What about your father?" The moment the question escaped his lips, Lu Zhou regretted it, as the answer was painfully evident. "He is embroiled in a lawsuit with my mother. It should be nearing its conclusion." Sitting on the sofa with her knees drawn up, Han Mingqi spoke these words with a blank expression. With a slight movement of her throat, Lu Zhou felt an unexpected surge of sympathy for her upon seeing her expression. Staring straight ahead, Han Mingqi suddenly asked, "Will you still cook for me in the future?" Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before responding, "If you study diligently, I will consider it." "What? So there are conditions?" "How disappointing," Han Mingqi scoffed, turning her head away. Lu Zhou remarked, "After all, my job is subject to performance evaluation. If your mother perceives that I am receiving a salary without contributing, she might dismiss me in a few days." There was no helping it. That woman always had a penchant for imposing unreasonable demands. Han Mingqi lowered her head, tightening her arms around her knees, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, "I will strive to do my best, but I cannot make any promises." "Very well," Lu Zhou said with a smile, "let us agree on that." The two engaged in a casual conversation about their studies. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat stiff, but it gradually became much more fluid. As the clock approached 11, the sound of a car finally echoed from downstairs. Shortly after, the entrance door swung open, and Mrs. Yang returned home. Han Mingqi quietly glanced at her mother, exchanging no words, merely emitting a soft huff in a show of defiance before retreating to her room. The expression on the face of this formidable woman remained unchanged. She glanced at the review materials and outlines on the coffee table, her brow slightly easing as she inclined her head toward Lu Zhou. Her voice tinged with exhaustion and deep remorse. "I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time. Would you allow me to drive you home?" "There is no need for such trouble. I can simply call a ride." Lu Zhou quickly waved his hand, smiling as he said, "You should spend more time with your daughter at home. She still needs to put in more effort on the fundamentals of mathematics. I have devised a study outline for her. As long as she dedicates time to it, I believe she will have no trouble catching up given her capabilities." "Thank you, Teacher Lu. I will ensure she stays on track." Mrs. Yang nodded slightly. "There is no need for such formality. I shall take my leave now. By the way, it would be beneficial for you both to communicate more, in terms of her studies. After all, learning cannot be rushed. Being overly forceful may yield counterproductive results. It is better to allow the child to find her own pace in resolving issues." After once more declining Mrs. Yang's offer to drive him home, Lu Zhou descended in the elevator and summoned a ride through his phone. Once in the car, Mrs. Yang transferred the tutoring fee directly to his phone via WeChat. Calculating the payment, the first 5 hours were billed at a rate of 200 yuan per hour and the subsequent 5 hours at 400 yuan per hour, totaling exactly 3,000 yuan. Gazing at the sum, he could not help but marvel. Indeed, the affluent treated money as if it were of little consequence. His bank account barely surpassed 3,000 yuan, and now his total assets had effectively doubled. Were it not for the summer classes organized by the school from Monday to Friday, he would have relished the opportunity to tutor every day. Chapter 35. Assistant, Thief 6 the following day. In order to express his gratitude to Senior Chun for introducing him to this part-time job, Lu Zhou resolved to treat her to a meal. However, he found himself ensnared in indecision over whether to indulge in Huangmin chicken or KFC. Thus, he sought the opinion of another inhabitant of the dormitory, Lu Rue. Engaged in a double queue with online friends, Lu Rue, having just been returned to the spring water by his opponents, was preoccupied and hardly caught the essence of Lu Zhou's inquiry. Without turning around, he casually remarked, "Spicy hot pot. It's cheap and satisfying." And so, Lu Zhou proceeded with the plan. At the entrance of the snack street by the school, at the door of the mountain city spicy hot pot, Chen Yushan, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, sat opposite Lu Zhou, her tongue darting out in response to the spiciness. Though tears nearly sprung from her eyes due to the heat, she bravely continued to eat while asking, "How's my sister's math? Is there still hope? Is it really that spicy?" Lu Zhou, somewhat perplexed, tossed a fish ball into his mouth and, while chewing, replied, "There's hope, I suppose. In any case, I will do my utmost. Then I must rely on you. My sister actually excelled in science during middle school, but later on, oh, it's so spicy." Lu Zhou silently offered her a glass of water and inquired, "Later on?" After gulping down the water, Chen Yushan adorably stuck out her tongue, caught her breath, and continued, "Later on, my aunt and uncle encountered some issues in their relationship, and they are currently contesting custody over Mingqi. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but for now, Mingqi is temporarily living with my aunt." Lu Zhou nodded quietly, refraining from further comment. He was not particularly inclined to delve into the personal matters of others. In many ways, he was quite self-absorbed. After finishing the spicy hot pot, Lu Zhou escorted Senior Chen back to the vicinity of the dormitory building before turning towards the library. On his way there, he received 2 emails. One was from Professor Liu, providing feedback on the data modeling assignment. The other was a reply from the journal Modern Communication and Geographic Information Technology, indicating that the manuscript fee had been deposited into his bank account, 150 yuan for each of the 9 papers, totaling 1,350 yuan. He was advised to check his account. 9 SCI papers for such a meager sum. Indeed, it seems that crafting missiles is less lucrative than frying an egg, Lu Zhou mused. Nonetheless, over 1,000 yuan was not insignificant. Adding the 3,000 yuan he earned from tutoring yesterday, his account now boasted over 7,000 yuan, sufficient for covering his tuition fees. Initially, he had planned to delay payment until just before graduation, but it now appeared unnecessary. In the ensuing days, Lu Zhou maintained a disciplined routine. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, he burned the midnight oil, poring over his books, while Tuesdays and Thursdays were dedicated to consolidating his learning and previewing courses in information technology, electronic engineering, biology, chemistry, and other subjects. Moreover, he diligently practiced mathematical modeling. At times, he genuinely believed that if he could sustain such commendable study habits, even without the aid of a system, becoming an academic prodigy would merely be a matter of time. However, with the system's assistance, this journey was considerably expedited. As if propelled by a rocket, on Saturday, Lu Zhou visited Ms. Yang's home, as was customary, to tutor Han Mingqi in mathematics. Perhaps due to the previous incident, or perhaps a tacit agreement reached between mother and daughter, Ms. Yang did not lock the door before leaving for work this time. She merely advised Lu Zhou to keep a watchful eye on her daughter. With a stoic expression, Han Mingqi watched her mother depart, and then turned to Lu Zhou, stating, "Shall we begin?" With that, she pivoted and returned to her room. To Lu Zhou's surprise, upon entering, he found that Han Mingqi had tidied her room after a week of absence. Without unnecessary conversation, she laid her textbooks open on the desk, turned to the dog-eared page, and looked at Lu Zhou. "According to the outline you provided, I have already reviewed the analytical geometry for the compulsory section 2. What now?" "What now?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow and, smiling, asked her to identify any areas of confusion. "There's nothing I don't understand. It seems rather simple," Han Mingqi replied, lifting her chin impatiently. "So what's next? Let me challenge you with a question." Lu Zhou retrieved an A4 sheet from the side and wrote, "In the Cartesian coordinate system Zhou, the ellipse C1x AYB1, where 0 has its foci F1 and F2. F2 also serves as the focus of the parabola C2, Y4x. Let point M denote the intersection of C1 and C2 in the first quadrant, with MF 225.3. Determine the equation of C1. After completing the problem, Lu Zhou gestured invitingly. Han Mingqi's brows twitched slightly. Having boasted earlier, she did not anticipate Lu Zhou would test her on the spot. Biting her lip, she picked up a pen and pondered over the scratch paper for a considerable time. After approximately 10 minutes, she had only managed to solve the first step. From C2, Y4x, we find F2, 1, 0. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Zhou glanced at his watch and smiled, saying, during the college entrance examination, you are allowed a maximum of 10 minutes to ponder any given question. As it stands, you could only achieve a maximum of 3 points on this one. Han Mingqi gritted her teeth, her expression one of defiance. Yet, such is the nature of problem solving. Sometimes, the more anxious one becomes, the harder it is to arrive at a solution. Lu Zhou chuckled, rummaging through a stack of materials to extract a paper, pointing to the penultimate question and continuing, moreover. The crucial point is that this very question was one you missed on this paper. You are being unfair, Han Mingqi exclaimed, tossing her pen aside, her eyes blazing with indignation. I know I'm not clever enough. I am merely guiding you, and I have never insinuated that you lack intelligence. On the contrary, I hold a great deal of faith in your cleverness, so please do not belittle yourself. Lu Zhou picked up the pen she had discarded and inscribed the remaining process on an A4 sheet of paper. The crux of such a problem lies in determining the value of m. Hence, the second step must involve setting m, x1, y1, and solving according to the conditions mf 25.3 and m2 lying on the parabola C2. Our secondary objective is to accurately identify the semifocal length of the ellipse C1. Once this step is resolved, the remaining issues will reduce to solving a system of equations. Lu Zhou meticulously documented each pivotal step on the paper, clarifying his problem-solving approach. Initially, Han Mingqi appeared quite impatient, yet her gaze gradually transformed into one of seriousness as she focused on the paper. Ultimately, a flicker of realization crossed her face. Her lips moved slightly as she concentrated on the draft paper, her brow furrowed in contemplation, nodding in understanding. So this is how it is. Your teacher must have covered this, but you simply didn't pay attention. Our teacher did not elaborate as thoroughly as you have. Han Mingqi retorted with a hint of defensiveness. Lu Zhou chuckled, suggesting, you might want to relay that to your math teacher and see if it could vex him. Han Mingqi, her teeth clenched in frustration, could only huff in response. No wonder my sister remarked that you can be rather sharp-tongued. Lu Zhou responded with faint shock. Is someone speaking ill of me behind my back? I cannot let that slip by unnoticed. Clearing his throat, he diverted the topic, picking up his pen as he continued. This problem is a quintessential intersection point inquiry for the equation of an ellipse. I am confident that when you encounter such problems in the future, you will at least secure half the marks. What about the other half? Han Mingqi tilted her head in inquiry. The remaining half pertains to the second question. Such problems are typically examined alongside vector analysis in the college entrance examination. Thus, a second question usually follows. As he spoke, Lu Zhou continued writing at the back of the problem statement. A point n in the plane satisfies vector mn, vector mf1, vector mf2, and line lmn, with C1 intersecting at points A and B. If vector OA/OB0, determine the equation of line L. Upon seeing the question, Han Mingqi was utterly bewildered, casting a helpless glance at Lu Zhou. However, Lu Zhou did not meet her gaze. Instead, he seated himself at the edge of the bed and casually picked up an exercise book, searching for the next example problem. Try working on it first. If you cannot solve it, I will guide you. You have 15 minutes. Begin now. This time proved even more challenging than the first, as Han Mingqi managed to write only the character for solution, with none of her other lines being correct. Perhaps due to having a younger sister of a similar age, Lu Zhou did not exhibit impatience, nor did he mock her for yet again confronting an ostensibly simple problem. Instead, he patiently elucidated the thought process and steps involved in solving it. Observing the steps on the draft paper, Han Mingqi widened her eyes and murmured, so impressive. My learning process consists of continuous summarization and deriving insights from mistakes. I hope you can identify the problems you struggle with, preferably writing them down by hand. And each week I will explain them to you, Lu Zhou casually remarked, returning the paper to Han Mingqi. A compilation of erroneous solutions is essential for mastering mathematics and, indeed, all scientific disciplines. If you wish to excel in the sciences, preparation is paramount. Just as an ADC departs with a Doran's blade, a support must carry wards. These are fundamental practices. Han Mingqi's eyes sparkled with interest as she interjected, do you also play League of Legends? Which server are you on? My Soraka is exceptionally skilled. Blackberry, allow me to add you as a friend. Share your QQ number with me. Oh dear. Lu Zhou reached out and gently tapped her forehead, observing her rub the spot where he had struck, and retorted, still playing games? Let's discuss it again once you achieve a perfect score of 100 in your math exam this month. Chapter 36. Brother Lu, something major has happened. At 6 in the evening, as per their agreement, Lu Zhou entered the kitchen, donned an apron, and began to prepare dinner. The young girl trailed closely behind him, standing by the side with a look of keen interest. The refrigerator had been stocked with a generous supply of ingredients, presumably purchased by Mrs. Yang. There was tofu, tenderloin, and an assortment of fresh vegetables. Additionally, Seasonings such as salt and Sichuan peppercorns, which were nearly depleted, had also been replenished. It appeared she had tacitly approved of his use of her stove, as she surely did not wish for her daughter to subsist on junk food and takeout every day. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder, why not hire a housekeeper? For Lu Zhou, it mattered little. Being able to resolve dinner at a client's home was indeed a boon, as it spared him the expense of his own money. After confirming with Han Mingqi that she could tolerate spicy food, he set to work in the kitchen. Have you ever been a tutor before? Han Mingqi inquired. Pouring oil into the hot pan, Lu Zhou replied, It's my first time. Han Mingqi's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I think you're doing quite well. Is that so? Perhaps it's because I occasionally helped my sister with her studies, he mused, as he sought minced meat, added tofu and water to the pot, and covered it to simmer on low heat. He turned to the chopping board to prepare tomatoes. He intended to make mapo tofu, while the tomatoes were destined for a subsequent dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. You have a younger sister? Han Mingqi asked, her curiosity piqued. How old is she? She is the same age as you, in her first year of high school. After this summer, she'll be in her second year. Nosing close to the stove, Han Mingqi inhaled the tantalizing aroma and sighed. I really envy you. What is there to envy? Having a sister can be quite bothersome, Lu Zhou remarked. Tilting her head, Han Mingqi queried, Do you dislike your sister? Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Not at all. She is family. How could I harbor any dislike? Rather, it is precisely because she is family that I willingly embrace any inconvenience. Indeed, I remain envious. Han Mingqi pouted. If only I had an older brother. Is that so? So you wish to be the one causing trouble? Lu Zhou rolled his eyes, standing beside him. Observing the bubbling pot, Han Mingqi fell silent for a while before a whimsical thought struck her. Do you think if my mother divorced my father, she might have another son for me? Lu Zhou contemplated her question and replied, I don't know. But even if she did, it would be another younger sibling, wouldn't it? Furthermore, are you truly hoping for your parents to divorce? I find that utterly incomprehensible. Han Mingqi's face flushed as she realized the foolishness of her question. She stuck out her tongue and fell silent. When dinner was served, Lu Zhou cooked 3 cups of rice, alleviating any concerns about insufficient food. Seated at the dining table, Han Mingqi eagerly devoured the mapo tofu, beads of perspiration glistening on her fair forehead. Unbothered by the dampness of her collar, she exclaimed in delight, relishing every bite. Observing the restless young girl, Lu Zhou chuckled softly and remarked, You are quite like your sister. Both of you have a penchant for spicy food. Han Mingqi, with her mouth agape and poised to take a bite, paused momentarily, withdrew her spoon, and tilted her head in confusion. My sister doesn't like spicy food at all. Lu Zhou. Han Mingqi, tilting her head further, regarded Lu Zhou with a peculiar expression and inquired, What is the matter? Nothing, Lu Zhou replied. His demeanor awkward. He resolved to invite her sister for a meal next time, seeking an opportunity to apologize after their meal. Lu Zhou tidied up the dishes and reminded Han Mingqi, who was home alone, to be cautious. He then took his leave. Outside the community, he summoned a Didi and headed straight back to school. Upon alighting at the school gate, he received a WeChat transfer from Ms. Yang. Transfer, 1,000, and Yang Danyun. Thank you. At the moment he saw that thank you, Lu Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. Tapping the screen to reply, You're welcome. Just as he was about to stow his phone away, an incoming call interrupted him. Upon recognizing the caller as Lu Rue, Lu Zhou's spirits lifted. He thought this fellow had likely forgotten his keys again, and promptly pressed the answer button. However, before he could tease him, an urgent voice erupted from the other end of the line. Lu Gu, we have a serious situation. Following this incident, Lu Rue was quick to inform him. Although Lu Zhou felt that the guy seemed somewhat gleeful about it, at least he hadn't concealed the matter or acted maliciously, and Lu Zhou, as always, was disinclined to involve himself. What mattered now was understanding the nature of the report. Hurrying back to his dormitory, Lu Zhou grabbed Lu Rue's phone and fixated on the screen displaying an article titled, A Brief Discussion on the Contemporary Academic Climate in Huagua Through the Lens of an Undergraduate's Thesis. The article began by addressing the broader academic environment in Huagua, traversing from mathematics to physics, and from computer science to moral ethics, ultimately leading to the grand inquiry of why Huagua has yet to produce great scientists like Einstein or Newton. Those who have penned articles know well that the grander the proposition, the more one can indulge in fanciful discourse, rendering professional rigor unnecessary. What followed was a deftly woven narrative, neglecting the academic merit of the thesis, while criticizing a staggering 9 SCI papers published within a month, all in the same journal, portraying an undergraduate as a mere academic parasite, skilled only in deceitful practices. Indeed, the term academic parasite was employed. To conclude, the author specifically identified the undergraduate as coming from Jin University, bearing the surname Liu. The manuscript was authored by Zhou Fengkai, an educational commentator, science writer, and well-known independent scholar. Behind the profile picture, there was also a verified badge. Remarkably, the author boasted millions of followers. Yet, Liu Zhou was utterly bewildered. Who is this person? I harbor no grievances against you. What is the meaning of your actions? Why should a paper earned through hard work be barred from publication? I have neither consumed your rice nor drunk your tap water. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Liu Rui suppressed a chuckle and quipped beside him. When did you become proficient in computers? Are you even capable of publishing an SCI paper now? There was another remark he refrained from voicing, merely thinking to himself. Perhaps I shall attempt to publish a couple of articles myself someday. He had picked up some knowledge while watching videos. Was that so wrong? Who are you to judge me? Liu Zhou shot a glare at the young man. Noticing Liu Zhou's displeasure, Liu Rui promptly fell silent. After taking a deep breath, Liu Zhou regained his composure and inquired, where did you come across this information? He found it hard to believe that this lad had become so bored as to follow some renowned educational commentator or science writer. A senior from the computer science department, part of a mathematical modeling training group, shared it in their circle of friends, and I happened to see it. Of course, I didn't share it. Liu Rui hastily clarified. Jealousy and competition aside, having a narrow mind did not equate to possessing an ill heart. They were all brothers in the same dormitory, and he could not bring himself to engage in such petty, self-sabotaging behavior. Liu Zhou ignored him and continued to focus on Weibo. Seeing Liu Zhou's silence, Liu Rui tentatively asked, what should we do? Liu Zhou was equally at a loss, for he did not even have a Weibo account. He had merely heard of its existence, but had never participated. Help me criticize him, Liu Zhou said. Liu Rui replied, what should we criticize him for? Wait, why don't you criticize him yourself? I don't have a Weibo account, Liu Zhou retorted. Ultimately, Liu Zhou and Liu Rui conferred and decided to disregard the provocateur. So what if he insults me? I shall not even acknowledge you. Go ahead and perform your solo act. Whoever wishes to pay attention to you may do so. With that, Liu Zhou slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to the library to study. However, he ultimately underestimated the situation, for he was not merely Liu Zhou. He bore another identity as well, the Distinguished University Student Chapter 37. My agreement in the conference room of Jinling University, an impromptu meeting was convened, presided over personally by President Su Jian. The leadership of the School of Software was mandated to attend. Numerous professors, who were initially engrossed in their laboratories, were summoned by a phone call to participate in this gathering. The crux of the meeting was straightforward, to deliberate on a rather sensational article circulating on social media, titled A Brief Discussion on the Contemporary Academic Atmosphere in China, based on an undergraduate's thesis. The article detailed how an undergraduate student had published 9 papers in computer science journals within a single month, using this as a springboard to critique the academic environment of Chinese higher education institutions, while also condemning the lax review processes of a particular journal, specifically naming the student from Jinling University. This placed the institution under intense scrutiny. During the meeting, an elderly professor from the School of Software adjusted his glasses and calmly remarked, I have reviewed those 9 papers. They are quite well written. It is indeed no small feat for an undergraduate to produce such work. To suggest that he is merely inflating his output seems rather far-fetched. Many submissions to computer science journals do not even meet his standard. He continued, the commentator, Zhou Fengkai, perhaps lacks a fundamental understanding of information technology. A dialogue with him to clarify his misconceptions could lead to the retraction of that post. Can one truly be criticized for publishing too prolifically? A multitude of professors harbored a deep sense of bewilderment, finding the meeting to be utterly perplexing. Is Zhou Fengkai even aware of his own limitations? One pondered, noting the commentators' titles, educational critic and popular science writer, none of which seemed to align with their own expertise. The secretary seated at the conference table shook his head, stating, he is clearly seeking to provoke us. What negotiations could we possibly engage in? The situation was undoubtedly precarious. Firstly, the student bore no fault. Even in a hypothetical scenario where the university could penalize him, public sentiment had already turned against them in a one-sided manner. The absurdity of the situation lay in the fact that an outsider was leveraging his societal position to cast judgment. As for motivations, the university leaders were equally perplexed. Thank goodness this didn't occur a month ago during the application period. Otherwise, the ire of those present would have surely been palpable. Nonetheless, the incident had undeniably tarnished the school's reputation. President Su's expression grew grave as he fell into silence for approximately half a minute before finally articulating. This is not merely a question of the quality of the papers. It is about the societal scrutiny regarding the academic integrity of our institution. Our immediate priority must be to address these doubts and clarify our stance to the public. Furthermore, we must ascertain the true circumstances of this matter. After an afternoon of deliberation, the meeting concluded with two resolutions. On one hand, to safeguard the university's reputation, they would initiate a public relations campaign to address the influence of the blog post, issuing a statement to clarify the academic merit of the papers, alongside a legal warning demanding an apology. On the other hand, they instructed the leadership of various departments to identify the undergraduate named Liu and ascertain the specifics of the situation. 9 SCI papers in a month, just one shy of double digits, did indeed sound somewhat fantastical. Esteemed professors from the software department, while some may have engaged in frivolous endeavors, the intrinsic value of computer science papers is undeniable. Yet, none have exhibited such sheer audacity in their pursuits. At this moment, the university leaders remain unaware that Zhou has indeed published 10 papers, although one of them pertains to mathematics rather than computer science. On social media, the comments section reads, "Wow, an undergraduate published 9 SCI papers? Is this a joke? Is it really that easy to publish? I feel like I could do it too. Support Professor Zhou. Let's combat the academic malaise and rectify this improper conduct." As an international student from MIT, I can assure you that such occurrences are utterly impossible in the United States. The submitters must have exploited loopholes in the domestic pseudo-review mechanisms. It is disheartening to witness the caliber of students our universities are producing. What utility do researchers who can merely write papers possess? Can papers be transformed into atomic bombs? Look at how easily an undergraduate can churn out so many. It is evident that our nation's academic community is gravely ill. Spare me your defense. Try writing 9 papers in a month yourself. If you can't, refrain from commenting. What nonsense is this? Is there not a single reasonable comment in support of my stance? With 20,000 shares, 10,000 comments, and countless likes, sitting in an empty classroom, scrolling through social media, Zhou grew increasingly agitated without a viable solution. The truth is of little consequence to anyone. People are solely interested in witnessing what they wish to see. They revel in the overthrow of authority, the dismantling of products of rote education, the emergence of scientific luminaries from the masses, and the unmasking of the hypocrisy within the academic realm. As for whether the papers are truly as worthless as claimed by that individual surnamed Zhou, how many will actually take the time to scrutinize them? None. In an effort to counter the naysayers, Zhou even registered on social media, yet his comments fell into the abyss, receiving no likes whatsoever. Perhaps this is the sorrow of being an unnoticed entity in the vast digital space. Repeating the mantra of maintaining equanimity, Zhou, as always, turned off his phone screen and ran his fingers through his hair. He had thought he had chosen the simplest of tasks, only to uncover a substantial pitfall hidden within. It was indeed his oversight. Had he published under a pseudonym, no one would have paid attention. However, the situation had already unfolded, and regretting it now was futile. At that moment, a phone call came through. Upon checking, it was from Old Tang. Zhou's expression turned peculiar. He could not fathom why Old Tang would seek him out, pondering if it might be related to the papers. With uncertainty lingering in his mind, Zhou answered the call. "Hello? Xiaolu, what are you up to?" Old Tang's voice sounded remarkably calm. Steeling himself, Zhou replied, "I'm studying in the classroom. Is there something you need?" Professor Tang paused for a moment before continuing. "If convenient, please come to my office." "Right now?" "Yes. Just now." After tidying up his belongings, Zhou slung his computer and books over his shoulder and headed straight for Professor Tang's office. Upon entering, he discovered that Director Liu from the Department of Applied Mathematics and Director Zhang from the Computer Science Department were also present. As they glanced at Zhou, the 3 professors exchanged subtle, knowing looks before Professor Tang sighed and addressed him directly. "Zhou, I have a question for you." Zhou replied, "Please, Professor, go ahead." Professor Tang continued, "Some time ago, after you published that mathematical paper, did you submit any manuscripts to SCI journals?" Acknowledging the inevitability of the inquiry, Zhou sighed internally and answered truthfully, "Yes." Director Zhang turned to Director Liu beside him and remarked with resignation, "As expected, given your surname Liu, I surmise that there are few in our department with that name. I've asked around, and not only do they not know how to write papers, but they are also entirely unaware of the submission process." Professor Tang, visibly agitated, insisted, "You submitted a mathematical paper, didn't you?" "Yes," Zhou nodded earnestly, but then added quietly, "I also submitted other papers concerning artificial intelligence and geographic information systems." Professor Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you end up submitting computer science papers as well? Just a few days ago, weren't you engrossed in researching Mersenne primes?" "I discovered that the journal pays for submissions. Each paper earns 150, Zhou admitted shyly, casting a glance at Professor Tang. So I divided my research into 9 parts and submitted them as separate papers. Is that not permissible? Professor Tang. Director Liu. Director Zhang. Is there a problem? Lu Zhou inquired. Of course, there was no issue. After all, the university encourages students to publish extensively. Although it may seem unusual to write papers solely for the sake of royalties, it is not inherently detrimental. Yet, this situation had somehow led to complications. The office fell into an enigmatic silence until Director Liu coughed gently and spoke in a friendly tone. Well, Liu, was your paper written by you? Certainly. Lu Zhou nodded. I wrote it in the library. This was indeed not a lie, for merely extracting papers from the system was insufficient. Without a comprehensive understanding of the concepts, he could not have developed the content. He would have merely transcribed algorithms. To complete these papers, he reviewed over 100 references, not to mention the specialized books. Thus, he could effortlessly respond to questions regarding artificial intelligence and GIS systems. However, should the inquiries veer into broader subjects concerning applications of artificial intelligence in other fields, he might find himself at a loss. However, with a system in place, redeeming points on-site is not a particularly arduous task, merely a slight inconvenience. At this juncture, Director Liu found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Director Zhang from the Software Institute who stepped forward, offering a smile and remarking, Director Liu harbors no ill intentions. We simply did not anticipate that you possess not only a profound understanding of mathematics, but also such insightful perspectives on information technology. I have reviewed your performance in C language, and a score of 95 is commendable. We certainly believe that the thesis is your own work. Yet, there are some who cast doubt, bringing this matter to light for their own purposes. Have you ever engaged with Weibo? Although it is true that most artificial intelligence is developed using C, there is no direct correlation between one's exam score in C language and proficiency in artificial intelligence, as instructors generally only impart fundamental usage methods without delving into more profound concepts. Nevertheless, one can reasonably surmise that an individual capable of composing such a thesis would not falter in foundational aspects like the C language exam. And a score of 95 satisfies Director Zhang's expectations. Are you referring to that article? Lu Zhou inquired. Indeed. Fixing his gaze upon Lu Zhou, Director Zhang nodded. Have you already perused it? I have, Lu Zhou replied. Though internally seething with frustration, he maintained composure before others, dismissively waving his hand. That piece is nothing but mindless slander. I can hardly be bothered to engage with such nonsense. Though he spoke those words, his inner turmoil wished for nothing more than to strike back fiercely. Student Liu, I must correct you, Director Liu said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Lu Zhou. You are not merely an individual. You represent our institution and its esteemed reputation. We do not condone any form of academic immorality, nor shall we tolerate anyone who maliciously defames our students. I implore you to adopt a proper attitude and approach this incident with the gravity it deserves. But Director Liu, I find myself powerless, Lu Zhou lamented. He has completely ignored my private messages. In truth, Director Liu's intentions were not malicious. He merely hoped for a more positive demeanor. Director Zhang interjected with a soothing tone. Regarding public opinion, our institution will issue an official response. However, we hope you will cooperate with us and, at appropriate moments, advocate for yourself and the school. Is that agreeable? The realization dawned that they wished to defend him. I was left wondering why that was not made clear sooner. Lu Zhou exhaled in relief and nodded. I agree. Chapter 38. Providing timely assistance amidst adversity in the bustling metropolis of Shenzhen, within the presidential office of the Shunfeng Group. Wang Wei reclined in his chair, engrossed in the glow of his smartphone screen. It was the lunch break, a time he devoted half an hour post-meal to unwind, perusing trending topics on social media or catching up on the day's headlines. In an era where their enterprise closely intertwined with the internet, staying attuned to current affairs was imperative. Undergraduate students publishing 9 SCI papers. Have today's undergraduates become this formidable? Wang Wei chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. As he scrolled through the trending topics, a familiar name caught his eye, the renowned science writer Zhou Fengkai. Upon seeing this name, a frown briefly creased Wang Wei's brow. His initial impression was far from favorable. Zhou Fengkai, a celebrity in the social media realm, was notorious for his confrontational style, yet lacked substantial merit, earning him the moniker Zhou Big Mouth. Such a provocateur, who thrived on sensationalism, was not someone Wang Wei, a pragmatic individual, held in high regard. Particularly irksome was Zhu's penchant for criticizing the education system in Huaguo, frequently dragging Wang Wei's high school diploma into the fray as a supposed testament to his argument. Though Wang Wei harbored no qualms about his educational background, after all, With his financial standing, securing an honorary doctorate from any institution would pose little challenge. He found it tiresome to be continually subjected to reminders of his high school status. Upon encountering Zhou's name, Wang Wei lost all interest in reading the article. It was evident that it would merely regurgitate a series of sensationalized claims. Discussing the academic landscape in Huagua based on the achievements of undergraduates? Who did he think he was? At that moment, a knock resonated from the office door. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal Liang Shenghao, the technical director of the company's Drone Logistics Research Center, a graduate of Caltech. He boasted dual PhDs in logistics management and computer science, and he was barely in his 30s. With recent advancements in drone technology igniting interest in the concept of drone logistics, Shunfeng, as a leading private logistics enterprise in the country, was eager to remain at the forefront. Thus, they partnered with Dajiang UAV to establish a drone logistics project, investing $500 million in constructing a brand new research center in Shenzhen. However, Wang Wei was acutely aware of the substantial challenges posed by hardware limitations in realizing drone delivery in the short term. Although the research center was nominally a hub for drone logistics development, the number of researchers focused on this area was limited. The primary projects were still oriented towards intelligent logistics. This included data-driven warehouse site selection, macro-level sales forecasting, and enhancements in automated sorting technologies. Approaching the desk, Liang Shenghao placed a computer science journal on the surface, smiling as he said, "Mr. Wang, I have found a talented individual for you." "Oh." Wang Wei set aside his phone and glanced at the journal on the desk, smiling as he remarked, "Modern communications and geographic information technology? Didn't you mention before that the number of subpar papers in computer journals is overwhelming, yet you subscribe to 2 of them? I have consistently subscribed to several reputable journals in the field of computer science, particularly those focusing on artificial intelligence research. However, I seldom pay attention to domestic publications." Adjusting his glasses, Liang Shenghao continued, "It was fortunate that I stumbled upon those papers while browsing trending topics. Otherwise, they would likely have been lost amidst the plethora of mediocre work." "Are you referring to the undergraduate student?" Wang Wei's expression turned peculiar. "Indeed, that undergraduate has published 9 papers. Upon reviewing them, I found the ideas presented and several algorithms rather intriguing. However, an undergraduate possesses such capability that it piqued the interest of a PhD hired from abroad?" Wang Wei, now fully engaged, inquired, "But what is it?" "It is merely that his research exhibits a certain forward-thinking quality." Liang Shenghao carefully considered his choice of words. "Currently, drone logistics remains a mere concept. No company has produced drones that meet the stringent standards for delivery. Thus, mainstream logistics companies worldwide are still focused on hardware research within this domain." Wang Wei nodded, prompting him to continue, "I understand that. What's next?" The contents of his paper are predicated on the assumption that drone delivery is feasible. For instance, he proposes the concept of constructing a logistics hive within urban areas, interfacing with sorting centers, integrating drones into GIS systems, enabling autonomous navigation without human operation, using cameras to identify delivery addresses, employing facial recognition technology to confirm recipients, validating receipt through gestures, and automatically uploading alarm data in instances where drones are intercepted. At this point, Liang Shenghao paused. Gently tapping his index finger on the desk, Wang Wei fell into contemplation. After a considerable silence, he spoke. "So, he merely proposed a concept? If that is all, there is little to discuss. Anyone can speak on artificial intelligence if they can create a PowerPoint presentation. His ability to present such ideas only indicates a basic understanding of the subject. With such a level of competence, he would not only fail to pass your scrutiny, but would also struggle to impress the HR personnel you send for campus recruitment. It's more than just a concept." Liang Shenghao shook his head. "It also involves several algorithms, primarily concerning facial recognition and GIS systems, which is where I see his potential. Particularly, the algorithms he developed for facial recognition, while slightly flawed in my opinion, still demonstrate considerable innovation. In fact, our research center could directly adopt and further develop them without issue. This is not merely theoretical. Zhou has implemented this idea, which fundamentally alters its significance. It is akin to one person stating, 'I will build a house here,' while another actually delineates the land and places 2 bricks upon it. The value created by these 2 individuals is fundamentally different." Regarding the progress of this undergraduate's research, which has reached a certain percentage, Wang Wei remained indifferent. Every research endeavor necessitates a process. The more valuable the research project, the higher the financial investment required. Wang Wei remained silent, instead picking up the computer journal and flipping to the dog-eared pages. Discussion on the prospects and framework of drone logistics development an AI-based pixel analysis algorithm optimization algorithms for dynamic image recognition through artificial intelligence, an automatic measurement method for human body dimensions based on artificial intelligence. It may be said that the quality of the content leaves much to be desired, yet even so, it cannot conceal the cumulative value of these papers. Observing the president's silence, Liang Shenghao continued, "It is a pity for these algorithms to merely be published in a journal. I propose we extend an offer to him, directly recruiting such talent into our company, allowing us to invest in his continued research." "There's no rush," Wang Wei waved his hand dismissively. Liang Shenghao frowned. "Are you concerned about his academic credentials? To speak candidly, based on his current demonstrated abilities, even a graduate student specializing in AI application research could not outperform him. Moreover, while we may not utilize drone logistics in the short term, entering this field is inevitable. It is far better to stockpile talent now than to compete for it later. As a nascent discipline, computer science diverges from other fields, although academic qualifications remain significant during recruitment. This criterion is often impractical for exceptional technical talents who have achieved notable results. After all, they are considered unique talents, rarely found in the general talent market, instead appearing on the rosters of renowned headhunting firms. Haha, you need not instruct me on this. I value capability over origin, as you well know. Wang Wei chuckled, tossing the journal onto the table. There is no hurry to send this offer. Let us hold off for now. After all, we are currently the only ones in the country pursuing drone logistics, so we need not fear him being poached by competitors. Liang Shenghao paused momentarily, ready to speak, but soon grasped the president's deeper intent, his eyes brightening with understanding. So that's it. The president is indeed astute. For the impetuous youth, being subjected to such disparagement, having his research achievements devalued, must surely have left him feeling deeply aggrieved. Let that clown, Zhou Fengkai, continue his antics for now, while we temper the character of the young man named Zhou. When he can no longer endure the pressure, that is when Shunfeng Group will step in with a high-profile offer of a 500,000 annual salary, affirming the value of his research. Would he not then be devoted to Shunfeng for life? High-paying positions are always found in the next company. Thus, many enterprises focus on corporate culture, employee benefits, and stock ownership schemes, all aimed at retaining talent. The key to retaining talent lies in two aspects. First, ensuring that talent sees promise in the company's future, and second, fostering an emotional connection to the company. In a certain sense, the latter may be even more significant than the former. Leaning back in his office chair, Wang Wei smiled and said, "I'll keep this journal for now. Rest assured, I will remember the matter. You may go about your tasks." "All right," Liang Shenghao nodded, turning to exit the office.